Hey everyone. Don't know if anyone's here yet. Um, but where we left off last night, was the beginning of Nicholas Kolakithis' testimony. So that's where we're going to start today. We're going to get to Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert today. I'm going to split. Brian Albert's is the longest out of all of them. I'm going to split his testimony up between today and tomorrow by his direct examination and cross-examination. So here's Nicholas Kolakithis. This is where we're going to start.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name, please?
It's Nicholas Kolakithis, Kolokithas.
And where do you live, sir?
Canton.
And how long have you lived here?
21 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My wife and two children.
What is your wife's name?
Karina.
And your two children, how old?
18 and 16.
Are they both girls?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm an attorney.
And how long have you been practicing as an attorney?
27 years.
And does your wife work?
Yes, she does.
And what does she do?
She's a pharmacist.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you working in the office or remotely? Or?
We were hybrid. I was working remote that day.
Now, as far as that evening was concerned, what, if anything, were the plans, and sort of what did you do that evening?
Sure. My older daughter was on the Canton High basketball team, so we were planning to go. I was planning to go to the basketball game, and I did go to the basketball game. Yes.
And where was the basketball game?
Canton High School.
And your daughter at that point, which team did she play?
She was coming off an injury, and she was playing for both the JV and the varsity team.
So she was sort of swinging between JV and varsity?
Correct.
And so what time were each of the games at?
God, I think the JV was around 5 or so, and the varsity 6:30, 6:45.
And do you recall who they were playing?
Foxborough High.
And when you arrived to the game, as far as where is it that you typically sit when you go to a basketball game again?
There was a group of 5 parents or so, including us. We generally sat together most of the games.
And who, if anyone else, was among those parents that you sat?
Specifically, the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, Galleries, and Tom Beatty.
And these are people you know as sort of parents of other children that are on the team?
Yes.
And as far as is that who you sat with on this occasion, if you recall?
I believe so.
And your wife, did she come to one or both games?
She came to the second game, the varsity game.
And about what time did that game get over?
The varsity game? It went into overtime. It was a back-and-forth game. Later than usual. I don't remember the exact time.
One?
We lost. Foxborough won.
Now, following that, following the basketball game, where did you go from there?
As usual, we waited for our players to come out, our daughters to come out. And the same group of parents were deciding if we should continue, go out somewhere, get something to eat. I was hungry. Anybody who knows me doesn't get between me and my food, so I was very hungry. So wanted to get something to eat.
Lynn.
And where did you decide to go?
Went to the waterfall.
Thanks for
Is that
coming.
somewhere that you had been before?
Yes.
So we
Now,
got
with
Nicholas
regard to the waterfall, as far as the other
Kolakithis
parents,
on the stand
what
right
if any
now.
of the parents from the ones that you described, as far as the ones you sit with at the game, with anyone else?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how was that was that communicated to you as far as in person, via text, or phone, or how did you come to the waterfall?
It was via text.
And so you get a text from who specifically directing you to sort of go to the waterfall?
So it was a group text amongst the 5 sets of families, and different ideas were bantered about in the group text, and I decided to go to waterfall.
Aw, Jeannie Lynn. That's okay. Thanks for watching it on the replay. And I really appreciate I really appreciate your comments. Like it was I was working on it all day yesterday, off and on, and then I got on, voice chat with on Danny's Discord, and I was working on it. Well, then it was like I kept getting distracted, and I'm like, oh, I'll just wing it, see how it goes. And it went okay. Every week it'll get better. Right now I plan on doing my so-called psychology lessons every Sunday night around 10 o'clock. And then we're going to go from there. I'm working on that game I mentioned in it, which should be fun, especially once I get more people in the chat with different topics every week. So I'm really excited about it. So I really appreciate it, Jeannie.
Wonderful.
And when you get to the waterfall, being familiar with the establishment, where is it that you parked in reference to the waterfall?
I parked behind Washington Street. There's a small little parking lot. Waterfall, she has a parking lot with other establishments, and I believe condos. So I parked in the back.
And about what time did you get there?
I got there right around 9ish, a little bit before 9 o'clock.
And with anyone else from that group of parents besides yourself in the caves went to the waterfall that night?
So I walked in, it was a large table, probably about 8 to 10 feet long. In addition to Jen and Matt McCabe, there was Jen's sister, Nicole Albert, her husband, Brian Albert, Brian's brother, Chris Albert, and his wife, Julie. And there were others that I was just introduced to for the first time. So I don't remember their name, I don't recall their names, but there were others at the table as well.
And so as far as the other sort of basketball parents, were any of them there as well, beyond the McCabe's?
Beyond the McCabe's, no.
And as far as the other people who weren't, didn't have the last name McCabe, how did you know any of those people? Or did you know them?
Well, you didn't see
At the
this
waterfall?
either then, huh?
I
Okay.
met Nicole, Brian,
That's
Chris,
why
and
I
Julie,
haven't seen the whole thing.
prior
Yeah,
to
I've
other
seen
basketball
bits and
games, other
pieces,
events.
obviously, of,
So I knew them through
the main
the McCabe's,
players'
through Jen.
testimonies. So a lot of
And
those,
the McCabe's had a daughter on the basketball team as well.
not
they were
several
one
of
of their
these
daughters on the
people I
team at the
didn't
time,
even know
yes.
ever testified.
When it
Didn't know
came
who they
to
were.
McCabe's, there's Mr. and Mrs. What are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
How long have you known Jennifer and Matt McCabe?
About 9 or 10 years ago, we met.
And at some point during the course of the evening, did your wife join you at the waterfall as well?
She did.
Fair to say you took separate cars, is that correct?
We did, yes.
And about how long after you arrived did your wife join you?
I want to say it was about a half hour or so. So around 9:30 she arrived.
Now, with reference to this table that you were referencing, about 8 to 10 feet long, is that correct?
Correct.
And was this a high top, low top? What kind of table is that?
It was a high top table towards the bar end of Waterfall. I don't know if it was the last table or second to last table right before you hit the bar.
And as far as the people that you described, the people that you knew or didn't know, where were they sort of situated around the table?
When I first walked in, I saw Matt, since he was the person I was most familiar with, Matt and Jen. Matt was standing towards the right side of the table as you're walking in towards the right side. So I went to the right side of the table.
Is that essentially where you stayed for the balance of most of the night?
Yes.
And your wife, when she arrived, where did she go in reference to?
Initially, she came to me, said hello. I think she picked for my food. And then she gravitated, I believe, towards the left side of the table where more of the women were located.
And at some point following that, was there anyone else that you knew or aware of that came into the bar?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
Shortly before 11 or right around 11.
And who was that?
It was John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And these are people that you were familiar with prior to that day?
Yes,
And just to be clear, when we're talking about Karen Reed, you see Miss Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you describe this as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's seated at the table to my right, second person in from the right.
That's a record reflect identification of the identified witness.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how did you know John?
John O'Keefe had adopted his niece and nephew. His niece is the same age as my younger daughter. And they were playing basketball together. They've been friends for years. So I got to know John through my daughter.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her? And when was it that you became sort of aware?
Sure. I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020. I dropped my daughter off at John's place on Meadows. Karen was there. It was the first time I met her. So it was 2020.
And with reference to yourself and your wife as a couple and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, how often would you sort of see?
As couples, not too often. I would see John on a weekly basis during the basketball season, sometimes multiple times a week during the basketball season. But as couples, maybe a couple times we had seen them.
So fair to say most of your interaction with them would be at sort of sporting events or things for the kids?
Yes.
Now, as far as on that evening, obviously you went out, you had something to eat. Did you have anything to drink as well?
I did.
Do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
Captain and Coke.
And as far as John O'Keefe, do you recall sort of what he was drinking that night?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall?
Beer.
Is that sort of typical for Mr. O'Keefe?
From the occasions we happen to be out on events like that, yes.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you observe her to be drinking at the waterfall?
She was holding a glass with a clear liquid.
And what was your understanding of what was in the cup with clear liquid?
I don't know what was in there, but I don't know if it was water or alcoholic drink, but I don't know for sure.
You know what? I think we played his testimony
far
last
as,
night. Now that I
the
think about it,
or
but
general
we'll
demeanor and
finish
atmosphere
it.
within
Because
the
then
bar
his
that night,
wife's testimony's next.
how would you describe that?
And listening to this,
Generally,
I'm
it was a
like, I
fun
think we
atmosphere. There was a
went-
live
I was
band.
so tired
Everybody
last
was in a
night.
good mood. I think
I forgot.
people were singing to some of the music, so it was a fun atmosphere.
And specifically, you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
And you didn't observe anything as far as arguing or anything between anyone at the bar that night, is that correct?
That is correct. I did not.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall what he was wearing when he was in the bar?
Yes, he had a dark baseball cap, jeans, sneakers, and he had some type of top, a longer sleeve top.
At any point in time, did you observe him to have a winter coat or a jacket or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
As far as his clothing was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition? Were there any tears or anything in his clothing?
No tears, nothing unusual about the clothing.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe himself, what, if any, injuries did you observe on him at the time that you saw him at the bar?
I didn't observe any injuries.
Now, as far as prior to them coming into the waterfall, do you have any idea sort of where they were coming from?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know?
I knew through Matt McCabe. Matt had said that they were at Waterfall at CF McCarthy's, and they were heading over. We had the live band, and they were coming over to our place.
As far as the live band was concerned, about how loud was it in the Waterfall during that time?
It was fairly loud.
Now, towards the end of the night, what, if any, discussion did you observe or were you a part of as far as sort of anywhere people were going after?
Again, we were at this larger, 8, almost 10-foot table, and most of the discussion was happening towards the other side of the table, but there were a couple of places that people were discussing about going, potentially going.
And what were those couple of places people were discussing?
One was one was 2 D&Es, which was across the street next to CF McCarthy's, and the other one was 34 Fairview Road.
And as far as D&Es, are you familiar with that establishment?
Yes, I am.
And what is it and where is it in relation to what?
It's basically a sub shop, pizza shop. It's diagonally across the street from Waterfall.
And what, if any, relationship did the D&E Pizza have to anyone that you observed in the group?
Chris Albert, who was with the group, was one of the owners, if not the owner of D&E.
And as far as going to that place afterward, who, if anyone among the group, had sort of mentioned that or was talking about that? I didn't hear specifically one person. It was just generally coming from the group. So. Did you hear the defendant at any point talking about going there or wanting to go?
I heard from others that she had mentioned about wanting to go there.
Now, you mentioned a couple of different places. What was the other?
34 Fairview Road.
And was it mentioned specifically as far as that address, or how was it run?
I believe it was mentioned. Brian Albert, the homeowner, had invited the group back to his house. I can't remember if it was come back to my house or come back to 34 Fairview, but that was his residence.
And so was that sort of an open invitation to the group at the table?
Yes.
And yourself and your wife, did either of you go to Fairview Road that night?
We did not.
And at some point, you left. You recall about what time that you left the waterfall?
It was shortly after 12 o'clock, maybe 12:10 or so.
And when did you leave in reference to sort of the rest of the group?
Sure. Matt and I stayed back a little bit. We helped clean up the table with the bottles and glasses. We spoke to the band briefly, told them how well they played. So we were a little bit late, maybe a couple minutes later than the rest of the group.
And when you exited, did you know where your wife was?
I did. I knew where she was.
Where was she?
She was parked out front on Washington Street.
And so you were parked in the lot and she was parked on Washington Street?
Yes. Yes.
And when you came outside, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather or what was going on?
It was very cold, and it just started to snow. I don't even think there was a dusting on the ground or barely a dusting on the ground.
And so at that point, could you still sort of see like blacktop on the pavement?
Yes.
When you got to your car, what, if anything, did you have to do to sort of get your car ready to go, clean off the car or anything like that?
I didn't need a scraper or anything. I just turned on my windshield wipers and cleaned the snow off.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you and Mr. McCabe were sort of the last to leave from the group, do you know what order sort of the rest of the group had left in?
Generally, yes.
Generally, what do you recall?
There was a larger group that left right before us. I believe my wife was part of that group. Jen was in that group, and Karen was in that group.
You mentioned that your wife was sort of gravitated towards the other end of the table where some of the other women were at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So who was, as far as the women that you're referencing, who was in that group that your wife was conversing?
I know it was Karen was part of that group, and Jennifer was part of that group as well.
And that'd be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd just like to publish this brief portion of Exhibit 53 of this video. Mr. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 53 on the screen, and specifically if I could have from Channel 3, the second video down. And if you could put that at approximately 10:59 p.m. So, Mr. Cole, Keith, what's up on the screen as Exhibit 53? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's the inside of Waterfall Bar.
And before you on that desk, I believe there should be a laser pointer.
Yes.
So if you could just grab that and sort of click the button on top when I ask you to.
Yes.
So with reference to this video, do you see yourself within this video?
Yes, I do.
You could just draw the jury's attention to sort of where you are.
Black and white shirt.
And from that specific area, sort of where you are, do you recognize anybody else in that sort of general area of the frame?
Yes, I do.
If you could just draw the jury's attention to who you recognize and where they are.
I believe that's Matt McCabe right there to my right, and John O'Keefe to my left, in front of me to my left.
Now, that area of the table where you indicated your wife was with another group of women further away from you, where would that be if you see it?
The numbering is there, so I can't really see, but it was towards this side.
And further down the table, is that where people that you were less familiar with, is that where they were?
Correct. Yes.
Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kolkivas.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kolkivas, you and I have never actually met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Have not.
We've certainly never had an interview about this case.
Have not.
So this is our first time visiting about this situation.
Yes.
When did you say you first met Ms. Reed?
I believe it was towards the end of the summer of 2020.
Okay. And that was over an event at
It-
his house?
I don't know if it was John's niece's birthday party or so, but I was dropping my daughter off at John's house.
Okay. That sort of dovetails into my next question. You and your wife and y'all's kids did have some sort of relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, and Mr. O'Keefe's niece and nephew.
Yes.
In other words, the kids got along well.
Yes, absolutely. And they still friends.
As the adults, you wanted to make sure that you could facilitate play dates, get-togethers, things of that nature for the children.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you remember a situation in which Ms. Reed had arranged a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, a scavenger hunt of some sorts.
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this, please.
Yeah, you're.
Yes.
With regard to the last question I asked, you recall an event in which Ms. Reed had organized a relatively elaborate 13th birthday party for Mr. O'Keefe's niece, correct?
Yes.
And one of your children was actually invited to that.
Yes.
Did you actually go and accompany your child at the 13th birthday party?
I did not.
Did your wife?
I don't know. She generally keeps a social calendar for the kids, but I don't know if she did.
So it could have been a situation, Mr. O'Keefe, in which you just dropped the child off and
Yes, correct.
enjoyed the birthday party.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. But you had no problems or no qualms with Ms. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe being caretakers over your children.
Absolutely not.
You said that you didn't socialize as couples all that often, but there were times in which you did socialize with them.
Yes.
About how many times would you say?
A handful of times, maybe,
Okay, 5 or 6
if that,
over the course of how long?
since 2020 to 2022, 2 years, less than 2 years.
Focusing your attention more toward the end of that time period that you just mentioned, toward 2022, when you socialized with Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any sort of tension between the two of them?
Not at all.
Did they seem like a normal, loving couple?
Absolutely.
They seem like they were affectionate and normally affectionate with one another?
Absolutely.
Do you ever have any question about the nature of their relationship, any toxicity in the relationship, or any overt indicators that they weren't getting along?
Not to my knowledge, not at all.
Matter of fact, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Anybody else in the force of crowd?
Yes. Well, other than my wife. I mean, force of it.
That's good catch. You're going to pay for that later. Fair enough.
I get brownie points for that, right?
Let me see if I can restate it a little bit better. Between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, you spent more time with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Fair enough. You knew that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had rekindled a previous relationship from years earlier,
Yes, I did.
and you knew that Mr. O'Keefe was excited about that.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to the late night hours of January 28th, going into the early morning hours of January 29th, if I could, specifically at the waterfall. Did you get to the waterfall before Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed got there?
Yes, I did.
How long before?
So I got there around 9 and they got there shortly before 11. So 2 hours.
While at the waterfall, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Reed or Mr. O'Keefe just in normal conversation?
Yes, I did.
You engaged both of them, as a matter of fact, didn't you?
Yes.
Was there a time in which Ms. Reed was actually singing John's praises that night?
Yes, I did.
What a great dad he was.
Yep.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that. Next question.
At any point, did you have an opportunity to hear Mr. O'Keefe talk about Ms. Reed and the nature of their relationship or any events surrounding their relationship?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I had heard that they were planning vacations in the future.
Were you aware of the time frame of those vacations in the future? Next week, next month, next year?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
May I, Your Honor? Yes, thank you. There was nothing eventful at the bar while you were at the bar with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed that comes to mind in terms of any kind of tension or fight that night.
Tension or fight? Absolutely not.
No argument that was audible to you.
Absolutely not.
You didn't see any body language between the two of them that would suggest an argument or fight or tension.
In fact, I noticed the opposite.
Describe that.
They were affectionate toward each other, loving toward each other, and to the point where my wife even made a comment, why are you not like that with me?
You had something to live up to.
Yes. That's why I needed the brownie points earlier.
I want to shift gears for a second and pinpoint another time at the bar. Was there a time at the bar where you noticed any individuals with their fists up and engaged in some sort of conduct that looks a little like this?
No, I didn't observe that.
You don't recall that?
No.
Sparring with one another?
Not that I saw.
Wrestling?
Not that I saw.
Okay. I'd like, if I could, Mr. Colkey, this, with the court's permission, refer to Exhibit 53.
Okay.
May I play this for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to play about 10 seconds, Mr. Colkey, this, and then stop it and ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Okay, if we could pause. I just wanted to play a couple of seconds to see if you recognize any of what's displayed in this video.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
How do I was there that night?
I guess my question is, do you recognize this as being a surveillance video from the 28th going into the morning of the 29th?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals that are at the top. If I could draw your attention to the individuals at the top, can you name the folks that we're seeing and describe what they're wearing for the jurors so we have an understanding of who we're looking at?
Okay. That's me in the white and black. That's Matt to my right. A little hard of seeing, but I think that's John right there. And I thought I saw Karen earlier right in this area while you were displaying the video.
And what about the two gentlemen with their backs to us?
I know I met them that evening, but I can't tell from behind like this.
Understood. With the court's permission, can we just go ahead and play this through? I'd like to run it through to about the runtime of 11:08, but I'll ask the that the video be paused momentarily.
11:08, so just one more second.
Runtime, sorry. Runtime 11:08, so probably about 4 minutes.
Okay.
3 minutes, 4 minutes. Yeah?
Yes.
Pause it. Having seen this run forward just a little bit, do you see an individual here with long hair?
So you're squinting. Are you having difficulty?
Yes, I am having difficulty. Did you blow it up a bit, or
I don't think so. Our technology is good, but I'm getting a shake of that.
my eyes are not good? I can tell you that.
Let's just go ahead and play it forward with the course permission.
All right, but if you can't see it, I don't want you to.
So this, are you talking right here?
Yes.
That looks like Karen.
May we play it forward, Your Honor?
Yes.
Pause it. I asked you to draw your attention to the two gentlemen in the foreground, right there. Can you describe what they're doing?
It looks like they're in a stance that you described earlier with fists up.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, so I'm sustaining that objection to come on up.
Another question, and if you're having trouble seeing, just let me know. Do you see
Guess what he
the person on the far
saw?
right?
Can you
Yes, I do.
explain what he saw? What
What do you seem to
the
be appear to be
hell
looking at, if anything?
I appear to be looking in that direction.
is that objection about? Yeah, I feel the same way, Jeannie. It is really sad.
Pause. So this, do you recall engaging with the two men in any sort of conversation, the two men with their backs facing to us?
I mean, I can see it. I honestly do not recall it, but
Do you recall ever being introduced to those two gentlemen?
yes.
Who are they?
Brian Albert, Brian Higgins.
And which one is which? Left and right.
Left is Albert, right is Higgins.
We're going to play this? Let's go through this. Can I draw your attention to the upper right? Do you recognize any person facing the camera in the upper right corner?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
About 30 more seconds, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, we paused at 11:08. If I could ask a couple of other questions, and I think we can leave the lights down because I'm going to ask another, with court's permission, another clip being played. Mr. Kolokifis, you indicated that you don't recall the events that you're seeing. Is that still the case, or is your recollection been refreshed about what you were witnessing?
I honestly don't remember what appears to be play fighting. I don't remember that.
If we could move to runtime 16:36 with the court's permission.
Okay.
And pausing. Do you see yourself in the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the two people, the two individuals, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, in the foreground?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Pause it. Do you see at this point, I know it's difficult, do you see John O'Keefe anywhere in the frame at this juncture?
I do not see him.
Okay. Okay. Let me pause. And now taking a look at the individual in the top of the screen. Do you see that person?
Yes, I do.
Who's that?
John O'Keefe.
And what direction is he facing us or facing away from us?
He's facing us. It looks like he's facing us.
So he would be facing the two individuals with their back to us.
Yes.
And it appears to be standing across the table, across the bar table.
Yes.
Let me say that for a second.
Yeah, Jeannie. That's crab ass.
That makes a lot of sense. With that, I would ask you who this individual is, fur coat.
My wife.
You know, I
It's my wife.
watched. Hold on,
And are you still in the same spot?
I've been watching. A lot of the video. I think I've gotten through with all the waterfall and the McCarthy's videos on the Google Drive. I went through all the audio of the PD, and I'm going through a lot of the documents too. But if you watch the waterfall video in its entirety, Brian Albert slaps Brian Higgins' ass like 4 times. No joke. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, I don't know. It's very strange.
Upper right-hand corner.
Yes, I am.
And where's Mr. O'Keefe?
Across. He's now facing the other way,
Thank you.
away from us.
We can take this down. With regard to what you just saw, the second incident of what appeared to be 2 individuals touching each other, did you engage in any sort of roughhousing or play fighting that night?
I did not.
Did you engage in any grappling or wrestling that night?
I did not.
Did you see John O'Keefe engage in any wrestling or grappling or play fighting?
I do not recall him doing that.
Or do you recall him doing any sparring?
I do not recall him doing that.
Do you recall him ever putting his fists up toward any other person in that bar that night?
I do not recall him doing that.
That's all I have for this one, Sean.
All right.
Oh,
Any?
just a moment. I'm sorry. I'm going to get that. 1636. I'm fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, any follow-up?
Mr. Kolakithis. As far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed and their relationship, you saw what they sort of depicted in public, correct?
Yes.
So fair to say, did you ever have any sort of substantial conversations with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed about their relationship?
A personal relationship? No, I did not.
Anything as far as your personal relationship with your wife, is that something that you would have shared or discussed with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I'm not sure. Are you asking me if I knew something about their relationship I would share with my wife or vice versa?
So what I'm asking is from the other side. Okay, so you didn't discuss really Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's relationship with them, correct?
Correct.
And so what I'm asking now is you didn't discuss your own relationship with your wife with Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to what you were just shown up on the screen, that was so memorable that you testified you don't have a memory of it, correct?
Which part?
The whatever that was between 2 individuals play fight.
I do not recall that.
And as far as yourself within that video, did you observe yourself appear to sort of be laughing while that was going on?
I did. I don't know if I was necessarily looking at them or the other side of the table, but yes, I did observe myself laughing.
Nothing further.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe, just one more question. You testified previously at another hearing that Karen Reed, quote, was actually singing John's praises about how good of a person he was, a father figure, for taking in the kids several years ago and, being there for them and praising them and sacrificing his life to raise them, end quote. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Is that true?
100%.
So I
All right, Mr. Kolakithis, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
All right. His wife is next. Karina Kolakithis.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
It's Karina Kolakithis, Kolokithas.
And where is it that you live, ma'am?
I live in Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canada?
We lived in Canton for
Hey, Annie.
about 13 years.
Happy you made it. I hope you're having a great day too. Don't work too hard, okay?
21 years.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, do you live in Canada?
I live with my husband and my 2 daughters.
And what's your husband's name?
His name is Nicholas.
And how many daughters do you have?
I have 2.
And,
Jeannie's
about how
doing
old?
dishes and
18 and
laundry,
16.
so I hope she's not
And,
working
do you
too
work
hard
now?
either.
I do work.
And what do you do for?
I'm a pharmacist.
And your husband works as well?
He does.
What is he?
He's an attorney.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and January 29th of 2022, all those days.
I do.
And do you recall what day of the week those were?
It was a Friday and a Saturday.
And specific to the Friday, did you work that day?
I did work that day.
And after you left work, where did you go?
I went to the Canton Junction.
And why did you go?
We got a text saying some parents from the varsity team were going to be meeting up there, so I thought it would be a good idea to go and stop by and grab something to eat before the game.
And when you say varsity team, which sport was that?
It's basketball.
Was that your older daughter or younger daughter that was on that?
My older daughter played on that team.
And so at some point there was a game for the varsity girls basketball team.
That's correct.
And where was that game that night?
At Canton High.
And do you recall who they played at?
They played Foxborough.
And do you recall when the game was?
You mean time?
Yes.
6:30.
And so you mentioned that you went to the Canton Junction for about an hour. So about what time did you get to the Canton Junction?
I believe I got there around 6. I'm not sure.
And following the Canton Junction, where did you go from there?
Went to Canton High to watch my daughter play.
And within sort of the stands at a Canton High girls varsity basketball game, were there certain people that you would typically sort of sit with when you watch a game?
We would just sit with whoever we knew. Usually it was the parents of the girls that played on the varsity team.
And who were some of those parents?
Some of them were the McCabe's, the Fitzgeralds, people like that.
And McCabe's, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
And how long had you and your family known the McCabe's?
I think we've known them for about 9 years or so.
And did they have a daughter on the team as well?
They did.
And so you arrived to the game. As far as your husband was concerned, did you observe him there?
He was there already.
And where did you go to sit?
I went I don't exactly remember where I went to sit in the vicinity of my husband and those parents.
And following that game, where did you go from there?
So after the game, we went, usually at the end of the game, you go down, talk to the players, congratulate them, and then I told everybody I was going home.
And did you in fact go home?
I did go home.
And after you arrived home, what if anything happened?
I started getting text messages from my husband, and he said that some of the parents were going to go to grab something to eat, and I should go.
And what if any hesitation did you have about that?
I was tired. I worked all day. Pretty much I was done. So I had already almost started changing out of my clothes, and I said I wasn't going to go.
And eventually, did you decide to go?
My kids told me to go. They did. They actually, they said to me, you never go out. You don't do anything. Dad's by himself. You should go and just keep him company while he eats dinner. So that's what I did.
And so based on that, you decided to go?
I did. Reluctantly. Sorry, reluctantly I went, yes.
And where is it that you went?
So that's when I went to CF. I'm sorry, I went to the waterfall. Sorry, a little nervous.
And is the waterfall, is that somewhere you had been before?
I had been to the waterfall before.
And where is that located in the town of Canton?
It's on Washington Street in Canton.
And so obviously your husband was already there. You took separate cars. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And about what time is it that you got to the waterfall?
I believe I got to the waterfall around 9:30 at night.
And where did you park your car in relation to the waterfall?
So I actually found parking right on Washington Street, and I was across the street from the waterfall.
And when you arrived and when you came in, who, if anyone, did you recognize sort of when you first came into the waterfall?
So I walked into the waterfall, and there, pretty much, I didn't know anybody except for Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, and my husband.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of when you walk in the door, people that you knew as far as your husband and the McCabe's, where were they in relation to you walk in the door? Where are they?
So you walk in the door, there was a band in the front playing, and then there were high top tables, and they were at the back of the high top tables.
And if I was standing sort of at the doorway of the waterfall, the entrance way in, and facing those high top tables, which side were your husband and McCabe's on from that?
On the right. I believe the band was playing on the, if you walked in the door, the band was in like the top part of the, like on the left, and they were on the right.
And the band was playing that night, fair to say, was fairly loud in there?
It was extremely loud in there, yes.
When this is a good like comparison for like Jen McCabe and all them liars on the stand testimony, like when you make a mistake on the stand or you say something and you realize, oh my God, like I made a mistake or whatever because I'm nervous. This is honesty in its truest form. She admits she was nervous. You can tell she's a little nervous in the way she's talking and answering her questions, but you can also tell by her behavior and the way she's speaking that she is absolutely telling the truth. She has nothing to hide. She's here to just give the truth, and that's it. Whereas all these other witnesses who get so defensive and nasty and rude and never answer the question that's asked, they always go on a tangent. They get asked a yes or no question, and they're like, well, it's not a yes or no question when it really is. Or they don't even bother answering the question. They just go off and give their reasoning behind the answer and yet never giving the answer.
And as far as, obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did you have to drink that night?
I drank water that night.
And why was that?
I typically don't drink a lot. I suffer from migraines, so one like alcoholic beverage sometimes can set me off for days. So I chose water.
Now, as far as that high top table that you went to with your husband and McCabe's, were there other people at that table?
There were other people there.
Did you know or recognize any of those other people at the table?
So it was pretty much all of Jennifer McCabe's family. I did not know them, maybe had seen them around town and stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody other than my husband and Matt and Jen.
So fair to say that you sort of gravitated or
Hey,
stayed towards that end
Cheryl,
of the
thanks
table?
for coming.
That is correct. I talked to them for a bit, and then I think Jen started introducing me to some people, and I met some of her family.
Now, as far as sort of the overall sort of demeanor within the bar that night, within the group that you were at the high top table with, how would you describe it?
Everybody was happy, having a good time.
No arguments amongst anybody at any time that you saw throughout the entire time you were there?
The whole time I was there was no issues at all.
Now, at some point later on in the evening, who, if anyone else, did you recognize or knew came into the bar?
So I believe I was actually about to leave, and
You at the
that's
gym,
when
Cheryl? You don't
Karen
work too
Bunch
hard
came
at the gym.
And just to be
Hi,
clear, when you say
Maitland.
Karen, you mean
Thank
Karen Reed, is
you
that
for
correct?
that is
coming.
correct.
And just to be clear, we're talking about, do you see Karen Reed in Portland today?
I do.
And could you just identify us where she seated or
She's sitting right there.
that's a record reflect that identification?
Okay.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, how did you know him?
So John, his niece and my younger daughter were friends.
We're friends, our friends?
They are friends.
And about how long have you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at, I'm not sure exactly I think the first time I met her was at Jen
You
McCabe's
even
house.
noticed just then? Hold on, I want to rewind it. She was gonna say, I met and then she stopped and she's like, I met Karen. She wouldn't even call her defendant because she realizes how, degrading it is to call her defendant. She has a name. She is a person.
They are friends.
And about how long have you known John O'Keefe?
John, we've probably known for 8 years or so.
And if you recall, when was it about that you had met the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I met Miss Reed at,
She was about to
I'm not
say,
sure exactly. I think the first time I met her was at Jen McCabe's house.
And if you know about when was that in reference to his date of January 28, 2020?
I believe I met her sometime in 2020.
Sometime in 2020 at Ms. McCabe's.
That is correct.
And how would you describe sort of the
Oh, you have a video of that, Cheryl? She just said, I just told the truth. Yep. It's perfect. I mean, it's all you can tell. You can tell in someone's demeanor and the way they speak, their tone of voice. Compare her to all the other McAlberts. Their tone of voice is rude, nasty, condescending. She became a defense witness in the second trial. That's what I thought, but I didn't say anything because I couldn't remember her testimony, to be honest, like who called her. But so thank you, Annie. Yeah, because I'm sure the prosecution realized that these witnesses, that's why I don't even understand why Lally is calling them. It's not like they're doing anything for his case. Yeah, I'd like to see it, Cheryl. If you can share it in the Discord, that would be awesome. I can play it right now, too, if you send it.
the
If you're
nature
able
of your
to, I know
relationship
you're-
between either
You
Mr.
said you're at the
yourself and Mr.
gym,
O'Keefe or
so if
yourself?
not, no
Who did you know
worries.
better, Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Reed?
I knew Mr. O'Keefe better. We saw him all the time. My daughter would have play dates with his niece. My husband coached basketball that his niece played on his team. So he was a great guy. We saw him all the time. Yeah.
And prior to this date of January 28th, had you ever been in any kind of social setting out with the defendant, Ms. Reed, before?
I had not been. No.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that they came in and you were about to leave?
I believe it was around 11 o'clock.
And at some point, did they, and by they I mean Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, did they make their way over to where you were seated at the high top?
They did. So they walked in and John did his rounds, said hi to everybody, came, gave me a hug. And they headed towards us. Yes.
And when they came over to you, what, if anything, happened?
John was really happy. He started talking about Kaylee and how she had just gotten into Bishop Fian. And he was just very excited. You could tell he was super excited about that.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if anything, do you recall about what he was wearing?
I believe he was wearing a baseball hat, jeans, sneakers, some kind of top.
Oh,
And,
Cheryl, I
what,
can't
if
click
anything, do
on
you
the
recall about
link
sort of jacket or anything like
in
that? Was the
chat.
time that you saw him that night?
I don't remember
So-
a jacket. I remember like
If you can
some
send
kind
it
of
to
light
Discord,
shirt, something
otherwise,
like a light hoodie-ish.
no
kind of shirt.
worries.
I don't remember a jacket.
As far as his clothing was
It's on
concerned,
your YouTube? Oh,
what, if
okay.
anything, do you recall about the condition of it? Were there any sort of tears or disheveled to?
He looked fine. Nothing about his clothing stood out to me.
Now, as far as what you observed as far as interactions between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe that night, anything out of the ordinary that you observed while you were at the bar?
The defendant. Say that again.
As far as their interactions between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, anything out of the ordinary that you observed between the two of them that evening as well?
I saw nothing. I did not see anything.
And extending that sort of to the entire group at the high top table that you were with, anything that you observed sort of out of the realm of the demeanor that you've already described at any point in time?
No, everybody was having a great time.
I'm on
Now,
your
with regard
Cheryl.
to
I'm on
where
your
you were-
YouTube page on my phone. Which video is it? I just subscribed to your page too, Cheryl. Shorts. Yep. Okay. So your shorts, I see them. Which one is it? Like what's on the screen? Hold on. Let me see if I can. Oh, I got it. Okay, guys, hold on. I'm going to send the link to myself so I can put it on my computer. Bear with me a moment. I got it. Got it.
Thank you for standing up for the honest. You always win. Thank you for the honest. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That was the Greek shit. Yes. It was just the truth, you guys. Well, it's very rare in this case. Thank you for standing up for the honest. You always win. Thank you for the honest. Yes, thank you. Thank you. That was the Greek shit.
That's awesome. She's like, it was just the truth. 100%. That's amazing. Her page, if you just type in, when you search for a page, just type in her handle with the @ symbol and it'll come up right at the top. I had the same issue when people were trying to find my page. So I did change my page name to Miss Scarlett's Mind, which is what my logo is. But my handle is still the same, Miss Scarlett 7. If you ever want to look up someone's page, it's easier to just type in their handle at the top to search it. Because sometimes people have the same exact page names. It's weird. I could hear her though. You had to listen, but you can hear her after she passes the people. She just says, "It was just the truth." So, you know, she was given the truth. That's it. That's awesome.
Were positioned at the high top table in regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Was he closer to your end, or where was he located?
I'm not sure. I don't know where he ended up going. I know that Karen stayed with me. And then I'm not sure where John went, but I know he was talking to the guys probably.
So Mr. O'Keefe was moving around a bit, talking to different people.
Yes,
And Ms. Reed was down towards where you were, is that correct?
that is correct.
And who, if anyone else, was sort of down your end of the table, who were you talking to when Ms. Reed came up?
It was Jen McCabe,
So
the three of us.
when Ms. Reed comes and joins, it's essentially Ms. Reed, the defendant, yourself, and Ms. McCabe.
That is correct.
And when Ms. Reed first comes up, what, if any, conversation did she have with either yourself or Ms. McCabe?
She started talking to Jen first, and then they had a conversation, and then we started talking.
And that first sort of initial conversation between the defendant and Ms. McCabe, did you hear any of that conversation?
I did not. It was loud. I don't know what they were talking about.
Now, as far as obviously you're at a bar, people are drinking. What if anything, did you observe Mr. O'Keefe be drinking that night?
I believe he was drinking beer.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what if anything, did you observe her to be drinking that night?
She was drinking something out of a clear glass, perhaps.
So clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Correct.
Now, as far as through any conversation that you had with either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe, did you have any understanding of sort of where they came from prior to coming into the water?
So they had come from across the street.
And what is across the street?
From the bar, I think. So it was C.F. McCarthy's.
Cheryl, you're all good.
And so as far as the conversation that you, at some point in time during the course of the evening, you had a conversation with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
We talked for quite a while.
It was perfect.
And during that time that you were talking for quite a while, as far as, was that strictly sort of the two of you, or was Ms. McCabe involved in those conversations as well?
Ms. McCabe was involved with those conversations.
So just
It was the three of us.
the three of you were talking.
Yeah, Jeannie, I made you a nod
And
too.
with
I hope
respect,
that's okay. You
with
guys, I
respect
know
to,
who you
the
are.
defendant's
Your
relationship with
voices
Mr.
and
O'Keefe, what if
voice
anything
chat.
did she
I
say?
trust you guys, so
So
as long as you're good with it.
she
Thank
started
you.
by saying how much she admired him, how much he did for the children, just how she looked up to him for that. She started with that. Well, she started talking about my kids first, and then she started talking about John,
So she spoke about your kids, a
about my daughter. Yeah,
little bit of a glowing fashion, is that correct?
she did. She always had a way of like saying I don't know. She seemed to love my younger daughter, and she said that she really liked my daughter's relationship with John's niece. So she first started with that conversation, and then she went on talking about John and his relationship.
And then after she talked a little bit about that, what if anything else did you talk about?
So she started talking about how much he sacrifices, how he's like unconditionally puts all his time and effort into the kids, how she admired him for that, and how she also wished that some of the family members would step up and help out a little bit more because he took all the burden on himself.
And what if anything else did she say about that in relation to sort of their relationship?
Just that she wished they had a little bit more time to, go out, go on dates, go on vacation. But she did mention that they had planned a trip or something like that she was excited about.
Now, about what time would you say it was that you left from the waterfall?
I think everything started wrapping up around midnight.
And prior to that, what if any discussion did you hear or were you a part of as far as anybody talking about where to go next?
So I think everybody was having a really good time. So there was conversation first about where could people go, and there was talk about maybe going across the street to the pizza place.
And what pizza place is across the street?
There's a pizza place called D&E Pizza, and the owner happened to be there that night. So I think someone brought it up, or there was some conversation amongst the group, like, "Hey, let's go there." And he
Jeannie,
said no.
you are so sweet.
And what if
You guys
any-
are all so sweet.
What if anything did you hear the defendant, Ms.
So,
Reed, say?
I'm so glad I met you all.
She just seemed like willing to go.
Was that something that she mentioned once or more?
I believe she mentioned it more than once, but I don't remember like at this moment. But
Is your memory exhausted as to that?
say that, could you rephrase that?
Memory exhausted as to
Sorry, I cracked my
that.
knuckles.
I believe it was more than once. Is that your question?
Definitely.
Yes.
Now, other than that, what if any other discussion was there as far as where people were wanting to go or intending to go after the war?
So after that was kind of, put to rest, then I think there was discussion about, well, Jen McCabe brought up, let's go to my sister's house.
And is that somewhere that you or your husband, to your knowledge, had ever been to before?
We had never been to her house before, no.
And was that something that was sort of a private invitation, or was that sort of open to the group at the table?
I think it was said out loud, like, "Hey, anybody wants to go, we can go to my sister's on Fairview." I wasn't specifically
Okay,
invited
Cheryl.
myself. I just think it was put out there.
Take it easy though. Don't work out too
And
hard.
did either yourself or your husband
Drink lots of
take anyone
water.
up on an invitation? Did you go to Fairview after the waterfall?
We did not go. I actually said to him, "There's no way we're going anywhere. We're going home."
And just to be clear, by him, you mean your husband?
My husband, yeah.
And around the time of midnight or so when you were leaving, who, if anyone, did you sort of walk out with initially?
So I believe, let me think. It was always Jen, myself, and Karen. So we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or so?
No, like joking around, like, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Like, it was like something like that.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door
Oh,
of the
wait,
parking lot?
what?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I've been waiting for. I didn't know it was her testimony that gave me some of these answers. I was always under the impression that Karen Reed was not invited. Like, no one specifically invited Karen Reed over to Albert's house. Am I correct in that? right? So I always wondered, how is it possible that, because I heard this part a couple times where someone said that Jen said, "You're coming with me," or wanted her to drive with Jen, even though she wasn't even, no one had invited her to go anywhere. So I always wondered, where was Jen? What was Jen saying? Come with me for what? Not to mention, Karen Reed drove there. So why would Jen McKay be asking her to come with her when she knew Karen Reed drove her and John? I'm still so confused, but I've never heard this portion of it, saying that Jen not only said, "You're coming with me," or "Come with me," that Karen asked, "Where are we going?" And she said, "Oh, it's a surprise." Is that what she said? Hold on, I want to hear this again real quick.
And Karen, so we brought up, and Karen went over to John, something like that. He like put his arm around her. I don't know if they had a conversation, they talked. It seemed like they were like quite lovey-dovey at that point. And then that's when Jennifer McCabe went up to Karen and said, "You're coming with me." Like, and she like grabbed her, like she put her arm around her and she said in front of me, she's like, "You're coming with me, you're coming with me."
And just to be clear, like sort of how she said that, was that in sort of a forceful way or so?
No, like joking around, like, "Hey, you come with me. We're gonna, and Karen said, "Where are we going?" And Jen said, it doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise." Like it was like something like that.
It doesn't matter. It'll be a surprise. Wow. Yeah, they're all manipulators, Jeannie. I'm telling you, man. Like this right here, this whole thing, Jen and Karen hadn't met prior to that night. Am I correct on that as well? Trying to remember. If I remember correctly, they hadn't met before, right? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jeannie Lynn. Okay. So picture this. You go to the bar with your boyfriend, with people, most of the people that you don't know. You have what, two people you've met a couple times before. You're out drinking, you're having a good time. Then you're chatting with one of the women of at least a husband you knew. And one of those women that you just met that night, but you know is friends with your boyfriend, randomly comes up to you and says, "Oh, you're coming with me. Come with me." And you're like, "What the fuck? What do you mean I'm coming with you? Go with you where?" And she says, "Oh, don't worry, it'll be a surprise." What? I'd be like, "What?" That behavior is just odd. It's more than odd, to be honest. Let's see if she says anything else. Hold on.
And did the three of you sort of walk towards the door to the parking lot together?
Yes.
And where was your husband at this point?
He was behind. He was with Matt McCabe. They were helping the band like clean up and get their stuff together. And it was the three of us in the front, meaning the women.
And at the initial time when you're walking out, you and Ms. McCabe and the defendant, where's Mr. O'Keefe?
I'm not a little bit behind us. I'm not sure.
Not directly with your group, but
Not with us. No,
now at some point you get outside of the waterfall, is that correct?
that's correct.
And at some point when you're outside of the waterfall, do you see Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
I did.
Hold on, I want to read your comment, Cheryl. So John O'Keefe was being taken there so they could teach him a lesson about keeping his mouth shut. The Alberts are bad people. Yeah. I have been leaning, the more and more I read from the Google Drive and do some research on this whole rumor of, a drug ring or whatever going on in the department, and especially reading about Brian Albert's background, it would not shock me at all if something like that specifically related to Brian Albert came out, where he was, and I hate to say this because I am not starting a rumor. So let me put it, generally. If you think about the department of the police force that John O'Keefe worked in, and you think about all the stuff that has come out from, Sandra Birchmore and all that stuff, it is not a big leap to think that John could have uncovered something shady. Let's just keep it at that. Yeah, I can't wait to hear it, Jeannie Lynn. We'll have to discuss it later. Yeah, I'm not starting any rumors. This is all my opinion. I gotta say that, but yeah, I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I agree, Cheryl. I have a really bad feeling towards that as well. That with all this research I'm doing, and the more I learn, that I don't really think it had anything to do with Karen Reed and Brian Higgins, especially after seeing that video of Karen flirting with Higgins at the bar. So missing that was a huge, it was huge. Because that's why I always went back to when I saw the when Richie first found the video part of the waterfall where Higgins is making that motion, and you can see Chris Albert pushing Higgins' arm down, like, don't start this here kind of shit. Yeah. I agree, Cheryl. I think that's what they wanted you to think. Yeah. And because there's some shady things, and I always go back to that text too, with Karen Reed sending that text that John's gone, and Higgins doesn't send a response. And I only found out this week in reviewing this trial that Higgins knew when Karen Reed texted Higgins at 11 whatever a.m. that John's dead. Higgins knew at just after 9 a.m. that he was gone. So when he received that text from Karen Reed, he already knew. And he didn't send a freaking response. Nothing. No, I know. I'm so sorry. I heard this morning. I can't believe it. Nothing. Which in right now, where my mind goes, because I believe that this is something that they were trying to, cover up, and something within the police force, and that has nothing to do with the relationship between Higgins and Karen. I think that with Higgins getting into it in the morning, or finding out in the morning whether he knew the night before or the morning of, I still haven't made 100% opinion on that yet. But because I keep going back and forth on that too, and there's a whole nother reason why that is. But my point is, it's almost as if they're specifically, what's the word I'm looking for? They're specifically twisting, not even twisting. they're doing things in a specific way, and I guess it just goes back to manipulation. They're manipulating the way things come out and the way things are observed to get you to think one way, so that you totally miss that it's something completely different. Yeah, I agree, Jeannie. Yeah, that's why I'm mad. That's why for the longest time I was with Loophole Lawyer and thinking it was Higgins, that it was all Higgins. Until I started doing all this digging and learning more. The more I learned, the less I felt it was him, and the more I think it had everything to do with police department and John knowing something he shouldn't have known.
Yeah, all of a sudden it was weird. I see Karen with John, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird." I thought she was going with Jen, and that's just what made me notice it. It was that the whole like Jen wanting Karen to go with her, and then all of a sudden I see Karen with John.
That's what I was going to say. I said I could go on about that. That the phones being not only destroyed or gotten rid of, they broke the SIM cards, and then that wasn't enough. They dispose of it on a military base where it is unretrievable, no matter what. Who freaking does that? Except someone who is hiding something and doesn't want anyone to ever find out. And how they got away with it, it sickens me. Well, I mean, it sickens me that they got away with a lot of shit, and Proctor losing his phones. I mean, how many times do you lose your freaking phone? Seriously. Out of all the cell phones I've owned since I was 18, my very first cell phone got stolen out of my car. Someone broke my driver's side window in 1998. Stole my cell phone out of my brand new car. My car was 3 months old. They smashed my driver's side window in at the bowling. I was at bowling that night. Came out. My windows all over the ground and my front driver's seat. And my cell phone was gone. That one was stolen. And since then, so it's been, I was what? 18? 19? I'll be 47 on Saturday, so almost 20 years. The only other phone I've ever lost was a phone I left in an Uber. And these people lose phones like it's a freaking pen. Now, I lose pens all the time. But your phone? Yep. Exactly, Jeannie.
Just thought, I was just like, oh, so it made me notice it.
And so you proceed to your car, I'm presuming on Washington Street, correct?
That is correct.
And if you recall, which direction was your car facing, like down towards the waterfall or away from the waterfall?
It was away from the waterfall.
And who, if anyone else, did you observe walking in the direction of Washington Street at the same time as yourself?
That's when I saw Karen and John walking.
And they were walking in that direction as well?
Correct.
Did you see them approach or get near to some sort of vehicle?
It looked like they were walking towards a black SUV of some sort.
And have you seen either the defendant or Mr. O'Keefe in relation to a dark or black SUV prior to that day?
I believe I had, yes.
And whose car did you believe it was?
I thought it was Karen's car.
And which side of that vehicle did you observe Karen walking to?
She was walking to the driver's side, but again, I was more concerned about crossing Washington Street, and there was a little bit of snow at that point. So I didn't see, like I saw them walking in that direction, like her going to the driver's side and John going to the other side, but I didn't see anything after that.
And were they on the same side of the street as you or the opposite?
They were facing the opposite direction.
So you were facing away from the waterfall. They were facing towards the waterfall. Is that right?
They were just like, we were in different directions. So I was like, it's hard to explain, but they were facing like I was facing up and they were facing back.
And different sides of the street. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you got in your car when you left. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And around that time that you left, I think you alluded to it, but when you got to your car, what was the weather like at that point?
It had just started snowing. You could see the street still.
So you could still sort of see the blacktop through whatever snow was on the ground.
That is correct.
Oh,
with the
there
court's
he is.
permission, I'd
Yes,
just like
it was snowing.
Publish what's been marked as Exhibit 53, just a couple of portions of that on the screen this way.
Okay.
And if you could just so Ms. Kolkithis, do you recognize what's up on screen?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the waterfall.
And is this a video that you've seen on a prior occasion?
Yes.
Now, before you, ma'am, there should be a laser pointer. If there's any need for either myself or another attorney, all I would ask you to do is just sort of press that button on it and direct it at the screen.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
So from this video, first of all, as far as the people in the video, do you recognize anybody in the video?
It's really hard to see, but you want me to point?
If you recognize anyone, I would ask you to draw the jury's attention
So-
to that person and explain who that is.
Oh, sorry. That I believe is my husband with that. Maybe I'm not sure.
So if you don't know, or if you can't tell, or you don't know the people,
I'm not sure.
okay.
It's hard to tell.
Now, this is Kolkithis, just from up on this video, you recognize sort of the table that you were at or around on the evening of
Yes,
January 28th.
the high top. Yeah.
And if you could, just direct the jury's attention to, generally speaking, which side of the table that you spent your time talking with the case and the defense.
So, like, if we're pointing to here, I'd be on that side, like the left side of the table, if you want to call it the left side.
And the area where the band was, if you could.
The band is here, like, and that's what I meant. The left, yeah, on the front.
And if you know the front door areas, where is that located?
So it's like right there.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run this video from 10:59 to 11 p.m. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, with court's permission, I would ask for, from the same channel 3 to 6 video. Again, this is Kolkithis. You recognize what's up on screen as just later on in the evening at the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And is this towards the end of the evening?
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the lights have been turned up, so it's a little easier.
So now I can recognize a few more people.
And so from what you can see up on the screen now, if you could, using that laser point, just direct the jury's attention to anybody that you recognize.
Oh, okay. So that's me right there, and then my husband is right there, Nicholas, and I don't know if that's Matt, Jen. And I can't tell because of the barcode up there.
With the date and time
But
stamp.
yeah, I can't see who that is.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this.
Oh, I see John too. Sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
And I see John. John's right there.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could play it from this point till 12:11 in 4 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause it right there. Now, as far as just for the record, at 12, 10, and 38, you see sort of 3 individuals going towards the front entrance.
Yes.
So you just have to say.
Yes.
And with respect, with that laser pointer, if you could just identify for the jury who, if anyone, you recognize from that group.
Okay. So that's Jennifer McCabe. That's me, and that's Karen.
So you're walking sort of towards the exit at the same time, right?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. You can pause that, Ms. Gilman. Now there's another individual sort of making their way to the doorway. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's John.
That's John O'Keefe.
John O'Keefe. Yes.
Exiting from the wall.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the last 2 seconds. Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, but from channel 1, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 12:11. essentially what I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could play this from 12:11 and 0 to 12:11 and 25 seconds. But I'm sorry, first if I could ask you to just pause it for 1 second. I know it's an awful time to pause it, but before the flag blew in front of the camera, do you recognize what's depicted up there?
Can you repeat the question?
What's
Please?
in this video generally without what's blocking the camera right now? Do you recognize what?
It's the exit.
So that's the exit to the waterfall?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could. You could pause right there. Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time when you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You were parking where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking.
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street?
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way, and then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds. You could pause there. Have you seen an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that, I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe.
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the last person. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please.
Whoa, hold
I have no
on.
further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, question.
What is she just standing in the middle of the street for? Did I see this part before? Hold on a second.
If you could pause right there. Individual sort of down towards the bottom of the frame. Do you recognize who that is?
It's Karen and John.
So that would be the point in time when you say they sort of link up at the front door and then walk towards Washington Street?
That's correct.
And if you could, just with reference to the screen that we're looking up here in Exhibit 53, where is Washington Street? You were parking where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed walking.
So, okay. Trying to think of the buildings. That's the back parking lot where where you see the cars, and you have to take a left.
So directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed are standing is the back parking lot, and then to the left is Washington Street?
Yeah, I think you have to walk that way,
Okay.
and then you'll hit Washington Street.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play through 25 seconds. You could pause there. Have you seen an individual in the parking lot area?
I do.
And do you recognize who that person is?
I believe it's Jennifer.
By that, I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe.
Miss McCabe.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, the last person. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, please.
So weird that she's just
I have no further questions.
standing there in the middle of the road until it looks like John heads back in for a second, and then she takes off. Like,
For this
Oh,
one, Your Honor.
weird.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello.
You and I have never met.
We have not.
We've never had a conversation.
Never.
We've certainly never interviewed.
Nope.
together.
Never.
So this is our first time speaking.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to part of your testimony on direct examination when you questioned by Mr. Lally. You indicated that before Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe left the bar, Ms. Reed had been making some statements about Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that she said that she admired him,
Yes.
that she looked up to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
She always had a way of complimenting him.
Yes.
That he took so much responsibility on as it pertained to the children,
Yes.
and that she did wish that they had more time together.
Yes.
They planned a trip together.
Yes.
And she was excited about that.
Correct.
And she indicated that John was excited about that as well.
Yes.
Just before leaving the bar, you indicated that Jennifer McCabe said to Miss Reed, "You're coming with me," correct?
Yes.
She didn't say, "You and John come with me."
No. Correct.
That was directed just to Miss Reed.
Yes.
You're familiar with the town of Canton generally?
Yes.
You know that the distance between the Waterfall Bar
Hey,
and
Cheryl,
Fairview would be maybe 5, 6, 7 minutes
be
drive.
careful.
So just after these statements were made, they went to 34 Fairview. 5 minutes later, 7 minutes later,
Maybe.
they'd be sitting in front of 34 Fairview. Correct.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Jeannie.
Ms. Cole, anything?
Just very briefly. Your Honor.
Yeah, I think we're
Mrs.
all a
Cole,
little
just
bit
with
in love with
reference to
him.
Your relationship with John
John
O'Keefe,
Jackson is amazing.
as far as what you were relaying was what the defendant had said to you at the bar that night, correct?
Correct.
And, fair to say you didn't have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in reference to relationship or trips or anything like that?
Not that night. No.
And as far as your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe is, did you have any sort of discussions at any point in time about sort of his relationship with Ms. Reed or anything going on in that relationship?
He didn't tell me personal things. No.
You didn't have that type of relationship, correct?
Correct.
And this time out on January 28th, that was the first time that you had been out socially with the defendant, Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what went on behind sort of closed doors at the home or anything like that, you didn't know anything about.
I did not know.
Okay, further.
I have one question, Your Honor, if I may. But what you did observe between the two of them that night, to use your words, they were lovey-dovey.
They were.
All right, Nicole, keep us.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Funny thing about that, Jeannie Lynn, is I don't know if you are a member in Will the Glares.
So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. But this morning he was talking in his clubber walk about being single, and he's not interested in dating because of all the crazy women out there and this and that, and which I mean I don't blame him seeing all the crazy women on the internet in this in this community. But it's funny because years ago, after my last relationship ended, I said, I'm done. I'm done. I was married, divorced. I've had 2 significant longer relationships. One in particular, I thought I was going to get married again. Didn't end up being so. And now where I'm at, especially over the last few years, I am completely content, even more than content, happy to be on my own, completely independent, to do what I want when I want. It's, my son is 22. He's out on his own. He's got a great job and doing great. And I'm doing what I want when I want isn't something I think I've ever done in my life, ever. So until these last 2 years or so. And it feels pretty amazing. And I'm with Will when he said, I don't want to give that up, that you love it. I love it. I'm good. Thank you, Jeannie. Yeah, when I had my surgeries, I know some of you know about my health, some of you don't. To put it briefly, I've had some major surgeries. I had them in my mid to upper 30s, and I've had some health conditions that I'll be dealing with for the rest of my life. So when all this started with my surgeries and dealing with the chronic pain and this and that I have, I kind of came to terms then that I was done, but when this all started, I was done because I thought no one would want to be with me. No one would want to put up with all the shit I have to deal with on a daily basis. And so I was okay with it. I wasn't happy with it back then, but I was okay with it. I'd come to terms with it. And then I met somebody who knew I had dated him actually right after my divorce, 10 years prior, for a brief amount of time. And we just reconnected again, ironically, after covering Karen's trial. How weird that was, because that's what happened. It wasn't during COVID, it was before that, but we had dated right after my divorce for a short while, and then we both kind of moved on, and then we reconnected on social media, and we ended up dating and lived together for 3 years. I thought we might actually get married, and then, secretly turned out to be an asshole. Found out he was talking to some other chick, and let's not go into that. But after that, and now that I'm back again, totally independent, I'm healed from that. I've recovered from it. I have my own way of doing things, my own complete independence right now. I am in love with that, and I'm good with it. I am completely happy. It's my choice. This is where I want to be, and I am enjoying it. So there's that. Aw, Jeannie Lynn. Yeah. You're awesome.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Christopher Albert to the stand.
All right, here we
Anytime
go.
you're ready,
Chris
Mr. Lally.
Albert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name? For the jury?
It's Christopher Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live at 22 Maple Street, Unit L, Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived there?
Almost 2 years. Sorry, go ahead.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Since 1974.
And so pretty much your whole life.
Pretty much since I was 4.
And prior to living in Maple, where did you live in Canton before that?
7 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live at 7 Meadows?
From 2001 to 2021, about 20 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live with now?
I live with my wife, Julie, my oldest son, who just came home from the Navy, my middle son, Colin, and my youngest son, Dylan.
And how long have you and your wife, Julie, been married?
Roughly, gosh, you're going to kill me. 21 years, around 21 years.
You mentioned you and your wife, Julie, you have 3 sons?
Yep.
That's not really a funny
My
joke
oldest is
there,
25,
Chris Albert.
my middle is 20, and my youngest is 16.
She's going to kill me in a murder trial,
Now,
you dumbass.
do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do?
I'm self-employed. I own a small pizza shop.
What's the name of the pizza?
It's called D&E Pizza.
How long have you owned that?
25 years this March.
And prior to that, did you work sort of in the same industry?
Same industry pretty much my whole life.
And does your wife work?
She does not.
Does she help out with the D&E pizza shop?
She does some of this behind the scenes stuff. Yes.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to become familiar with someone named John?
Yes, I did.
And how is it that you knew John?
So he bought the 1 Meadows Ave, the top house. I don't know exactly, maybe like 2017. So he became my neighbor. And I guess just from me driving by his house and coming home, I saw him, would wave to him and stuff. And that's how I initially became to know who John was.
And you mentioned he bought the house at sort of the top of the street. Is that correct?
Yes, if you're coming off Pleasant, you take a right down Meadows. It's the first on the right.
And then on Meadows Ave, about how many houses are on that?
Well, between us or on the whole street, you mean?
First down the whole street and then.
Yeah, so roughly on that whole street, I would say there's like close to 30 houses from top to bottom on both sides.
And then how about in between 1 and 7?
So there's 2. There's 2 houses between mine and John's.
And your house is both odd numbers. Are they on the same side?
Same side, yeah.
Now, you said that that's how you initially came to know John O'Keefe. How did your relationship sort of go on from there?
So over the years, like he was friendly with some other folks that I was friends with. So we maybe be out occasionally and bump into him, but he would also come to my pizza shop a lot. He would take his nephew, Patrick, in my pizza shop a lot. So it was not uncommon for him to stop by a couple days a week. We usually just grab a slice.
Now, you grew up in Canton, correct?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
I do. I have 6.
And what are the names of your 6 siblings?
So my oldest is my older brother, Brian. I have a sister, Kathleen. I have she's older than me. And then I'm next in line. And then I have a brother, Kevin, then a brother, Keith, Brendan, and Timmy. 7 O's.
Where is it that you sort of fit in that sort of?
I'm the 3rd oldest.
Now, your older brother, Brian, what does he do for work?
He's a Boston police officer, or he was. He's recently retired.
And your brother, Kevin, what does he do?
He's a Canton police officer.
And John O'Keefe, were you familiar with what he did for work?
Yes, yeah, I knew he was a Boston police officer as well.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday, I believe.
And were you working at the D&E pizza shop on that day?
I was.
And at some point in time in the afternoon, who, if anyone of note, sort of came into D&E?
John came in that day with his nephew, Patrick.
And do you recall what did they get that day?
I think they just got 2 slices of pizza, if I recall correctly.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. O'Keefe as far as plans for later in the year?
So he asked me if I had any plans that night, and I said, unfortunately, it's Friday, and I'm working pretty much till close. And I said, but it's my nephew's birthday, and I know a bunch of people are heading out, and I was planning on meeting up with them later when I got out of work. So I think I said to him, I said to him, I'll shoot you a text later if you're around. Maybe we can hook up.
And so in that sense, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
That was a good relationship. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself friends?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, pushing forward on January 28th, about what time was it, if you know, that you sort of closed up shop at?
So the shop stays open until 10. I know that I left sometime a little bit before 10. I had my wife drop me off some clothes. It was like a ritual. She would, because those nights are tough for me to get out early and go home. So she dropped me off some clothes, and I remember just changing quick, washing up a little bit, and then leaving. So I think I left before the store actually closed a few minutes.
Now, during the time or prior to you leaving the pizza shop, what, if any, conversation via text did you have with Mr. O'Keefe?
He asked where I was. I said I was still working. And he said something like, why don't you talk to the boss, see if you can get out of there? And I just said, I'm married to this place and stuff. I'll text you when I leave. And then I shot him a text, I think, when I got down to Waterfall. And I said, where are you? And go ahead.
And where did he say that you were?
He was at CF McCarthy's.
Are you familiar with both of those establishments as far as C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall?
Yes, I am.
And with regard to your pizza shop, where is C.F. McCarthy's in relation to that, and where is Waterfall?
So if I was sitting at my front door looking out, CF McCarthy's would be to my right, and Waterfall would be down the street, diagonal, maybe like 200 yards on the opposite side of the street.
So both sort of walking distance from where you work?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, your home on Maple, where is that in relation to those businesses on Washington Street, including your own?
So Maple Street is like probably from my pizza shop is maybe like a 5-minute walk. You know, it's not far. And a little closer to Waterfall. So maybe it's like a 7-minute walk from Deanie and like a 5-minute walk from Waterfall.
And are there any sort of, in the area where you live, is there any sort of like town buildings or anything like that?
Yeah, so I kind of live behind the library. Like you take a left on Maple and the library is like 2 buildings after me on the left-hand side. And then the town hall is a little further down on the right.
And the library that's around where you live, is that the only public library?
That's the, besides what's inside schools, yeah, that's the only public library.
And so, again, I'm sorry, but what time is it that you leave D&E to go to Waterfall?
Just before 10, maybe like 9:50-ish.
And as far as meeting up with people, who is it that directs you to go to Waterfall specifically?
I think my wife said, "You coming down? Are you there?" She was down there, so I had a conversation with her. I think that's how I headed down there.
You went there to meet your wife, right?
Yeah, she was down there.
And you've been to the Waterfall before?
Yes.
And so when you walk into the Waterfall, where did you go as far as, who, if anyone, did you recognize when you came?
So it's pretty much when you walk in, it's just kind of like open. And my wife was there. Matt was there. Matt McCabe was there. Jen McCabe was there. My sister-in-law, Nicole, was there. My niece, Caitlin, was there. I think when I first walked in, that's who was there.
And you mentioned Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, is that right?
Yeah.
And how do you know them?
Well, I grew up with, I didn't grow up with Jen. She's younger than me, but she's lived in Canton for a long time. My brother Brian is married to her sister, Nicole. So I've known her pretty much my whole life.
And you were testifying earlier about some of the people that you and Mr. O'Keefe sort of knew in common. Would Mrs. McCabe be one of those people?
Yes, yeah.
And when you walk in, relative to the establishments, whereabouts were those people situated?
So they were on like a table that was close to the bar. It's like set up. They have like 3 tables in a row, and I think we were maybe either in the middle or the next table to the bar.
So with those 3 sort of tables together, if you know about how long a table are we talking about?
I would say they're about a 6-foot table.
And was this a low top, high top, or something?
It's like a high top.
And located close to the bar, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you recall from that evening as far as entertainment within the Waterfall?
There was a live band that was playing to the side.
About how close to your table was the live band?
Oh, within like just 7 feet, probably.
Fair to say pretty loud in there?
Pretty loud, yeah.
And when you walk in, where do you go in reference to sort of the other people there?
I go right over to the table, and I think I walked right over, said hello to them, sat down.
And what, if anything, did you order when you got there?
I ordered a beer.
And did you eat while you were there as well?
I did, yeah. I was starving. I didn't eat all day, so I ordered some food, appetizers.
And throughout the course of the evening, what is it? You're at a bar, so you're drinking, correct?
Sure.
And what were you drinking?
Miller Lite.
Is that sort of normally what you would drink when you go out?
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that initially when you get there, it's yourself, your brother Brian, his wife, McCabe's, and your niece, Caitlin. Is that correct?
No, my brother Brian wasn't there yet. Yeah, it was Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, my wife, Caitlin, and Nicole.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry.
So at some point shortly after that, or at some points, who, if anyone else, arrives and sort of joins your table, your group?
So my brother Brian and a gentleman named Brian Higgins, they came and joined us.
And is Brian Higgins, is that someone that you had met previously?
Yeah, a few times.
And how did you know him?
I don't know how I initially met him, but probably just seeing him around. I knew that he worked as an ATF agent. I knew that he worked inside the Canton Police Department, so I think I knew him from that, just being around.
Fair to say you knew him sort of through your brothers, either Brian or Kevin? Or
yeah, that's the only way I met him.
And about how long after you arrived was it that they arrived?
I was probably within like 35 minutes, roughly.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of where they had been prior to it, or what they'd been doing earlier?
So they were in New York at a police officer's funeral. They went there for the ceremony, and the snowstorm was coming, so they decided that they were going to drive back early to beat the storm.
You mentioned, as far as going out on that particular evening, what was that in reference to?
So my nephew, Brian, it was his birthday.
And so when you say your nephew, Brian, whose son is that?
So that's my older brother, Brian's son, Brian.
So Brian Jr.?
Brian Jr., yeah, I call him Brian Jr. Yeah.
And was he present at the waterfall that night?
He wasn't. No, he decided that he didn't want to go out.
And when your older brother Brian and Mr. Higgins come in, where is it that they go sort of in relation to the group?
So they walk in and they come directly over to the table.
Now, at some point later in the evening, who, if anyone else, also joins your group or your table?
So John O'Keefe came with Karen Reed.
And how did you know Karen Reed at that time?
I met her a couple times. She also had been in the pizza shop a couple times, and driving by the street when I would come home, she would be outside One Meadows.
And just to be clear, when we're speaking about Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
You just identify as to where she's seated?
She's sitting right over there between the two attorneys.
Just as a record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, prior to Mr. O'Keefe coming into the waterfall, you had mentioned some text communication with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, other communications did you have with Mr. O'Keefe before he got there?
I don't think nothing before I got to the waterfall.
Not before you got to the waterfall, before Mr. O'Keefe got to the waterfall.
With Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Just that where was he, or where were we going? Where was he going to be?
What, if any, communications do you recall in regards to who was there, who was going to be there?
With Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Yeah. So I think at some point he said, "Who's there?" And I said, "My brother Brian." I said, "Brian." He said, "Your brother Brian?" I said, "Yeah, Brian and Brian Higgins are there." And he said, "Where's your brother Kevin?" And I said, I have no clue. LOL or something.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed come into the bar, where is it that they go on coming back?
They walked directly in, came towards our table, just a striked up conversation. I think John came over to my wife and said hello to her first, maybe, and then just kind of got with the group, started talking.
Now, fair to say Mr. O'Keefe knew your wife, Julie, as well?
Yes.
And how would you describe their relationship as far as?
Good relationship.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant come over to the area where you and your wife is, what, if anything, did you observe of the defendant?
Well, when they came over, I think they started talking. At one point, when they first came over, the defendant came in with a glass underneath her jacket, and I thought that was kind of funny, and I laughed about it and made a comment about it.
And what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the glass? What was in the glass? Anything like that?
It was just a tall, like, cylinder glass with some clear liquid in it and a lime.
And that was under a coat when she came?
Yeah, it was like she pulled it out.
Now, if you know about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in?
So I got there close to 10, I would say 10:45-ish, to the best of my recollection.
And following sort of the blows and all that kind of stuff, as far as after they first came in, where did they go from there?
I think the defendant sat down, and I think well, John went to the bar and got a beer.
And you know, is that sort of what John would typically drink?
Yeah, Bud Light, I think.
And you mentioned that the defendant sat down. Where does she sit down in relation to you and your wife?
I think right next to, next to my wife.
Now, with regard to just how would you describe sort of the general sort of tone or demeanor within the group at the waterfall that night?
It was fine. Everyone was just having a good time.
No arguments, anything like
No,
that?
not at all.
And specifically between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe between them?
I didn't notice anything abnormal.
Now, if you recall, what was Mr. O'Keefe wearing on that evening?
Blue jeans, baseball hat, and kind of like a pullover light sweatshirt type of grayish garment. I don't know what you would call it. It wasn't like a hoodie, and it's like a long sleeve shirt.
Is that what he was wearing when he walked in?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you see him with like a jacket or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe about that clothing as far as any tears or any shovelment of it at all?
No, I didn't notice anything. It looked fine to me.
As far as Mr. O'Keefe's person himself, what, if anything, did you observe as far as any injuries or anything like that?
Didn't see anything. Looked normal.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe went to the bar and got a beer, do you know where he went from there?
Just came back over to the table, started chatting people up.
And when you said table, was that sort of your area or was there a different area?
No, the same table, the same high top. Some people sitting, some people standing.
And as far as sort of this length that you described, about 6 feet or so of that table, if you recall, sort of where were people situated around the table?
I mean, I was sitting at one point because I was eating, so I was sitting in one seat. My wife was sitting in another seat. Matt and Jen was sitting in another seat. I recall John standing a lot. I don't think he sat at all. I think Karen was sitting at one point, probably like situated near, maybe across from my wife or next to my wife.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, do you recall anything specific that you discussed or talked about while you were there that night?
No, nothing in particular.
And throughout sort of the course of the time that you were there, what, if any, discussion was there as to going someplace or wanting to go someplace after the waterfall? So
We have this like little ritual that when one of my nieces or nephews turn 21, we go back to the pizza shop, like, after hours and turn on the oven and make pizzas and stuff. And there was talk about going back there. Miss Reed asked if we could go back and make pizzas up at my pizza shop a couple times. And then there was some talk about maybe after, someone mentioned going back to my brother's house after.
And just to be clear, your brother's house, which brother?
My brother Brian.
And where did your brother Brian live?
34 Fairview.
You familiar with that address?
Yeah, I used to live there, grew up there.
So prior to it being your brother Brian's house, was that your parents' house?
My parents' house, yeah.
So that's where you and your siblings essentially grew up from the time that you moved to Canton?
Yes.
Now, as far as going over to your pizza shop to make pizzas, things like that, is that something that the defendant talked about once or more than once?
A few times.
And you referenced sort of this ritual when one of your nieces or nephews turned 21, and it was your nephew Brian Jr.'s birthday the following day, is that correct?
Yeah.
Was he turning 21 at that point?
I think so. I can't remember exactly if he was 20 or 21. I think he was turning 21 though.
So in relation to this evening of January 28th, the ritual that you were talking about, when was the last time before January 28th that you had done that, if you know?
Trying to see who else turned 21. Can't remember exactly. I know it was recent. I remember doing it. I just can't remember the date.
And that's all I'm really asking. So
Yeah.
was it recent to January 28th?
Yeah, it was sometime before that, but within like a couple months, I think someone turned 21. Maybe we just went there.
And so what, if any, conversation from your end, as far as obviously it's your pizza shop, so
Yeah.
what, if any, conversation from your end was there in reference to that?
To doing that night. So we were doing a weight loss competition, me, Matt McCabe, and my brother Brian. And we had like 2 more weeks left in it. And we do it, every year, it's like a charity, we do it. And the proceeds go to like scholarship funds. So I said no, because we were doing this weight loss challenge and I just didn't want to give in and, eat pizza 2 weeks before we weigh in.
And your wife, Julie, how long was she at the bar for?
Not long when I got there. She probably was only there for maybe 35, 40 minutes. She had a migraine. She wanted to go home, so she left.
So she indicated she had a migraine and she was going home?
Yeah, she didn't feel well.
And was that before or after Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived?
She left after they arrived. So then she must have left later than that. Yeah.
Later on in the evening, what, if anything, did you buy for the group?
So at one point towards the end of the night, I bought a round of fireball shots for the group.
And who partook in that? If you know?
I don't remember exactly. Probably half of the people that took them. I don't remember everyone. I wasn't paying attention.
And when you say sort of towards the end of the night, when was it that things sort of wrapped up with water?
I think they called last call right before 12. Pretty much right before 12, it all started wrapping up.
And as far as the group that you were with at the high top table, who, if anyone, from that group left first?
So my wife left first. Obviously, she didn't feel well. She left earlier. Then Brian and Brian left. My sister-in-law left. Matt and Jen left. I left probably second to last. I probably left last with John and Karen, right around the time that John and Karen left.
And do you recall, as far as you're leaving around the same time, do you recall walking out together or seeing them outside, or where is it that you recall sort of you leaving at the same time?
My best recollection is I walked out roughly the same time, and I walked out the building, and I come up Washington to the right, and they were either shortly after, or shortly before me, and they walk up to the left.
And when you say walk up Washington, did you walk home that night?
Yeah, I walked home.
And when you came out of the bar, what, if anything, did you notice sort of about the weather or what was going on with that?
It just started snowing. It was cold out, and it just started snowing. The ground had like a light coat.
Could you still sort of see the street?
Oh, yeah, you could still see it.
And you mentioned you walked out towards Washington, and Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did as well?
Yes.
And which direction? Did you go in the same direction, different direction?
Look, when you come out the building, you have to go to the left in order to get onto Washington. So I come out to the left and then go to the right onto Washington, and they would go to the left on Washington.
They were sort of walking
Opposite directions.
on Washington.
Yes.
Now, as far as throughout sort of the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see sort of what Mr. O'Keefe mentioned that he went to the bar? Was that the only beer that you saw him having, or did he have more than one?
I'm sure he had more than one. Yeah, I saw him with more than one.
So you saw him, but essentially what I'm asking is throughout the course of the evening when you saw him drinking, other than maybe a fireball shot, you saw him just drinking beer?
Just beer. Yeah.
And as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe her drinking?
Just a clear liquid in a glass. I assume it was some sort of vodka drink.
Was that the same glass that she had come into the establishment with under her coat, or was it a different glass later on?
I believe it was the same one.
So you leave from the waterfall and you're walking home, is that right?
Correct.
So like I say, you didn't go to 34 Fairview that
I did not.
And about what time was it that you got home?
Sometime between, I'd say 5 past and 10 past 12, somewhere in that window.
And was your wife home at that point?
She was.
And as far as your children were concerned, how many of your 3 sons were living with you at that time?
At that time, 2. My 16-year-old, well, he wasn't 16 years old at the time, but my 16-year-old and my 20-year-old.
And so 16 to 20 now is actually.
16 and 20 now, so that'd be like 14 and 18 then, I guess.
And so your oldest son.
He was in the San Diego in the Navy.
And if you know, or did you check or anything as far as your kids when you got home? Were they there? If you know.
No, I ran right upstairs. I was freezing. I went right into my room.
Essentially, you went to bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
With the court's permission, I would ask to publish for the jury just a small portion from what's been marked as Exhibit 53 of the waterfall surveillance.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, do you recognize generally what's picked up on the screen?
Yeah, so those are the tables that I was speaking of that are like, there's like 2 or 3 in a row. Yep.
I'm sorry. May I approach on? Yes. Mr. Albert, using that laser pointer that I presented to you, if you could direct the jury's attention to about where the high top is and then about where you were seated at that high top.
So here's the high top, and I can't really see myself, to be honest with you, this far away. But somewhere, I think I ate on this side here.
And as far as the bar is concerned, where would that be?
Back here. Wait. Oh, so this is from walking into the waterfall. Okay, so the bar is after. So that's the high top next to the bar. The bar's back there.
And as far as the band that you were talking about that was playing, if you could direct your attention where that was.
On this side over here. It's kind of fuzzy, but that side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to 10:54. I would ask if you could play that from 10:54 to about 10:56. I'm sorry, if you could just pause briefly, Ms. Gilman. Now, Mr. Albert, looking up at the screen, as far as the door that you came out and the door that you eventually exited from the waterfall, do you see sort of that general area where that is in the video?
No, because I think it's offline here. I think it would be over here.
It would be off sort of towards the left. Is that
Yeah, like down this way.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. As far as two individuals sort of walking in, do you recognize who those individuals are?
I do. That's John O'Keefe and Miss Reed.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just run it through 10:56. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can now take that down. Now, Mr. Albert, as far as your son, Colin, do you know sort of where he was that night?
Yes. So he was at my brother Brian's house for my nephew's birthday.
And he came home sometime after you, is that correct?
Correct.
And essentially you came in, went to bed, so you know what time your son came home that night?
I know that.
Do you know, just answer yes or no whether you know?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because he opened the bedroom door and said, "Good night, guys. I love you. I'm home."
And about how long after you got home was it that your son came home?
I'd say within 10 minutes.
And as far as sort of coming into your room, is that something that was required of your kids when they came home?
He would always do that. Yeah. That was something just to let us know that they were home.
Now, turning your attention to the next day on the 29th, about possibly at some point you woke up, do you recall about what time that was?
8-ish, 8:30-ish.
So sometime between 8 and 8:30?
Yeah. I was still in bed. I woke up, but I didn't leave my room.
And what was it that, or who was it that woke you up that morning?
At that time, I just woke up on my own.
And when you woke up, what happened after you woke up?
Shortly after I woke up, my wife entered the room, but that was a little bit later. I don't know exactly what time. And she informed me that something had happened to John.
And what was it that she told?
I don't know the exact words that she said, but basically that John had died.
And what, if anything, did she indicate to you as to where John had died?
That he was found somewhere on the front lawn of 34 Fairview.
And receiving that information, where did you go, or where did you go?
I was in shock. I was like, "What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean?" And then I jumped up, and she's like, "Let's go over to your brother's house."
And about what time was it, if you know, that you got over to your brother's house?
Sometime approximately like after 9 o'clock. I don't remember exactly what time we went over there, maybe 9 or 9:30.
And when you arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was there?
To the best of my recollection, from what I remember, I was there. My wife was there. My brother Brian, Nicole, Brian Higgins was there. I believe Matt McCabe was there, and Jen McCabe was there.
When you came into the home, sort of where were they in relation?
Just sitting at the kitchen table.
And if you know, about how long did you stay at your brother's house when you came over?
Maybe an hour.
And where did you go from there?
Afterwards, just home.
Now, as far as subsequent to this, at some point within the days that followed, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers or members of the state police?
Yes, I did.
And how many troopers from the state police did you talk to when you spoke?
2
And where was that?
at my condo.
Thanks. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Mr. Albert, you and I have never met, correct?
I don't believe so.
You've testified that you've essentially lived in Canton your whole life, correct?
Correct.
Moved there when you were 4 years old,
Correct.
and the house to which you and your family moved was 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You lived there for how long?
33 years?
And you currently own B&E Pizza in Canton?
Correct.
I believe you testified that you've owned it for approximately 25 years.
Correct.
Clearly, you have a lot of ties to the city of Canton. Would you agree?
Sure.
You live there?
Yes.
You work there?
Yes.
You have family there?
Yep.
You raised your kids there?
Yep.
And you also are a town selectman in the city of Canton. Or
Recently elected.
the town of Canton, I should say.
It's a town. Correct.
And not only that, but your brother, Kevin Albert, is a police officer in Canton.
He is.
Your brother, Brian Albert, with whom you grew up, is currently retired, but had been a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that Brian Albert only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
I'll phrase it the exact same way and ask for a yes or no if you can do that. You would agree with me that your brother, Brian Albert, only moved from Canton after John O'Keefe was found dead on his front lawn.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that?
Yeah, I just don't understand the phrase, but he moved shortly after that. Yes.
Your brother, Tim Albert, lives with your parents in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And Tim Albert and your parents live directly across the street from the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whom they bought that house from?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
But you still live in Canton
Correct.
with your wife, Julie Albert,
Correct.
and your son, Colin Albert, correct?
Along with my other 2 sons. Yes.
And you would agree that your entire family has deep roots in the town of Canton.
Yes.
You would agree with me that the Albert family is well known in the town of Canton.
We have a big family.
And you would agree with me that the Albert family is a powerful family in the town of Canton.
Objection.
Sustained.
As a town selectman, you have some power, do you not?
I'm one of 5 selectmen.
And as a police detective, Kevin Albert has some power, does he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you also have close friends on the Canton Police Department, do you not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I have some.
Now, you know that Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor is the lead investigator on this case, correct?
I know that.
One of your wife's best friends is Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Okay, that's sustained. You've got another witness you can ask that of, Mr. Yannetti.
You know Courtney Proctor, correct?
Objection.
Allowed.
Yes,
And you know her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
that's correct.
You attended Michael Proctor's sister's wedding, correct?
Objection. Now, may we approach?
Sure. Why don't you come over?
I believe you testified, sir, that you've known Michael Proctor's sister for about 20 years.
Objection.
I don't think he said that, but we'll let that stand and then move on, please.
About 20 years. You testified.
Or if that's
I believe, didn't you testify to that on direct examination just moments ago when Mr. Lally was asking you questions?
objection, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Yannetti. Objection sustained.
How long have you known Michael Proctor for?
I mean, I know he's Courtney's sister, brother. I couldn't tell you exactly how long I've known him for.
About 15 years or so?
Roughly.
Who is Kenneth Berkowitz?
The former Canton police chief.
And how do you know him?
His son and my son are the same age. So they played on some sports teams when they were younger together. I think that's when I first came to know Ken.
You became friendly with him.
I became friendly with him, sure.
And how would you characterize your relationship with him?
Friends,
You've seen him socially.
really.
I do too, Jeannie.
You've been out for drinks with him.
I think maybe once.
And you've known him for how long?
I wish that all of them, all the
20 plus years?
records and everything could be disclosed.
And
You
you say
know,
you've
I don't
only-
even think they pulled it
Been out with
in
him
trial.
for drinks one time in those 20 years?
I can't even remember if it was with drinks one time. Yeah, no.
What other types of activities have you done together?
Sorry, I've
I
been
can't think of
quiet.
any.
I've been
I think he
really
came to an event that I held one time. That's about it.
interested
Have
in
you been out with
listening to
him in a
everything he
group
has to say.
That event that I just
Writing
mentioned, yeah.
notes.
And what event was that?
It was my campaign event when I was running for select board.
He was one of your supporters.
He came by.
Did he donate money to your campaign?
I think he did.
Sir, I'm going to display a photograph with the court's permission on the screen, and I'd ask you to take a look at it, and if you can let the jury
You got a
know.
hard copy of it?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
So why don't you show it to the witness and
Happy
put
to
it in
do that.
evidence?
Thank you, Ron.
Okay.
Okay, so I've handed you a photograph. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
Me and Kenny Berkowitz.
And is that a
fair and accurate representation of you and Kenny Berkowitz?
You mean as the picture us?
Yes.
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, Mr. Albert, that's obviously you on the right and Kenny Berkowitz on the left.
Correct.
Have you seen that photo before?
I believe I've seen it.
Do you recall when?
I believe that's my fundraiser for when I was running for the select board, the event that I spoke of earlier.
Okay. And when would it have been that you saw that photograph?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was on my Facebook page when I was running for
Oh,
select
yeah,
board. It
they
looks
all
familiar.
downplay
Has Mr. Lally shown
each
you that
other
photograph?
No.
and how they know each other. And I mean, yeah. I talked about that one of the other days. It's insane. Nice to see you, Maylin. Thank you. Oops, wait, where was the comment I just read? Oh, there you are. Oh, I know specifically too about Katie McLaughlin's testimony, however you say her last name. How she specifically testified if she knew, who was it, Julie? Now I can't remember exactly, but oh yeah, I went to school with a girl with that name. Like, what? How do you get that as how you know someone with that name when there's pictures and proof that you've hung out with her, you've gone on vacation with her, you've done all this shit? Like, how is that not proof of trying to to flat out lie about your relationship with someone in this? It's crazy.
Has he informed you that the defense would be introducing that photograph during this trial?
Nope.
You can take the photo down, please. The light come on. You would agree with me that one of your functions as a selectman is to oversee public safety in the town?
Yes.
And you would agree that the police department is a key component of public safety in the town of Canton?
Yes.
So part of your duties as a town selectman is to oversee the Canton Police Department, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Is that one of your duties, sir?
I believe so. I'm new at them.
Again,
I'm
I'll let
recently
him
elected,
have
so I'm
it.
just
I'm so
going
sick
through
of
it. But
this
yeah, I believe
bullshit
so.
with Canoni. Now, I know how biased she is, especially from the second trial, but it's something that bothered me after the second trial, too, even before I even knew how bad she was, that she doesn't use overruled and sustained. I don't understand why she's got to use this phrase, I'll let him have it, or I'll allow that one. She uses those kind of phrases all the time, like, sorry, Lally, I gotta let him have this one, Like, what happened to overruled? Don't get it.
So.
And you became a town selectman shortly after Kenny Berkowitz retired, correct?
I'm not sure when Kenny retired.
But you would agree with me that Kenny Berkowitz has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
You would agree with me that the former Canton police chief, Kenny Berkowitz, has both personal and professional relationships with you and members of your family.
Objection, Your Honor. It's the same question.
Go ahead and answer that question.
I'm not sure.
Right.
I agree with that
It's
question.
the same question
Well, you're
because
right.
he asked him to repeat it.
Kevin Albert worked
Oh
under
my God.
Chief Berkowitz,
Ellie.
correct?
Correct.
Would you consider that to be a professional relationship?
With them too, yes.
And your brother Brian Albert attended Chief Berkowitz's retirement party, did he not?
I have no idea.
But your brother Brian is also a friend of Kenny Berkowitz, is he not?
He may be. Not sure.
And as far as your ties to the Canton Police, you would agree with me that Lieutenant Michael Blank is a member of the Canton Police Department, correct?
He is.
And you've been friends with him for years, correct?
I've known him for a long time.
You've been childhood friends with him since the age of 12,
You
correct?
have found an answer. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about how they don't give answers. They don't give answers to the questions they were asked. He was asked, you've been friends with him for a long time. And his response was, or you've been friends with him for, I don't remember now. I have to go back, but his response was, well, I've known him for a long time. That's not what he asked. He asked if you were friends with him. And he avoids answering that question. And all of them do. All of the McDelberts do this. All of them.
Somewhere around there, maybe earlier.
And you're tight with him.
I don't know if I call it tight.
He's not an enemy of yours, is he?
Oh, God, no.
No, he's a friend of yours, correct?
Sure.
And does Shore mean yes?
See,
Yes.
sure.
Now, your
Yes.
older brother,
sure.
Brian, you've already testified, was a Boston police officer for years,
Whatever
correct?
you
Correct.
say.
And he achieved some notoriety on a television show, did he not?
Objection.
He was in the fugitive unit?
Correct.
And you know that your brother Brian was also a trained boxer, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian is a lot bigger guy than you are,
Oh my
correct?
God.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your brother Brian Albert is someone who is close to his family, correct?
Yes.
And when I say his family, I'm talking about not just his wife and children, but also his extended family, correct?
Yes.
You were part of his family, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still hang out with each other quite often, correct?
Like all of us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family, Brian wouldn't be happy about that, correct?
Objection.
You know that Brian would stick up for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh my
Your son
God.
Colin
How
is particularly
many
close to your brother.
objections in a row? Sustained. 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 Yeah, I know. Jeannie Lynn. Yeah. Oh, there's also a difference too between like not giving not giving like specific info and answering a yes or no question with sure. Like it kind of goes with the same statements that Kanoni makes, like I'll allow that one or I'll give him that one. Like, sure, I'll give you that answer, but I'm not really going to give you the answer. I'm going to say, okay, I guess you got me on that one, but I'm not going to fully admit it, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't understand why it's so hard to say, yes, I was friends with him. Especially if you have nothing to hide. Hi, Katie. I'm so glad you can make it. Can't stay long because I need to go to work out. Oh, Cheryl was working out too. I wanted to pop in and say hi since I missed yesterday too. I never even saw that you were live yesterday until right when it ended. I came in. Aw. Well, hopefully you caught it on the replay. You can watch it anytime. That's the beauty of YouTube. But if you can catch me, I'm going to try and do those every Sunday night. I'm going to pick another night during the week too, but I've got to work that out a little. But right now I'm doing every Sunday night on the psychology stuff. So hopefully you can join us next time. It was fun. The chat was fun. Yeah. I'm sure that's part of it too, Jeannie Lynn. Them not trying to perjure themselves. They want to give. Yeah. But at this point, I think they've all perjured themselves. So, I mean, really, what does it matter? I did, and I gave you a like as well yesterday and today. Oh, thank you. Oh, and I meant yesterday during the day. Last night I was fast asleep. That's late for me. Oh, that's okay. I appreciate you all for being here or watching on replay, whichever works for you guys. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know.
Your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
Yes.
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school?
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of
I
2022.
never knew
correct?
that.
And before that, you lived
34.
at 7 Meadows Ave.
I was wondering why I asked that. Oh, Katie, I'm going to listen to last night's replay, though, because I want to hear the psychology one. Oh, cool. Yeah, tell me what you
Correct.
think of
And
it.
that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor,
It was
correct?
fun.
Correct.
It'll be
Well, you
more,
testified he was a couple-
shut up, Chris Albert. It'll be more organized, a little bit more organized, and I have some fun stuff planned for it being one of my regular shows. I'm developing a little game to play with my chat, especially when I get a few more people in the chat, but it doesn't matter. As long as you have a few people to participate, it'll be fun either way. So I'm excited.
couple of houses away from you.
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
Yeah, the
While he was living in
number,
the neighborhood,
is
you
that
knew
what
that he
you're talking
was
about,
working as a
Jeannie?
Boston police officer,
The
correct?
number
Correct.
too? Like I never heard that. Obviously, I didn't watch first trial, but that's not anything anyone's clipped either. That's weird. Like, it's so strange.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
Hold on, I want to hear something. I just missed
Yes.
part of it.
And your son Colin is part of his family, correct?
Yes.
The Albert family is close, correct?
Yes.
You all essentially grew up in Canton, correct?
Correct.
And you hung out with each other growing up, correct?
We were siblings, so
Of course.
yes.
And you still
Just
hang
because
out
you're
with each other quite
siblings
often,
doesn't mean
correct?
you hang out with each other.
Like
trust
all of
me.
us,
In various combinations.
we have different relationships with my siblings.
Sure. But you see some more than others, but you hang out with your family, do you not?
Yeah, mostly during holidays,
And you go out for drinks together, correct?
occasionally,
And you're protective of each other, correct?
like most families.
And if someone had a dispute with a member of the Albert family,
See?
Brian wouldn't be happy about that,
What
correct?
is he trying to
You know that Brian would
avoid?
stick up for your
You stick up for one another, correct? Like most families. Instead of just saying yes, they all do this. In what I've seen in clips and things, they all do this. I don't understand what they're trying to avoid by answering questions like that, besides making themselves look shady as fuck. I'm sorry.
for your kids, correct?
Objection.
Your son Colin is particularly close to your brother Brian, is he not?
Objection.
I'll let him have that. Do you know?
I'll let him
Yes.
have that. See,
In fact, your son Colin was a football player through high school, was he not?
Yes.
What was his number?
In high school,
Yes.
34, I believe.
And was that for 34 Fairview?
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
We testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You know, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating Karen Reed.
what took
Yeah, at
us
some
so
point.
long to answer that question?
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
Oh
And you
my-
knew
Okay,
friends of your brother.
I wouldn't agree with that statement. Oh yeah, 7 of us. What?
He was living in the neighborhood. You knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You know, you became familiar with
Yeah, he
him.
was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Yes.
And at a
He's
certain point, you
looking
knew that
at
he was
Lally
dating
for an
Karen Reed.
objection. Do you see that? He asks him, you knew he wasn't married, and he stares. Oops, hold on. Sorry. He stares at Lally before he answers. Look at this.
I don't think so.
Now, you testified you moved to Maple Street in Canton not long before January 28th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And before that, you lived at 7 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Correct.
And that was when John O'Keefe was your neighbor, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified he was a couple of houses away from you?
Yes.
And he was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he
You
was.
just said you knew he was a cop, a Boston police officer. So he asks you, so you were familiar with him. Then you stumble over your words and say, can you define familiar? Like,
He was, you became familiar with
Yeah, he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
him. And you knew that he was not married, correct?
look at his eyes. He's staring at Lally, waiting for him. Why? You knew he was not married. What is the big deal with that question? But look at his face. His eyes go right darting at Lally like, are you going to object? What the hell?
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was dating.
He doesn't get the objection, and then he answers. Look at this. I want to play that again one more time in full.
Yeah, at some point.
Oops, I went too far ahead. There we go.
He was your neighbor for a series of years, was he not?
Yes.
While he was living in the neighborhood, you knew that he was working as a Boston police officer, correct?
Correct.
And you were familiar with him, correct?
And what do you mean? What do you mean familiar?
You knew who he was. You became familiar with
Yeah, he was my neighbor. I knew who he was.
him. And you knew that he was not married, correct?
Look at that. His eyes. As soon as he's asked that question, dart to Lally.
Yes.
And at a certain point, you knew that he was
Not getting
dating Karen
objections,
Reed.
he answers. What the hell? It's crazy.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or
Oh my God, I wouldn't agree with that statement. This is what gets me even more.
were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew
2 out of
friends
7
your brothers who were
us
also
were
police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
You've been to bars with police officers, correct?
Correct.
And you drank with police officers, right?
Sure.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically connected to this case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know former police chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And he's actually
He did
donated
it
to your
again. I have
campaign
to
and you're running
count
for
how
council
many
election, correct?
times he
Correct.
literally doesn't
And,
answer
you
the
also
question
knew,
he's asked.
Michael Clark.
Oh my God.
Yeah, at some point.
Now, you would agree with me that your family has a police background, sir, correct?
I I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Two of your brothers are or were police officers, correct?
Out of 7 of us, yes.
And you knew friends of your brothers who were also police officers or in law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you had already testified that you know some members of the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And you socialized with police officers, did you not?
Have I? Sure.
Look
You've been
at
to
how
bars
many
with police
times
officers,
he
correct?
looks over to Lally.
Correct.
And you
Like,
drank with
I
police
don't want to
officers, right?
answer these questions. Why aren't you objecting? Oh my God.
And you were friendly with police officers, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to, I'd like to ask you some questions about people specifically
Help
connected
me,
to this
Obi-Wan.
case. We've established that Lieutenant Lank has been a friend of yours for years, correct?
Yes.
We've established that you know.
See how matter of fact it is to answer that? You've been friends with Michael Lank for years. Yes. That is how you answer a question when you don't feel like you have something to hide, that is just a matter of fact. It's no big deal. Then this.
Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz in such a way that you feel comfortable calling him before this jury Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
I know Kenny. Yep.
And
Not correct, not yes, not anything. I know Kenny, yep. Such a difference in the way he answers all of these questions. When we just saw he can answer these questions like it's no big deal, like when he was asked about Link. He answered it just nice and simply. Yep, yes. But yet he seems to not be able to do that with most of his questions.
he's actually donated to your campaign when you were running for town selectman, correct?
Correct.
And you also knew Michael Proctor prior to January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You've attended social events together with him, have you not?
Objection.
I'll let that one question.
I'll
Couple.
let that one question. Oh my God, no need.
So at some point, Michael Proctor came to question you, did he not?
Along with another trooper. Correct.
And at the point in time when Michael Proctor came to question you, you knew who he was, correct?
Yes.
You knew him by face, correct?
Correct.
And you knew him by name, correct?
Correct.
There was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
What did he say
What the
when you
hell
first
is that
walked in the door
sustained for?
in terms of
Was there a need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself? I'd sure love to know why he was objecting to this.
in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh
Maybe
my
you see yourself
God.
right there. Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say.
Oh, see,
"How
you
do
got to
do?
ask
I am
that
Michael
question
Proctor," correct?
again. See, there was
No.
nothing wrong with that
Do you
damn
consider the
question.
Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctor's family who have posted publicly that the Alberts
Objection,
are
Your
their
Honor.
second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Now, at the time that
Shit, I
Trooper
missed
Michael
that
Proctor
question.
showed up
Hold
to
on.
question
I'll go back a little tiny bit.
The objection is sustained and I'm striking that question.
Oh, dang it. It is not easy to
No
align
need
this.
for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you, was there?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did he say when he first walked in the door in terms of introductions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Maybe you see this side by side.
Sure.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert's second family?
Objection.
Do you consider that?
No.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctor's family who consider
See, and she also does that shit. Instead of just saying overruled, you can answer the question. She just proceeds to ask the question to the witness herself. I have never seen this shit from a judge ever. We miss David. He is awesome. I love David Giannetti. All three of them are amazing. I'm in awe of them. Like, watching them in court is mesmerizing. Yeah, she did. I don't think anyone could have come up with a better team, or will be able to ever come up with a better team than she had. It was perfect. Yeah, Jeannie, I don't know. Like, all of these, there's so many questions that are just simple matter of fact questions that are not only just getting objected to, but then she's sustaining them. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. And it just goes to show you, like, that question, asking if Proctor had to formally introduce himself. There's nothing wrong with that question, and he was allowed to ask it again after they went to sidebar. Yes, Bob Alessi. They're all in. Oh, of course, Elizabeth Little too. They're all of them. I mean, I think that's like a once in a lifetime thing. I don't think we'll ever see anything like it again.
Who have posted publicly that the Albert are their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained, and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now,
I
at the
missed the
time
question
that
again. Dang
Trooper
it. Hold
Proctor
on,
showed up-
guys. Sorry. I wanted to hear that question that just got sustained and struck from the record.
Without getting into the precise wording, you'd agree with me that there was no need for Michael Proctor to formally introduce himself to you for that meeting, correct?
Yes.
He didn't need to say, "How do you do? I am Michael Proctor," correct?
No.
Do you consider the Proctors to be the Albert second family?
Objection.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. The second
No.
family.
You are aware that there are members of the Proctors family who have posted publicly that the
Objection,
Alberts
Your
are their second family, correct?
So the objection is sustained, and I'm striking that question. Disregard.
Now, at the time that Trooper Michael Proctor showed up to question you, sir, you knew that Karen
Way
Reed
to
had been
sneak that in
charged
there,
this case,
Alessi.
correct?
I mean, oh my God,
Yes.
I just called him Alessi because I'm looking at your comment.
And you knew
Giannetti.
that John O'Keefe had been found dead on your brother's lawn, correct?
Correct.
Did it occur to you that it was odd that the state police sent somebody from the Proctor family to interview you
Objection, Your
on
Honor.
February 10th of 2022?
Sustained.
All right. Now, you testified that on January 28th of 2022, that day, that Friday that you were working, John O'Keefe stopped into D&E Pizza, your shop, correct?
Correct.
And there was discussion about whether you would be going out that night, and if so, where you would be, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've previously, on direct examination, characterized your relationship with him as being friends, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say, however, that prior to January 28th of 2022, you had never exchanged personal
I love
information
them all.
with John
They're
O'Keefe,
all
correct?
amazing.
You mean, I'm sorry, you mean like phone numbers or what?
Cell number prior to that day.
No, I didn't.
And at that point in time, he had lived in your neighborhood for 4 to 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So I believe you've testified that that night after working, you went out around 10 minutes to 10 p.m.
Roughly.
Before going out, did you have anything alcoholic to drink?
I think I may have had a beer at my pizza shop. I don't remember exactly.
So you have a refrigerator there that you can keep drinks cold, correct?
Among other things.
And you do have beers in that fridge for
Sometimes.
personal use?
Sometimes.
Do you know how many beers that you would have had before going out?
No.
And would you have drank that beer as you were cleaning up at the end of the night?
Probably.
Did you have anything to eat at the pizza shop?
No.
When did you last eat before you went out at 9:50 or so?
When did I last eat?
Yes.
It's a long time ago. I'm not sure.
And you knew that your wife Julie was starting the night at CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And you couldn't meet her there because you were still working, right?
Correct.
But at some point you heard that Julie and others were headed to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
And that was where you planned to go after you closed up D&E Pizza.
Correct.
With regard to the time that you left, 9:50 or so is your best estimate of when you're closing the doors and walking over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And the waterfall is a short walk to D&E Pizza,
Yes.
maybe about 3 minutes?
About that.
And your plan was to walk there that night, correct?
Correct.
You had not taken a car to D&E Pizza anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
So what time did you get to the waterfall?
Shortly before 10. I don't know exactly.
All right. And I believe you testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were not there when you arrived, right?
Correct.
And the food that you ordered, do you remember what appetizers you would have gotten?
Probably like potato skins and some sort of chicken tenders. I would guess. It's 2 years ago, so I don't remember exactly.
And did you order a drink along with the appetizers?
I believe so.
And that would have been the Miller Lite that you talked about?
Correct.
Then not long after you got there, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins showed up, correct?
Correct.
And you had met Brian Higgins prior to that night.
Yes.
In fact, you had testified that you had seen him around quite a bit, correct?
A few times.
And you knew him, I believe your testimony was, from him working inside the Canton police station, correct?
I knew that he worked there.
Did you testify on direct examination, quote, I knew him from working inside Canton PD?
Yes.
And you've been inside Canton Police, correct?
Maybe twice in my life.
You knew that Brian Albert, your brother, and Brian Higgins were friends, correct?
I knew they knew each other.
So are you saying that they were acquaintances?
There's several questions in a row.
No, I guess they're friends.
You guess they're
If
friends?
you go over this
Yeah, they're friends.
testimony
there
and
something
count how
confusing?
many times he answers the question appropriately and with a direct answer versus how many times he answers the question with a evasive, snarky non-answer, or however you want to put it. The majority of his answers are the latter. The answers where he just gives a direct yes, no, direct correct, or whatever answer of the question asked are few and far between. So all it does is make someone wonder why. Why the hell can't you just answer the questions?
Confusing about my question the first time I asked it?
Objection, Your Honor.
In any case, would you agree that shortly before Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived at the waterfall, or shortly after they did, there was a couple whom, I believe you call them a Greek couple because their last name is difficult to pronounce for everybody. But do you remember them being there?
Yes.
If I mention the name Nicole, does that ring a bell? Or do you-
That's them, yeah.
That's them, okay. And the whole group was either standing or sitting around a high top table?
Correct.
And at 9:45 p.m., you texted John O'Keefe while you were at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that the language of your text was, quote, get over here or I'll fuck up your lawn, end quote?
That was one of the texts.
I'm sorry, I don't think I asked for approach.
Good, that's fine.
Thank you. I've placed a document before you, sir. Take a look at that and tell the jury whether or not you recognize it.
Yeah, I recognize it.
What is it?
It's a text message. 2 text messages.
Okay. And who are the participants in that text message exchange?
Me and John.
And what is it that you said and at what time?
So the first one.
Okay, one over.
So you'd agree that when you say it was 2 text messages, they're both with regard to the same subject, correct?
What do you mean? I don't follow you.
It says get over here, right? And then the second is a continuation of that. If not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn, correct?
So you mean that's to tell him to come over to the waterfall?
Right.
Okay, I just didn't understand what you meant.
That's fine. So you're telling John O'Keefe this, correct?
Yeah, I'm telling him to come over and meet us.
All right. And that little emoji, that face emoji after, if not, I'm going to fuck up your lawn. That's
Yeah, it's a laughing face.
right. So you're
a joke.
saying you're cracking up.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Okay,
Oh, sorry.
thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
Apologize.
Okay. Well, we can take that down. At
How
about
anxious he
10:45 p.m. or
was
so, I
to
believe you
defend that as
testified
a
that was when
joke.
John O'Keefe walked into the bar with.
Kept having to talk over him, and even Judge Cannoni had to tell him to stop doing that.
his girlfriend Karen Reed.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Would you agree with me that between the time you arrived and the time you eventually left, that you did go up to the bar within that establishment a few times
I'm sure he did.
and bought a few rounds of drinks,
I'm sure.
including that one round of fireball shots?
Correct.
What was the state of your sobriety when John and Karen arrived?
Probably fine. Fine.
You didn't feel like intoxicated
No.
or unable to, perceive what's going on. You were still in control of your faculties.
Yes.
And is it true that after John and Karen arrived, that your wife Julie didn't want to stay any longer, or too much longer?
She didn't want to. She had a headache, so she wanted to go home.
Right. And by that point in time, you had been there about an hour, maybe a little less.
When Karen and John arrived?
Right.
Yeah, about an hour.
And you were having fun.
Sure.
And so Julie drove home, but you stayed, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in terms of Karen Reed's drinking, as far as you could see, she had that glass that she came in with that appeared to have a clear liquid in it, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said either a lime or a lemon.
Thought I said a lime, but yep.
Okay. And you assumed that that was, vodka and soda water or vodka in some type of mixer, correct? That was clear?
Correct.
And if she was, while drinking that
See
night, if she
how
was mixing
easy he
in,
answered that? Because there's nothing that he could possibly need to hide or anything from that question. And all these questions that, don't need or wouldn't require any sort of
water in between alcoholic drinks, it would
deception
have
or
been
anything.
impossible for
He's
you to discern.
very comfortable asking or answering in a very simple and matter-of-fact way, like asking about Karen's drink. You assumed it was vodka and some sort of clear liquid? Correct, he says. He doesn't give some long, drawn-out non-answer like, well, yeah, or, well, it could have been 7-Up, or it could have been Sprite, or it could have been... I mean, that's the kind of answer he gives to the other kind of questions.
Discern which drinks were water and which drinks were vodka, correct?
Yeah, I would have no idea.
You can't tell that by eyeballing the drink, right?
No.
Because both liquids are clear.
Yes.
And in order to discern that, you'd actually have to be given a sip to see, right? Okay. But in any case, Karen does not appear to be under the influence of alcohol to you.
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't stumbling, correct?
Nope.
She wasn't swaying.
I didn't notice.
She didn't appear to be unbalanced, correct?
I didn't notice anything.
She wasn't slurring her words.
Nope.
She wasn't talking gibberish, correct?
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation and she appeared to be under control?
Yeah.
And would you agree with me that she also appeared to be affectionate with John O'Keefe?
I wasn't really watching their interactions too much, to be honest.
But in any case, you never saw any arguing between the two of them.
I wasn't really paying attention to their
And you
interactions.
You didn't perceive any tension between them, correct?
I didn't notice anything irregular.
Okay. And from your observations of Karen Reed that night, and you were there probably over 2 hours, were you not?
Total? About that, yeah.
From your observations of Karen that night, you would have had no problem with her driving a car, correct?
I wouldn't even have thought about it.
That's not what he asked.
Now, would you agree with me that of the group that you had met out, that you were the last person to leave the waterfall on January 29th of 2022?
I believe so.
Now, you testified on direct examination today, I believe, that you thought you got home between 12:05 and 12:10 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
That's what I remember.
If I suggested to you that you didn't even leave the bar until 12:13 a.m., would you quarrel with that?
Would I quarrel with it?
Yes.
No, I guess not. I mean,
And is your memory exhausted as to the precise time that you left the bar?
is it exhausted?
Right. In other words, do you not remember the precise time that you left the bar that early morning?
It's over 2 years ago. I don't know the precise time. That's why I said between 12:05 and 12:10.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Could we have Exhibit 50? Well, with the court's permission, can I publish Exhibit 53? It's a short clip from the waterfall. Sure. I think we need to back it up. Let's start. If we could pause it for a second, please. Ms. Rutherford, you would agree with me, this was clearly the end of the night?
Sure.
The lights are all on at this point?
Yes.
The bar appears to have largely emptied out?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Pause it. Oh, there we go. My co-counsel is much better at this than I am. Do you know who that person is who's leaving the bar at this point at 12:13 and 43 a.m.?
Christina, it might be better without that spotlight.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yeah. I believe it's me.
Continue, please. Okay. You can take that off the screen. So having now viewed that video with the timestamp of 12:13 and about 43 seconds or so, does that refresh your memory as to when you left the waterfall?
Yes.
That would mean it would have been impossible for you to get home to Maple Street by 12:05 or 12:10, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was about maybe a 7-minute walk home. Would you agree with me?
From Waterfall to Maple? No, I said 7 minutes from D&E to Waterfall. Waterfall to Maple is probably less than 5 minutes.
So it's your testimony that D&E is closer to the waterfall than the waterfall is to Maple Street?
D&E's farther away from Waterfall than farther away from where I live than Waterfall is.
I understand.
Oh, I don't follow you. I'm sorry.
I'll try to clarify. I don't mean to be confusing here.
It's fine.
I'm not asking about the distance between D&E and your home. I'm trying to compare or ask you to compare the distance between D&E and the waterfall and then the waterfall and your home. Do you see the difference?
I think so.
Would you agree with me that your home is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is from the
How hard
waterfall?
is it to understand? What is the difference between the distance between D&E and the waterfall and your home? It's not that hard. Jeannie. Yeah, I believe it's me.
Follow you. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's take it step by step. D&E Pizza to the waterfall. Are they on the same street?
Yes.
How many establishments, if you know, are between D&E Pizza and the waterfall?
Just a few.
Okay, so it's a very short walk from
Yes.
D&E Pizza to the waterfall,
Yes.
correct? Your home on Maple Street is not on the same street as the waterfall, correct?
It's off of the same street.
But it's not on the same street.
No.
Oh my God.
And
He
your
does it
home
every
on Maple
fucking
Street
question.
is farther from the waterfall than D&E Pizza is to the waterfall.
But your house isn't on the same street. It's off the street, right? So it's not on the same street. Oh my God. Maylan, you're funny.
Waterfall. Is it
Correct.
not?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't understand it earlier.
No, I know, and I'm trying to work through this because, I'm not trying to trick you here. I just want to get the answer. So you would agree with me that it would take you longer to walk home from the waterfall than it would take you to walk to the waterfall from D&E Pizza.
Correct.
All right. And I believe you said that one walk was 7 minutes and one walk was maybe less than 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right. The 7-minute walk would have been the walk home as opposed to the walk to the waterfall, correct?
Yes.
All right. So you have agreed that you left the bar at 12:13, almost 12:14, according to the video, and it would have taken you about 7 minutes to walk home, correct?
Not exactly sure how. I think
Can I see Councilor Tybor for just a second, please?
It's been pointed
Oh
out to
my
me that I
God.
think we're not making a connection here, and I think it might be my fault. With regard to the timing of how long it took you to go home, I believe your best estimate is about 5 minutes. Is that your testimony? And when I say home, I'm not talking about from D&E Pizza. I'm talking about that early morning when you're at the waterfall.
I understand. Yeah. I'd say around 5 minutes, I think, from the waterfall to Maple Street.
Fair enough. So now, if you're leaving the bar like close to 12:14, as indicated on the video, you're getting home somewhere around 12:19, 12:20, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And what were you wearing that night?
Blue jeans, sneakers, I think, and the sweatshirt.
And it had started to snow by that point.
A little bit.
So the ground was a little bit either slushy or wet.
Not slushy, but could have been wet.
Could have been wet. And the snow had not yet started to accumulate, or had it?
It didn't start. No.
All right. So you're walking home, but it was cold, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that in the best case scenario, you might have had a little bit more clothing on for that cold walk home?
I think I had a sweatshirt on.
Right, but you could have used something else, right?
Oh, probably.
In light of the weather?
Probably.
All right, because you testified that by the time you got home, you were pretty cold, right?
Correct.
You hadn't, if it had been about a 5-minute walk, that was enough time for you to walk in almost shivering, correct?
Sure.
And given that there was precipitation, the snow had started, the sweatshirt would absorb the moisture as opposed to repel it, correct?
Sure.
And so you were wet as well when you walked in, right?
Sure.
And by that point in time, you were tired, correct?
I don't remember if I was tired, but
Okay.
I don't remember if I was tired at that point.
Okay. You had worked all day
Correct.
till late in the day, actually into the evening, correct?
Correct.
Taking pizzas in and out of a hot oven,
Correct.
as well as other food that you serve as well, correct?
Yep.
And you're now, and by the way, you had a couple of drinks or a few drinks, whatever it was, at the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And you decided not to go to your brother Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
That was in part because you weren't up for the continued partying at that point, correct?
Yeah, I just wanted to go home.
And so when you got home, would you agree with me that your first priority would have been getting out of the wet clothes that you were in?
Correct.
And where would you have done that within your
In my
home?
bedroom.
And is this a townhouse or is it a freestanding residence?
It's a condominium.
Condominium? How many floors?
There's 3 floors.
And your bedroom's on the top floor?
Correct.
And the entrance is ground level?
Correct.
When you first entered the home in those wet clothes, where was your wife, Julie?
Upstairs in the bedroom.
And was she already washed up and ready for bed?
She was lying in bed.
And where did you go when you walked in the ground level?
I went up to the bedroom.
All right.
Took off my clothes, jumped in bed.
All right. Do you have a master bath with regard to your bedroom?
There's a bathroom, yeah.
All right. That would have been where you brushed your teeth
But yeah,
and washed up?
but I did. That's where I would do those things, but I didn't do them.
You didn't do either of those
No.
things? Okay. Did you grab a drink of water before you went to bed?
Nope.
All right. So you essentially came home, and I think we agreed it was around 12:20 or so, give or take a minute.
Roughly.
And you made a beeline for your bedroom.
Correct.
Did you fall asleep shortly thereafter?
Soon after,
Within 5 minutes or so? 10 minutes?
I started to doze off. I don't know exactly how soon after I fell asleep.
All right. Sometime within 5 or 10 minutes, would you say?
I would say more like within 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. So with regard to getting home, and we'll call it 12:19 because I think that's more consistent with what you said, and understanding that it's just an estimate. If you're walking in the door at 12:19, it takes you maybe a minute to get upstairs.
About a minute.
You kick off your sneakers downstairs, I imagine.
Maybe. I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
Okay. And then you walk up 2 flights of stairs. Right?
Probably ran up the stairs because I was cold.
Okay. All right. So you're getting up there around 12:20 or so, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
And you believe that you dozed off about 15 minutes later, which would have made it about 12:35?
Somewhere around there.
Now, when you came home, you would agree with me that your son, Colin Albert, was not home, correct?
Not when I first got home.
And in fact, I think your testimony was that 10 minutes after you got home, he opened the bedroom door.
I think that's what I said, yeah.
Do you want to stick with that?
I'm just trying to recollect what I, thinking it over. So obviously it was a little bit longer.
Because you actually woke up when he opened the bedroom door, correct?
I don't think so.
Did you not just testify before this jury just, I don't know, maybe an hour
Hey,
ago,
Yummy.
that you fell asleep and that your son, Colin, opened the bedroom door and woke you up to say goodnight?
You're coming.
Yeah, I guess that's what I said.
Okay. And when you testified to that on direct examination, that was when Mr. Lally was asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that you were under oath at that time, correct?
Correct.
And you were trying to be as accurate as possible, correct?
Trying to be correct.
All right. So in terms of the timing of this, assuming that he opened the bedroom door after you already fell asleep, if you're getting home upstairs to your bedroom around 12:20 and it takes you 15 minutes to go to bed, and that's around 12:35, then sometime after you're asleep, after 12:35, that's when Colin opens the bedroom door, correct?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, it's difficult for you to remember how long you'd been asleep for when Colin opened the bedroom door, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or longer, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Right. But it was sometime after you fell asleep.
To the best of my recollection.
Now, with regard to your son, Colin, he obviously lived in the same neighborhood as John O'Keefe because that's where your family lived, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2022, Colin Albert was 17 years old.
Correct. Part of the year.
And you knew that, like most teenagers, Colin drank alcohol with his buddies, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain for the jury who or what is Nevercracker?
What is Nevercracker?
Yes,
Like the character?
that's what I'm asking.
It's a character in a cartoon called Monster House.
And would you agree with me that Nevercracker in the movie Monster House was this kind of old curmudgeon who didn't want anybody on his lawn, correct?
The character, yes.
He was the get off my lawn guy, correct?
In the movie, yeah.
What was your nickname and your wife Julie's nickname for John O'Keefe?
Mr. Nevercracker.
All right. And your wife Julie actually had John O'Keefe plugged into his contacts as Nevercracker, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were there one time when Julie showed Karen Reed, her phone to show how John O'Keefe was plugged in as Nevercracker, correct?
I believe so.
And this whole nickname started because of a conflict that Colin Albert had with John O'Keefe.
Not correct.
John O'Keefe complained to you
Ooh, that was
about
a
things
fast
that Colin was doing.
answer.
Not correct.
Not correct.
He would tell you that Colin used to throw beer cans or beer bottles in his bushes, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That is not correct.
John O'Keefe told you that Colin used to flip him off, correct?
Not correct.
And say F you to him.
Never.
Colin used to cut through his yard.
Nope, that was Dylan.
You knew that John didn't like people cutting through his yard, correct?
No, I don't know that to be true.
Okay. So is it your testimony that John O'Keefe invited kids to cut through his lawn all the time?
I don't understand. Was that a question?
Yeah,
It was a
I've
question.
never
I guess
heard of
we
it
withdraw
either,
that and ask
Jeannie,
this.
until
Yeah,
this.
if John
I've never
O'Keefe is
seen that
Nevercracker,
show.
and he's the get off your lawn guy, are you denying that he doesn't like people cutting through his lawn?
you want me? Can I explain?
I just asked for an answer to my question. Mr. Lally will get up after I'm done, and I'm sure you can explain whatever you want.
So no, he's not no.
All right. Well, you would agree with me that there was a time when John O'Keefe was not home that you and your wife Julie went to his house.
That is correct.
And you entered onto his property, correct?
On his front property, yes.
And you had drinks in your hand.
Correct.
And you thought it would be funny to have a photo taken of you and your wife with drinks in your hand on his property, correct?
Correct.
And you knew it would be funny because you knew it would annoy him, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, you can go ahead. Can you answer that?
Yeah, he was actually asking us to watch his house while he was away.
Right, but that doesn't answer my question, which was he didn't ask you to go onto his property with drinks in your hand and take a photo, correct?
He asked us to watch his property.
Okay, but again, in answer to my question, the answer is no, he did not ask us to go on his property and take pictures of ourselves with drinks in our hand, correct?
See, he doesn't
Yeah, he
want
didn't
to
ask me to
answer
send him a
that
photo.
question because he doesn't want to look
and-
bad.
You would agree with me that Nevercracker wouldn't like a photo of somebody on his lawn with drinks in their hands, correct?
The cartoon character, Nevercracker?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain. Next question, please,
Yes.
Christina.
May I approach you?
Oh my God.
Mr. Albert, I place two photographs before you. If you could take a look at those and tell the jury if you recognize what they depict.
I do.
What do those photos depict?
It's me and my wife straddling John's fence. We're giving a thumbs up in one of them and a smile in another one.
Okay. And you say John's fence, so that's actually on John's property, correct?
Part of it is, yeah. I mean, I don't know what the easement is from the street to the fence as ownership goes, but yeah.
All right.
I know the town owns a certain portion of it.
Would you agree with me that that photo was taken in April of 2021?
I'm not sure when it was taken, but if that's what you have for a date, then it's fine.
Okay. Who took that picture?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
Where was your son Colin that night when you had that picture
I
taken?
have no idea.
Would you agree with me that you texted those photos or somebody texted those photos, whether it was you or your wife Julie, to John O'Keefe?
Absolutely.
And offer those are fair and accurate representation of the photos that you took?
Yeah.
All right. I would offer those, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
With regard to that first photo, is that, well, first of all, whose house is that in the background?
That's John's.
And that is you on the right and your wife Julie on the left?
Correct.
We have the second photo, please. Okay. That is also John's house in the background there?
Correct.
And again, that's you on the right.
I
and
think he's
Julie on
going
the
to
left,
explain it
correct?
right now, Jeannie.
Okay, we can take that photo down. Now, would you agree with me that those photos give some context to the text that you
So he didn't say, but here, I'm going to show you. Give me a second. So this is 7 Meadows Ave. And 1 Meadows Ave is right here. So it'd be 3 houses apart. Because 1 Meadows was the corner house on Meadows and Pleasant. Hope that helps, Jeannie Lynn.
that you sent him on January 28th when you were trying to get him to come out and you threatened to, quote, fuck up his lawn if he didn't come out that night.
What do you mean give context to?
Well, in other words, here you are texting him photos of you and your wife on his lawn, correct?
Yes.
And that's a common theme that explains the January 28th text where you were threatening to fuck up his lawn, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just have one more area that I want to cover with you, sir. You previously confirmed that when you walked in your door on January 29th of 2022 after coming home from the waterfall, your son Colin was not home, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, you had no personal knowledge of where he had been that night, correct?
That's correct.
Since that time, you know that he was at your brother Brian's house that night, Brian Albert.
That's correct.
your old home, correct?
Where I grew up, yep.
And you knew that address to be 34 Fairview Road.
Correct.
And you knew that that was the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead later that morning, correct?
Correct.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
Just one other question, sir. When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 10th of 2022, you would agree with me that you never mentioned that Colin Albert was at your brother Brian's house that night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
I don't remember.
right. Thank you. Redirect.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked some questions about being selectman. Were you a selectman at the time on January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April, second week in April, maybe.
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police. When was that?
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks before the election. So January, February, March something, end of March maybe.
So well after January 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made more. It made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
It
Yeah.
made sense.
Yep.
Wow. Oh my God. I've never heard that response. It made sense for us money wise to sell our house for $50,000 less than market value. How the hell does that make any sense money wise? What the fuck?
Of go to college.
Correct.
And what, if any, relation did that have to your brother selling the house?
Thank
They
you.
sold their house for
Now, Mr. Albert, you were asked
$50,000
some questions about
less
being selectman. Were
than
you a
the
selectman at
market
the time on
value.
January 28th, 2022?
No.
About how long after that was it that you came?
Sometime in April that the election was over. April.
And this
Second
is
week in
his
April, maybe?
answer to why they sold the house.
So that's a photograph that you were shown with respect to yourself and the former Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police. When was that?
Oh God, your hair, Lally. Oh,
It was a fundraiser, so it was probably like 2 or 3 weeks
Why is
before
your
the
neck
election.
all red?
So January, February, March something, end of March
are you
maybe.
rubbing it because you're all nervous? Look at that
Yes.
neck.
And you were asked some questions about your brother selling the house. Now, prior to your brother selling the house, you had sold your house, correct?
Correct.
And why was that?
Why was that? It just made more. It made sense for us. You know, it was just a financial decision.
Kids were getting older, is that correct?
Yeah.
One was in the Navy.
Okay,
Another
so
one about
I'm glad I rewound that. Okay, so he's saying it was a financial decision for their move. Now, what about Brian? I totally misheard that, so my fault. I thought he was talking about Brian Albert's house where John was found. They sold it for money reasons. I can't wait to hear the explanation for them selling their house. I wonder, does anyone know how much Chris Albert they sold their house for? Did they sell it for less than market value too?
And what, if any, relation did
Curious.
that have to your brother selling the house?
So once he found out that I was selling my,
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
once he found out I was selling my house, he decided that it might be a good idea for him to sell his house. His kids were getting older, so I gave him my real estate's number. The guy who sold my house.
And that selling the house, was that something that you would discuss with your brother prior to January 28th, 2022?
Yeah, soon after.
Let's move on from that.
Now, with regards,
Yeah, because who sells their family home that they could get to those
to your
kids
son Colin when he came home that
as
night,
an
you said,
inheritance?
about 10 minutes after. Now, was that 10 minutes after you arrived home or 10 minutes after you got into bed?
10 minutes after I jumped into bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home, yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point?
None.
In time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them? That
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes. He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. Hey, kid, get off my lawn. So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, I think, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan," and I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked, and John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just so from that point on.
I'm sorry. I know this is my opinion and really shouldn't matter, but just knowing how full of shit he is, when he smiles, do you notice how evil he looks, especially with that sharp tooth he's got going on there? Sorry. Just an observation. But there was something I wanted to hear again. Hold on.
Jumped in bed.
Now, with reference to your son Colin, he came home, you saw him that night, correct?
When he came home?
Yes.
Yeah, he just leaned his head in the door.
And when he leaned his head in the door, did you, similar to what I had asked you about Mr. O'Keefe, did you observe any sort of injuries or anything like that to his face?
No.
Saw your son the next day as well?
Yes.
Did you observe any injuries to him at any point?
None.
In time? And you mentioned that you went over to your brother Brian Albert's house, and both he and Mr. Higgins were there, correct?
Correct.
As far as your interactions with both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that following day, what, if any, injuries did you observe on them?
None.
Now, with regard to the Nevercracker, what was sort of the origination of that?
It's a joke. It's so my son Dylan, who is my littlest one, he was cutting across John's lawn one day, coming home from the school, walking. This was before John had a fence that went this way, like on Pleasant Street. So it would just cut off like a couple of minutes.
That's what it is. So he's about to say that John caught his littlest one running across the grass and said, "Hey, get off my grass," as a joke. However, he didn't have a fence before and ended up putting up a fence, obviously, because he says this was before John had a fence that went this way or whatever. So we're supposed to believe that they didn't take it seriously when John said, "Get off my lawn," and they named him Nevercracker and then put up a fence. Like, you cannot tell me that John was joking when he said, "Get off my lawn." He didn't want the kids and them running on his lawn and throwing shit on it. Which is why I'm assuming he built a fence. Oh, Jeannie, weird when you Google his address and go on Street View, there is a white car and he's sitting in it. Then when you zoom in, it disappears. Oh, that's creepy. I'll have to look that up. I thought he never moved. Oh, I don't know. I'll have to look that up too. I'm going to go look it up. Hold on.
He ran across John's lawn one day. This is my littlest son, who I don't even know at the time. He might have been like 9, 10. I'm not sure exactly how old he was. And John yelled something to him. "Hey, kid, get off my lawn." So John was just making a joke. So Dylan got scared. He ran home and told my wife, Julie. And then Julie in turn called, called Jen maybe and said, "Hey, John just yelled at Dylan." And I think Jen reached out to John, and John felt terrible. And John came down the street. John asked what kind of candy Dylan liked. And John brought Dylan a bag of candy and just said, "Hey, I was just kidding." It was just so from that point on, we called him Mr. Nevercracker, and it was a joke between John. John thought it was funny. And
now, as far as those photographs that you indicated that you took on his fence,
Yeah.
sent to him when he was away, is that correct?
Correct.
That was after he'd asked you to watch his house
Yeah.
while he was away?
Yeah.
And how did he respond to those photographs?
He thought it was hilarious. We actually showed him other people that photo too. They thought it was funny.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up, Mr. Lally.
One last question, Norm. So after you sent the text message as far as to come over here and then made the reference to his lawn, Mr. O'Keefe then came over to what?
Yeah, he came over after.
Nothing further. Nothing further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
We're going to take a recess. It's not going
You're good, Jeannie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Julie Albert,
We got Julie Albert
ALBERT.
on the stand now.
And where do you live now?
I live at 22 Maple Street in Canton.
Turner gum chewing
how
is
long have you
seriously going to annoy the shit
Little over 2 years.
out of me.
And how long in total have you lived in Canton?
My whole life, 48 years.
I don't
And
know
where
who
did you
goes
live,
to
just prior
court
to
to
living
answer
on this?
questions.
I lived
to
at
talk
7 Meadows
with
Avenue in
gum
Canton.
like that in their
And how
mouth.
long a period of time did you live at 7 Meadows Ave?
Oh, 15 plus 20 years, about 20 years.
And do you have kids?
Yes, I have 3 boys.
And are you married?
Yes, I am.
What's your husband's name?
Christopher Albert.
And your 3 boys, how old are you?
My oldest, Christopher, is 25. My second son, Colin, is 20. And my youngest son, Dylan, is 16.
And do each of them, where do they live? Do they live with you?
They all live with me, yes.
And your husband, does he work?
Yes.
What does he do?
He owns a restaurant in Canton,
What's the name of the restaurant?
B&E Pizza,
And where is that located?
618 Washington Street.
Now, when you lived on Meadows Avenue, can you describe to the jury sort of, if you know, about how many houses are on Meadows?
I would say maybe 8 on each side.
And Meadows comes out to a main road, is that correct?
Yes, Pleasant Street.
And while you were living on Meadows Avenue, did you have occasion to come to know someone by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And where did John live in relation to you?
John's house was at the top of the street, and
Yeah,
there's 2 houses.
so-
There was 2 houses between John's house and my house.
So Chris and Julie moved, says they moved from 7 Meadows to 22 Maple, almost 2 years from, so in 2024, hold on. I'm getting conflicting reports looking it up. But I am curious now too. Hold on, because he had to have lived. Because according to the listings, that house sold in 2008, then was listed for sale in 2021, and then listed for rent the next month. So in September 30th of 2021, the house was listed for sale. But then in October 31, 2021, it was listed for rent. On November 3rd, the listing was removed. Huh. I'll have to do some digging on that one. Yeah, I don't know any court besides this one where the judge would let them sit there and chomp on gum like that. It's disgusting. Sold in 2022 for $700,000. Okay, let me look it up. Realtor. Thank you. Okay, yep. 730,000 in 2022 was last sold. So how much, let's see, 22 Maple, how much is that house worth? Okay, so the 22 Maple, that's where it is. It's got them backwards. So not the place, that's why I said there's conflicting reports online. Someone posted the addresses backwards. So the 22 Maple is the one that was listed for sale, then for rent, and then taken down in 2021. And 22 Maple is apparently a condo, not a house. And it was last listed for just under 500,000. So you have a house that's worth 730,000 and you sell it for a condo that's worth 500. How is that how is that saving you money? How is that worth moving for money reasons? Can someone answer that for me? I'm sorry, that doesn't seem like it's going to help you money-wise. Home value. Wow. Okay, so 22 Maple now, actually of 2026, the value of that condo at 22 Maple is worth 682,000. So give or take 150, $200,000 difference for a house versus a condo is supposedly saving you money. How is it less expensive though, Baker? Hi, Baker. I'm so glad you're here. I'm trying to understand, like, okay, it could be technically less expensive monthly, like your mortgage, but in the long run, like, if you live there for a long time and you've got equity in your home, a home that you could give to your kids, that's $700,000, it's worth $700,000, and you move into a condo for $600,000, how in the world does that save you money? Smaller square feet, less heat, less work, more freedom. Gotcha. That's true. And that's why I'm asking, because to me, I'm a renter. I've been a long time renter. I'm cool with renting. It sucks. I'll always have a payment, but hey, it is what it is. So I don't know. That's why I'm confused. To me, I would look at it like if I had a house and I was trying to save money, I would downgrade to the point where something, but I don't know the expenses either in Massachusetts. I know it's expensive there, but to me, it just didn't seem it would for only 100, just, give or take between 100 some thousand dollar difference. It doesn't seem like it would save you that much money. 600,000 you can give to your kids too. Yes, very true. Very true. But I get that. No, but there's a but in my eyes. That's why I'm trying to make sense of this in my brain, which is the psychology in me. I always want to try to understand something so much. When it costs money to move too, right? So I don't know. I don't know what I'm missing in my brain that's not connecting to sell a $700,000 house. I mean, unless they didn't owe hardly anything and were using all that cash, the what's the word I'm looking for? The revenue or the money they were going to gain on that house. That I could, yeah, I guess, see if I could look at it that way. And they wanted to have some influx in cash. So yeah, see, now I just need to work it out in my head. Now I get it. So let's say they didn't owe a whole lot on the house. They made quite a bit of money on the house. They move into a condo that's a smaller, less upkeep. Okay, I definitely can see that. Thank you, Baker. I needed you. See? Yep. Yeah. But that's why I ask questions. This is my brain. This is how my brain works. It's like I have to understand why, and when they don't make sense, my mind goes nuts. So when I ask questions, this is what I love. People give me some answers, so I kind of understand, because I have my own. I see things only from my brain and my biases and all these things. So, and especially from a renter's point of view, I know nothing about owning a home and having equity and all that stuff. So your dad sold your childhood home to, what's it say, 2.3 MIO. Oh, and bought a house for 500,000. So debt free, no work, no big garden. He went traveling instead. See, that sounds like fun. I'm all down for that. But here's the thing too with this, I think that caught me too, is that all their kids still live with them though. She just testified to that. So to me, it's still the only thing I can understand the money now, looking at it this way. But downsizing when all your kids still live at home still poses a question in my mind. Like, why would you move to a condo when all your kids still live at home? Yeah, Dad is smart. Definitely selling and that's why I can definitely see if they had, we're going to make quite a bit of money on that house, to then take out a mortgage where they have an influx of cash, but still have a big mortgage payment. I totally understand that now, but I don't get the space of it, I guess. He deserved 3 good years after my mom passed, and he took care of her during bless your heart, Baker, and your dad's. That's how you became such a good man, Baker. You learned from the best, right? Yep. My mom, I'm not going to talk about my mom very long because I don't want to cry on another stream, but, taking care of my mom, as hard as it was, especially when I started dealing with all my medical issues, but after losing her, 2 summers ago, I'm sorry. I'm going to try not cry. I wouldn't take it back for the world. It was hard. I helped my mom through my whole life, even when I was little. I mean, as a teenager in my 20s, I was married, divorced, single mom. I was always trying to help my mom as best as I could. And my mom was, I tell people all the time, when people ask who my hero is, it's my mom. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis when I was 6 years old. She was in a wheelchair and told she would never walk again. I'm sorry, she was diagnosed when I was 3. When I was 6, she was told she'd never walk again. She had 80% numbness in her feet. And my dad left us, and my mom was like, I got 2 kids. I can't be stuck in a wheelchair. And 6 months of being in a wheelchair, she was walking again, and walked ever since, until about 2 years before she passed away. She used a cane now and then, And then in her last couple years, she used a walker. And then their last year of life, she had an electric scooter, which she hated. She hated that thing. Ugh. But it's amazing what the mind can overcome sometimes. When you just, I could go on and on about this. So sorry, I'm going off on a tangent, but our parents play. You're Baker. I'm just an a-hole. I read on. You are not. You are the sweetest, kindest man ever. So I love watching you. But our parents play the biggest role in our lives, and it breaks my heart when I see how awful parents can be and then wonder why their kids turn out the way they do. Oh, thank you, Jeannie. Yeah, Baker, you are so sweet. Stop. I can't, no matter how hard I try to even read it the way it's written to get that Boston accent, I can't do it. Stop. Mind over matter. Yep. And if you want something bad enough, truly believe in it. Sweet. I knew what you meant. All right. Well, again, thank you, Baker, for helping me work that out in my lovely brain of mine. Asks too many questions. All right, let's see what else Julie Albert has to say. Her and her chomping gums. Gum. And gums. Sarah, you've been listening since Nevercracker. You told myself not to chat until I finish my work task. Well, hopefully you're finished now.
And if you recall, about how long did you know John O'Keefe, or when did he move in?
I think he moved in 2000.
Oh, I got something for you, Sarah, I think. Hold on. I got to learn how to use all this stuff. How's that? That's for you, Sarah. Some of these. Oh, I have no idea what that was. Some of these take forever to play for some reason. Huh. Sorry, I'm having too much fun. Aw, Annie. Oh, I didn't mean to make anyone cry. Oh, I bawled my eyes out on a stream last week. So when I talk about my mom, I'm still going through the grieving process. Me and her, where we could fight like cats and dogs, but 5 minutes later we'd be hugging each other and saying, I'm sorry. We were very, very much alike, and too much alike sometimes, I think. But I loved her. She was my best friend. So sorry. Oh, thank you for making me laugh, Maylin. You put the potty pads down. Woo! Fun buttons, yes. I'm gonna have to download some now that I got the paid StreamYard. I'm gonna have to play around and download some new sounds and stuff. I gotta download some clips and memes I can interject into my streams. You bought ice cream? What kind of ice cream, dude? Where's mine? Although I still think I have some lime sherbet in the freezer from when I was sick. That's what I like when I'm sick and I have a sore throat, is some sherbet. It's in the chat freezer. Gotcha. All right. Back to Jumpin' Julie.
17-ish maybe. And I've probably known him since maybe 2019.
I'm sorry, I paused there for 1 more second. You and I had a good cry on my mom's 2nd anniversary of her passing. Yes, me and you, yeah. Because we both, you know what it's like. I know you took care of your mom too. And yeah, it was good for me because even now, even after that, now I feel a little easier, even though I'll tear up a little bit, even mentioning her today. I'm not full on crying. So, you know, the grieving process it's been hard for me because no one's grieved her like I did. So my brother wasn't really active much in taking care of her. And, you know, he would visit her now and then, but they just didn't have the relationship I did with her. And my son, that was his nana, but, you know, my son's 22 and it's just not the same. So no one grieved like I did. And I don't really have anybody to talk to anyone about it. And so it felt good to get it out. So I appreciate you, Annie, more than anything, dealing with me during that. Okay, don't work too hard, Annie. Lime punch with sherbet. Oh, that sounds delicious. Well, hopefully we'll get you through that one last hour of work, Annie. Bukkake. And I still regret looking up what that freaking meant. Gross. That's right. That's her testimony. Okay, we got some laughing coming up at least. You know what's funny, Sarah? Because that's the first thing I thought of when I saw her for the very first time. It's why is that poof in the back so big? Like, is she wearing a wig and has like her hair stuffed right at the top of her head? So funny you said that. I thought it was just me. Anyway, my nickname for her is Chompin' Julie, because chomping that gum the way she is.
And how would you describe sort of your relationship with John?
We were friendly. We were neighbors. You know, I'd see him all the time coming in and out of the street, and because he's at the top of the street when I pulled out of the street, and we were friendly.
And in addition to you knowing Mr. O'Keefe, were there other sort of people that knew you that also knew him?
Yes.
Who were some of those people?
Well, I knew John through Jennifer McCabe.
And who is Jennifer McCabe?
She's one of my closest friends.
Now, you knew that John had 2 children that he was guardian for?
Yes.
And you were familiar with both his niece and his nephew?
Yes.
Now, at some point through Mr. O'Keefe, did you come to know somebody by the name of Karen?
Yes.
When about was it that you met Mr.
Maybe in like 2021, like, you know, pulling in and out of the street if they were outside, if, you know, a couple times out socially, probably in 2021, I would say.
And if you could, just so we're clear, do you see Ms. Reed in
Yes.
Got it, Sarah. Coming up.
That's record of like identification.
Okay.
Witness. Now, on some social occasions that you were talking about, when you would see them out, would you have occasion to socially interact with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
That's something that like you and your husband did together, or was it more of a group setting type?
No, a group setting.
And with reference to, did you have occasions where you would socially hang out or interact with Mr. O'Keefe in which Ms. Reed wasn't there?
I can only honestly remember one time, and that was, I don't even know if they were together at the time.
And had you ever socially interacted or spent time with Ms. Reed separate and apart from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Because
Yes.
I make pictures and memes every day.
Friday.
And what, if anything, did you have
Hold on.
plans for that particular evening?
The next day was my nephew's birthday. So we were a bunch of us were going to go out that night, the night before to a barn can.
By the night before, you mean the night before his birthday?
Yes.
And that nephew, what was that nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
And if you know about how old was he turning, or let me start with this. How old is he now?
He's 24.
So just turned 24 a few months ago.
January. Yep.
And so he would have been turning, what, 22 at that point?
Yes.
When we say we had plans to sort of go out, who's we?
Myself, his mother, Nicole, my niece, Caitlin, and a couple of Brian's friends.
Now, and you mean Brian Jr.'s friends?
Yes.
And so Brian Albert Jr. has a mother named Nicole Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And how is how is she related to you?
She's my sister-in-law. Our husbands are brothers.
So your husband Christopher has a brother?
Brian.
Brian. That would be sort of
Brian Senior.
Oh,
Yep.
Jeannie,
Yep.
yeah, hold on.
Your husband.
Were you here last week when I made the pictures? I'll show them all again. Hold on. I've been making pictures every day for our witnesses. I'm sorry. Wait till you see this picture. Hold on. Oh my God. All right, I just got to open up my email. Hold on one second. One moment, please. I can't get my gallery to open. Come on now. There we go. Here, these are from last week, you guys. Anyone who didn't see them. So bear with me while I open it, share the page. Here we go. These were per request. This is a beaver / turtleneck. And then let's see. How do I? Sorry, guys. I hate this laptop. I really need to fix my desktop. I'm working on it. Here's the other one we did last week. This is before we gave him the turtleneck. He was just a beaver. And then he was a turtle head. And then we gave this one googly eyes. And then, of course, our angry bird head. I can't see comments at the moment, but hope you're enjoying and having a good laugh. because now I have too many screens open. And one of the biggest things I have said and will continue to say is that everything, even as serious, and I'm not making light of the topic, someone has lost their life in that, but you have to find levity in situations or you're just going to spend your life depressed. So we can have a fun laugh and still see the seriousness of the nature. Now, the new request for today. Hold on. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I have a drum roll. Hold on. I think I have a drum roll. I do. Drum roll. I'm sorry. I don't even know why. It's so funny. It's funny. Oh my God. Oh, Sarah, hold on. You said, will you please have goods combo as beaver head, turtleneck, and sardine mouth? Oh, okay. I take requests. And Angry Bird was one of the EMTs or firefighters that was on the stand for like 30 minutes, I think. I don't know. He was a nobody. She looks like she's puking. I'm sorry. It's not even that great of a photo, but for some reason it just came out so funny. Oh man, Baker's not still here, is he? He's missing the good stuff. Damn. All right, Sarah, I'm gonna work on your request. While we take a break from the laughs, we go back to Chomp and Julie testifying.
And Christopher, how many
There we
siblings
go.
does he have?
6.
And Brian is the oldest?
The oldest, yes.
Oops.
And so there were plans to go out that evening, the day before Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, right?
Yes.
And what were the plans? What did they sort of consist of?
We were just going to go to Waterfall.
Is Waterfalls,
It's a bar in Canton on Washington Street.
and from your husband's pizza shop D&E to Waterfall, about how far away are the two from each other?
Very close. I mean, 200 steps maybe. You can, very, very close.
Same side of the street or
No,
opposite?
opposite sides.
Now, when it came to that day, where did you go? Did you go to the Waterfall first or somewhere else? Or if you know?
I went to my sister-in-law Nicole's house to pick her up.
And do you know the address where your sister-in-law and your brother-in-law live?
34 Fairview, where they live, 34 Fairview Road.
And that was somewhere that you had been numerous occasions before?
Yes.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road, you went inside the house?
I think I went inside for a moment, yeah, just to wait.
And do you know who, if anyone, did you see in there that you knew or recognized or didn't?
I know my niece Caitlin was in there, my nephew Brian. I don't recall. I don't recall who else was in there.
Your sister-in-law, Nicole, was she there?
Yeah, she was ready to leave. Yep.
And when you left, I mean, sort of you in the plural, so you drove, is that correct?
I drove. Yep.
And who, if anyone, went along with you in your car?
Nicole, my sister-in-law, and Caitlin, my niece, and Brian did not end up coming with us.
Sorry,
Your nephew Brian,
Jeannie.
for whom you had initially made plans to go out
Yep.
to celebrate and end up coming.
Correct.
And why was that?
I don't think he was feeling up to it.
And if you know about what time was it that you picked your sister-in-law and your niece up and then went to Waterfall?
I don't remember exactly, but I would probably say between maybe 7:30 and 7:30, like around 7:30 maybe.
And you arrive at the Waterfall, you go in. If you could just explain for the jury, sort of when you walk into the door of the Waterfall, where was it that the three of you went?
When you walk into the door, there's a couple high top tables,
Oh
long
my
high top tables
God.
in front of you, and we just sat down at a high top table right
Sarah,
when you
this
walk through the door.
should turn out, I think, what
Now,
you
from
want,
your
but
experience
I'll
either
have
that
to
evening
show
or
it
prior
to you
evenings,
anyways.
on certain nights, does the Waterfall have any kind of sort of entertainment?
Yeah, they always have Every week's different. They have bands.
And from your recollection, was there a band there that night?
Yes, there was.
And do you recall where you were seated in relation to the band?
I was sitting at the end of the high top table closest to the door that you walk in, and the band was to the right of me against a wall and kind of like an alcove, with a little against the wall.
And when you went there, was the band already sort of set up and playing, or did that happen later?
I think they set up while we were there. I think
And so initially, when you go there, do you go there and just have drinks, or did you eat something, or what?
we ate, and yeah.
And while you were there, as far as during sort of the meal portion of it, was there anyone else that joined you?
I know my niece's boyfriend, Tristan Morris, came. I don't remember exactly when it was during that, but I know he was there. And then during the meal part, I don't think during the meal part anyone else. I don't think.
So you recall, as far as the meal part was concerned, it's you, your sister-in-law Nicole, your niece Caitlin, and her boyfriend Tristan.
Correct.
And Ms. Morris, did he stay for any extended period of time, or when was it that he left?
I know he stayed for a little bit, but I honestly can't remember what time exactly he left.
Now, your husband, was he working on that day?
Yes, he was.
And had you been in communication with him as to where you were going to be?
Yes.
And so the plan was basically for him to meet you at the waterfall when he was done with work.
Correct. Yes.
And if you know about what time was it that your husband, Christopher, came over to the waterfall?
Maybe not 9:30, 10. Maybe. I don't
And
remember
I want you to
exactly.
guess, just
Yeah.
You know approximately.
Yeah.
So at sometime around 9:30 or so, your husband Christopher comes over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he do when he got there?
Came in. Yeah.
He came in. Did he get anything to eat, anything to drink?
Yeah. Probably ordered a drink and just stood by the table, I would think.
And you and the people in your group, were you drinking that night?
Yes.
What is it? Do you recall specifically what you had to drink?
I think I had just a couple glasses of wine.
And your husband, what is he? Do you recall specifically what he had that night?
What he would drink is Miller Lite.
And that's sort of typically what he would drink?
Yes.
Miller Lite. All right. I'm still working on your image, Sarah. I got the initial one. I'll show you because it didn't turn out exactly what I expected. Still working on it though. And as much as I hate doing this, I've said this already now the other day, I'm not going to be a very good grifter. I am not monetized yet. However, if anyone wants to help support my channel right now, the money would be going for paying for StreamYard, which my lovely friends helped me on Saturday do so we could continue streaming, because with the free StreamYard, it is you are limited to the amount of hours you can stream, which I would have had to stop streaming on Saturday and wouldn't have been able to stream again until March 21st had they not been so kind to help me out. So I paid that. Chat GPT, I am on free. It is limited, so I am taking requests, but I am only limited to like five photos per day. So if anyone wants to support the channel and help me pay for Chat GPT Pro or whatever it is, I can do unlimited. I will take as many requests as you want to give me. I do have PayPal. There is a QR code on the screen. There is also a link in my bio. You can also send to my PayPal via Venmo. I do not have a Venmo, but PayPal owns Venmo. And what I did learn is that you can send it to my PayPal from your Venmo. And that is on the screen on the ticker on the bottom. Thank you all in advance. Yes, Sarah, I don't think I'm going to get this perfected before I run out of time today, but I'll at least show you what it did give me. Hold on while I email to myself. Let's continue, Chomper.
And your sister-in-law, Nicole, do you recall what she was drinking?
I would assume White Claw, a White Claw.
And same question with regard to your niece, Kate.
Yes, probably White Claw as well.
Now, while you were there, who, if any, so after your husband came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined the group that you were with?
My brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and his friend, Brian Higgins.
And obviously, you know your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Thank you. You just have to answer obviously. So, did you know Mr. Higgins as well?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Higgins?
I just know him from being friends with my brother-in-law.
So you knew him just sort of through your brother-in-law, Brian, is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And do you know when they arrived in relation to when your husband, Chris, arrived?
I don't recall.
At some point after, correct?
Yes.
Then after they arrived, who, if anyone else, do you recall sort of arriving and joining in your group?
Jennifer McCabe and Matt McCabe.
Oh, you're good.
And there was a couple, I don't even know their name,
You're good, Sarah. I like doing it.
They
It's
arrived.
fun. Like I
I don't know
said,
their
we all
first
have to
names.
have some laughs.
And
I just
John
wish
and
I
Karen
could
arrived
make as many as
shortly
you
after
guys
that.
wanted,
And just so
and
we
right
can
now I
clear up
can't.
people, as far as Jennifer Cage, we've already
Don't
mentioned
worry
that
about
she
it.
had her
No,
husband.
don't be
Yes.
sorry at
And the other
all.
couple that you were talking about, or
It's
sort of
fun.
guessing their names, have you ever met them before?
No,
Not
You
anybody
just
that
won't
you're
give me
friends
what
with
I'm
or anything like that?
asking.
no.
So
I know them
it's
who
really
they are
difficult.
from seeing them maybe at a sporting event or something, but
Well,
I've never.
we share this
been
one with
introduced to them.
you.
And when you say sort of sporting events in relation to
If they were like a basketball game and I was at a game, like I've just seen them around. I'm assuming probably sporting events, probably a basketball game.
and I'm sure it's pretty well understood with this. I just want to clarify. So when you say sporting events, these are kids' sporting events?
Kids sporting events, yes.
And so which kids' sporting events would you be at that you would see this couple that you didn't know before? Your kids or something?
No, Jennifer McCabe's kids.
So you would go to sporting events with Jennifer McCabe's kids and see this couple?
Yes.
And if you know about how long after this Brian Albert and Mr. Higgins arrived, did the McCabe's and this other couple arrive?
I don't remember
But
exactly.
after Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins, correct?
Correct.
Now then you mentioned Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came in at some point as well?
So you have to make sure you say yes or no, okay? And the other thing you say, I assume or I guess, don't answer. If you don't know, you don't.
Okay.
And if you know, about what time was it that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came?
Before 11 o'clock?
And with reference to when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, came into the waterfall, where were you in relation to sort of the high top table that you were describing?
I was at the top of the high top table closest to the door.
And when they came in, where did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant go?
John walked in and said hello and kept on walking, I think, to the bar. And Karen came in and stopped at the table to talk for a minute.
And during the time that she stopped at the table to talk for a minute, what, if anything, did she do?
She opened her jacket and had a glass and pulled the glass out and started drinking the drink.
And as far as the drink in the glass, what, if anything, did you observe as far as color or anything like that?
Clear.
And the glass that she had, could you see, so clear liquid inside it, how much of the glass was full of that?
I don't recall.
And she placed it on the table, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was your reaction to that?
I think I laughed and said, made a comment like, you're crazy or something, just because she walked in with a glass.
And did you know where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been coming from prior to them getting to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they coming from?
CF McCarthy's.
You're familiar with that establishment?
Yes.
And where is that in relation to the waterfall?
It's maybe 200 steps right next to my husband's restaurant.
So on the same side of
Opposite side.
Washington Street?
Opposite side.
On the same side of Washington Street as your husband's restaurant?
Yes.
In the same vicinity from D&E to Waterfall, CF
Yes.
to Waterfall.
Yes.
Now, over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe? He was at a bar. He had something to drink. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
Over the course of the evening, did you have occasion to observe what, if anything, Mr. O'Keefe was drinking?
No, I don't believe. I left very shortly after they got there.
And so you left fairly shortly after they arrived?
Yes.
And if you know, about how much time are we talking?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And why is it that you left?
I had a terrible migraine.
From the band being so close?
Yes.
And when you left, where did you go?
Home.
And when you got home, as far as your children on that evening, who was home, who was out with you?
My youngest son was home.
All right, Sarah, this is for you. This is what it kept giving me. Instead of making a mouth like a sardine, it kept putting one in it. Like what? Oh, I forgot the drum roll. Damn it. I gotta remember those. Oh my God. So yeah, I don't know why when I tell it to give it the shape of a sardine mouth, it put one in its mouth instead. And it kept doing it. So that's what you get today. Thank you, Sarah. We can go back to this one for a good laugh too. I'm sorry. This one's not even that funny, but for some reason it's cracking me up. All right. Back to some seriousness. You're welcome, Sarah. It's perfect. Aw. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad I could give you guys some laughs today. I'm so confused for a second because, hold on, no sound. Hold on. Thank you guys. Can you hear me? And just not the video? No, haha, just kidding. Okay, you can hear me and not the video. Okay, hold on. How about now? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna totally close everything out on YouTube and restart. Okay, bear with me. Oh shit. Hold on, guys. I just saw something I want to take a look at. Hold on. Loophole just put out a new video a couple hours ago. Let's check it out. Let me know if that you guys can hear this.
Ooh, no wonder she didn't want to go to the after party. She knew Brian Higgins was going to be there and she had been pursuing him.
And look at that at 11:57. Higgy Bear makes a overt action towards Karen Reed. He says something. She reacts. You can even see her hands.
She's just a slutty girl that's a drunk and a slut and a whore and cheating on John or whatever.
I think you know what I mean.
And this is new. If you look closely, you can see Brian Higgins tickling the back of Brian Albert's neck with his fingertips. You can see right here, John O'Keefe is standing in the back. Karen Reed is bending over right next to Brian Higgins.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
There he is, Brian Patrick Higgins, old Higgy Bear, testifying in the first trial. We have some new video evidence that contradicts our original hypothesis. Let's keep watching.
Who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant.
Be clear when you're referencing the defendant. What is her name?
Karen Reed.
With regard to Mr. O'Keefe, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
Or where it was that first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the hillside.
How often would it be that you saw
Hey,
Mr.
hold
O'Keefe
on.
or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the hillside.
Would there be occasions typically?
Sorry, guys. So you still can't hear that one? That video? What the heck? can hear me. You can hear the video? Okay, good. It's Coffin Doofus. Yeah, that was Coffin Doofus. I can't stand that woman. Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure we're all good. Thank you, guys. Okay. Loophole just put this out 5 hours ago. Now, this is possibly just edited from the same one I showed last week, though. I thought it was something completely new. So hold on, I just want to see, because we watched his from last week where it shows where Karen flirts with him by pushing his arm. And this seems to be the same, but I thought it was something totally new. So hold on.
Where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Miss Reed, or you would see Miss Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
How would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
How would you describe your relationship with Miss Reed?
I considered her a friend as well. I had John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to those communications, were they texts, were they phone calls, or various?
Oh, they would be text.
The new FOIA production, thanks to Corey Hopkins, revealed a huge relationship between John O'Keefe and Higgy Bear. Starting way back in November, these two boys were texting each other, looking for Poon.
If anyone wants to, last Monday night, one of the nights that I was on stream with Crispy and Kazi, it wasn't the very last one, last Thursday. It was one before that with me and Crispy. We went over John's and Higgins' text messages. So if you're interested and you haven't seen it yet, go check it out, because they are strange. Their relationship, especially looking at it in texts, was very, very strange. They sent each other pictures of their drinks. Like, it was just weird. And I've already talked about how many times Brian Albert smacked Higgins on the ass that night at the waterfall, which is weird on a whole other level.
Poon, going to bars, showing each other their drinks. It was a real bromance, and all of it came to a sudden stop the morning after Brian Patrick Higgins made out with John O'Keefe's girlfriend at John's house. And that 14 days of silence is a critical piece of information, because we know during that time, not only is Higgy Bear ignoring John O'Keefe, he's sexting with his girlfriend heavily.
Do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
The high top in the bar area, closest to the bar.
When John walked in to the waterfall, were you already there?
Yes.
He greeted you indicated, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
But she did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind of went like that in different directions.
Right. Did she greet you?
No.
When John and Karen walked into the
It
bar,
definitely
Brian
makes
Higgins
you
was not
wonder,
expecting them.
Jeannie, I
Right.
tell
So
you.
she walked over toward the corner of the bar, and John came over and greeted you, and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Where did they go when they first came in?
They may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it.
Listen to that guilt-ridden response. The question was, where did they go? And Higgy Bear not only told us that, but then he offered the fact that Karen Reed brought a drink from another bar inside of her coat. That's a huge indicator of deception, and also evidenced the fact that he was not prepared at all in order to testify properly.
I should say a glass.
At some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say.
Greetings.
Based upon the new video, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and John O'Keefe talked at the waterfall for over 23 minutes. That's huge. That's a majority of the time. But something happens that we are about to see that may have triggered either John or Higgy Bear to eventually attack each other at 34 Fairview. Let's keep watching. At 11:07, Brian Patrick Higgins is showing both John O'Keefe and Brian Albert something on his phone, but I don't think it's nefarious at all.
With regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
And at some points over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well.
At 11:32, Brian Patrick Higgins, old Higgy Bear, sent that text message to Karen Reed, who was standing right near him.
Yeah, I can't get into his. I've watched a few minutes here and there of him and Sarah. To me, he just seems cuckoo. Like, seriously cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. cuckoo. But I truly, Sarah, you missed it earlier when I was talking about the more I go through the Google Drive of all the evidence from, yes, Grant, Jeannie. He's cuckoo. That's the best I can say it. But the more I go through the Google Drive of evidence and the videos and the audio recordings and now the documents, the more I truly am leaning off of Higgins and into Brian Albert and Chris Albert being some sort of an instigator in this because of some knowledge within the police department of something nefarious, for lack of a better word, that John found out about. I don't know. I go back and forth a little bit, but the more I read and the more that we find out about the corruption and the issues that we have in the Massachusetts State Police and all these branches and city police departments. And again, like I said earlier, not to start any rumors or anything like that, but thinking about the department of the PD that John O'Keefe worked in, SVU, and all the other stuff that has come out of Massachusetts regarding that kind of issue. It just makes you wonder.
Why you would send that?
To be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing when she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she
See
ignore
his
you or-
face right now? This is what also believes me. I've seen Samantha Beningo's video on her behavior analysis and all that. I'm not obviously an expert in behavior analysis or body language or anything like that. But I do have, first of all, my intuition in the psychology behind the way you speak when you answer, the way you enunciate, even these kind of things. And if you look at his face right now, he's confused by that question, in my opinion. Like, I never felt like Higgins was being dishonest here. I truly think he didn't feel ignored, and that's why he's confused. I think that he was more sad that she didn't give him a response and ignored, because he knew John was there. He knew he wasn't going to get like a response that he would have gotten prior to that night when John wasn't around. I mean, to be honest, I'm all surprised that he texted her while John was there. Because Higgins just makes me think of a wuss. And that's where my intuition says, I don't really think this had anything to do with Higgins. No, it's in my playlist, Sarah. I haven't watched it yet. I love those two together. Yeah, she did. I agree, Maylin. And especially in that video, in particular, where you see her push his arm. And then in the nonverbal cues that Sam went over in one of her videos as well, like flipping her hair. And, she was peacocking. She was showing off. And sometimes that's the allure of, getting another man's attention when you're in a relationship. Sometimes it's not really about actually having that relationship. It's about the attention that you get from it. So of course you're going to do that. You're going to show off just so you know, because a woman knows when a guy is eyeing her. You know it. You feel it. And whether he outright showed her attention or gave her the glare, you know, that's what she wanted. That was the allure. It made her feel good. And he gave it to her. Oh, okay, Maylin, good. I'll be watching that when I'm done here. There was a bit more interaction we saw today. Okay, I'll wait. I haven't seen that yet then. Or how jelly you make your boyfriend because you yeah, exactly. I mean, that could be it too. I mean, she, you know, no woman's going to hate attention when it's, you know, positive attention. And yeah, we're still going, Cheryl. Thanks for coming back. No woman is going to turn, you know, hate that kind of attention. And now I've lost my train of thought. Hold on one second. So, oh yeah, making people jealous. Yes, because I mean, John made her jealous all the time, you know? So this was her way of getting back at him a little bit. Totally.
Or did you pay attention to?
Objection.
Let's see what else we got here. I've seen this testimony a million times. This part of it anyway.
You can see right here, John O'Keefe is standing in the back. Karen Reed is
Smiling,
bending
too.
over
Look
right
at
next to
John.
Brian
He's got a
Higgins.
smile on his face, it looks like.
And there it is, conclusive proof that not only did Karen Reed not ignore Brian Higgins, she overtly reached her arm out and pushed him back in a flirtatious manner. And you can see her face. She's smiling. Those two were not ignoring each other. We have conclusive proof that they were clearly interacting. And there it is again. And the question now is, did John O'Keefe see this flirtatious interaction and was he bothered by it?
Did that upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it.
Okay.
And well?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just, well, like a well in the ground.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. I don't want to steal his whole video here. Let's see. Is there anything else? The video part, where is it? I keep skipping over it. There we go.
By the fact that after 11:32, Karen Reed is literally flirting and touching Brian Higgins' arm. Logically, they could say the text worked if she actually read it, but for certain, based upon the evidence that we have here on video, Karen Reed was not ignoring Brian Higgins, nor was she all the way on the other side of the table, as Alan was implying.
He texts Karen surreptitiously with John.
Well,
yeah,
like
yeah.
you're not even going to say hi to me?
Like, he's got a motive to not like John.
This is inside the war room before Brian Higgins testified, and the entire team there, as you can see, was focusing on this well and potentially triggering Brian Higgins to be enraged by being ignored by Karen Reed. Had they actually seen this video, they would have known that their client was literally flirting with Brian Higgins, touching him, talking to him, and you wouldn't have gone down this line of questioning. I'm not sure if it's because Karen Reed failed to disclose fully what was going on with Brian Higgins, or if they simply just missed this on the video. We previously had this video of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert making out at the waterfall.
Look at him
get some
grabbing that.
additional video that is going to be helpful. But if you look right here, you see John O'Keefe staring right at these two men making out. That's a huge signal to John by Higgy Bear that he has friends. He has other male apes around him that he associates with. That
What guy do you know when you hug another guy puts their hand on their ass? Look at that. Not to mention all the times he smacks his ass during the night. Jesus.
potentially will protect him. This is very critical information. And this is new. If you look closely, you can see Brian Higgins tickling the back of Brian Albert's neck with his fingertips.
Does he want a feather?
And look at that at 11:57.
He
Higgy
said
Bear makes an
something to Karen.
overt action towards Karen Reed. He says something. She reacts. You
I
can even
just
see her
saw
hands.
that.
These two are clearly conversing. They're clearly
yeah.
interacting. Any testimony to the fact that they were not communicating is simply not true. Let's watch it again. Karen Reed is right here. Brian Higgins is looking right at her.
What ass?
He definitely says something, and in response, she actually looks at him and reaches out her arm. This is a second distinct material interaction between the two.
Who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes, but the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on. There was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the.
Yeah, this edit, he just posted it 5 hours ago. Let's see.
House.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34th Fairview?
No.
And here is that exit just seconds after interacting with Karen Reed. We look to Higgy Bear to see what the hell triggered him, if anything. We see that John O'Keefe is still in the background there. Karen's right here talking to Jen McCabe. Higgins looks back at Karen Reed one last time. He doesn't say goodbye to John, and that's critical because those two were talking for months and months, and now he just leaves the bar without saying anything. Something's very odd about that.
He was feeling guilty.
There's the arm grab by Chris Albert.
See? This whole interaction by the three of them is what gets me. Like, this is where I'm interested in what they were talking about, because I can't lose that stupid thing in front. But dang it, hold on. The three of them right there, in this interaction, including Brian and Chris Albert, because Higgins doesn't seem upset or anything until they all start saying something to him, and then the next thing you know, he's motioning for John. Am I crazy? Yeah. It's almost as if they had a plan prior to this and they're all like, oh, just chill out tonight. We're not going to do anything. And then all of a sudden, Brian and Chris were like, we're going to do it now. They're coming over. And that's when Higgins was like, oh, okay, let's go. Let's go, John. Like something like that. That's what I feel like when I watch this. All right. I'll have to watch Sam and Loophole's entire video later on today. Let's go back to Chomper Julie.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on then?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope, nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, Did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
Now, during the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table, what, if anything, was discussed as far as sort of where to go, what to do after the war?
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on a prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
Was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said, talk to Chris, because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once, or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some points, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And who came home first? Your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
Do you know about what time that was?
I want to say about
Sarah,
after 12, maybe
you're so sweet.
12:10,
Thank you.
around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came home?
He came upstairs to
Everything
my
is
room. He was shivering.
needed. Even anyone
was cold
who
out,
is just,
and
just
he
wanna say
immediately-
this more than anything. Anyone who is just here supporting my channel, giving my likes, sharing it, and just giving me view hours is more. You have no idea how much it means to me. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And those of you that are able to support it and help me get these things to grow the channel and make it what I want, my heart, I just appreciate you all more than you will ever know. And I hope that you guys, somehow I can show you how much I appreciate you by making my channel all I want it to be, and somewhere fun that you guys can come, maybe learn something, have a few laughs, have some good chat. That's what I want for everybody. You're off to run errands. Catch you, chat rats. Okay, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you so much. See you next time. Sure, I'll see you in the chats. Oh, Malin, I got an update on my Cash App. So get this. I'm not going to ever have a Cash App, basically. I can tell you that right now. I finally got through to support. They sent me a copy of the terms, and thank you, Sarah. I got my letter stating why they canceled or locked out my account. And you'll never get this, okay? No joke. No joke when I tell you this, okay? I told you the story how I opened the account. I went to do the verification by taking a picture of my license and everything. And as soon as I submitted my license picture, it immediately got shut off, saying your account's been closed for violation of terms of service, right? So I've been waiting and waiting for a response for my appeal because I'm like, I never even got to use the damn account. I never even had it verified to use the damn account. So what the hell could I have possibly done, right? So guess what the excuse was? Guess what the violation on terms of service was? You'll never guess. I'm going to pull up the email so I can read it to you. It's so fucking funny. Hold on. I want to get it right so you understand. Hold on. Okay, this is what it says. We reviewed your account and found activity that violates our terms of service, including payment activity related to gambling facilitation, operating raffles, lotteries, casinos, bingo, betting services, among others. Get that. I didn't even verify my account. How could I have used it for gambling? Not to mention, I don't gamble. I have casinos that are less than 30 minutes from me. I could go to the casino if I wanted to gamble. I don't gamble. I don't play. I don't bet. I don't anything. I don't even have, like, what is that? DraftKings or online casino. We have an MGM in downtown Detroit. I don't even have the MGM app, for heaven's sakes. Okay. I do not do any of these such things. Not to mention the whole fact that I never even got to open a stupid account. So how the hell do you get banned from a Cash App for gambling when you never even had an open account? Tell me that. I don't know how to talk. I've talked with a live person on the chat, not by phone. So that's going to be my next step. But I can read you the chat. It's ridiculous. I'll have to show you this. It's freaking hilarious. It's insane, this shit. Hold on. I got it because it's freaking hilarious. I'm going to take screenshots. Hold on. So this is so funny. Give me a moment. You talk about not being able to make this shit up. How do the gambler? Yeah, that'll be my new nickname. Somebody who doesn't gamble. Oh, yep. I'm the gambler. I can't help it. In my 20s and that, I used to love playing poker and Texas Hold'em and stuff. And I would go down to the casino now and then, but I've never been a gambler. I hate losing my money. I don't have a ton of money to lose as it is. So spending my money on things like a slot machine is not something I've ever wanted to do, because you're just going to lose it 98% of the time. I spent almost $800 on a litter robot that worked for 4 months. Should be fun trying to return that much. Oh, God. I can't even imagine. Holy moly. See, and that's what I mean. You spend so much money on something that is supposed to make your life easier and is supposed to be worth the money you pay for it, and then it works for 4 months. Like, that sucks. Hold on, I'm just sending these screenshots to the email on my computer. Give me 1 second. Okay. Now, however long it'll take to get to my email, hopefully just a minute. I built one for my cats that's a bench seat with a storage box in it. Cost me $14. That's what my ex had. He built same thing, just simple wood, built it along like cabinet. They had 2 doors that swung open in the front, and put the litter box in there, and then cut out a hole on the side so they could jump in and jump out. Yep. And then you could just open the doors in the front to clean out the litter box. That's what he did. It was amazing. They're trying to say it's your internet. Wow. You don't have to scoop poop. It's always nice when you don't have to worry about scooping it. Okay, so Jeannie, yeah, that's so cool. It's such a cute idea, you know, to make one like that. Plus, it gives you like space to like put stuff. That's where he would always come in the house and throw his backpack and stuff from work because he worked at I probably won't even say, but he worked at one of the car companies here, one of the plants. Yeah, it was great. Well, it worked, but too bad it only lasted 4 months. I mean, geez, for that kind of money, it should last years and years and years. Okay, I got these screenshots. They're in my mail. Hold on. Let me download them real fast. Oops. Okay. Just because it's just shit cracked me up. I that's why I'm showing this, because it's freaking hilarious. Like, I don't even get it. How they couldn't even answer my stinking questions. Like, it was insane. Okay, come on, open. Bear with me, guys. All right, here we go. Why did only 3 of them download? Okay, well, I'll just share this one. This is basically it. This is the one that's most important. So here I am talking to them, finally getting the response, the appeal, blah, blah, blah. So this is what I send. I write back to them. Oh, come on. I write, oh my God, what don't you understand? I was never able to use the account. It was closed immediately upon opening it. I didn't even get to confirm my identity. And the person I was talking to was like, I completely understand how frustrating this must be, and I sincerely apologize for the experience you've had. It's understandably upsetting to have your account closed before you even have the chance to use it or verify your identity. I want to be transparent with you. Our system uses automated algorithms that monitor certain patterns during the account creation process. What the hell does that mean? Like, what? And so then, after specifically him telling me this, and him realizing, you know, obviously, or knowing that I never used the freaking account, so how could you ban me for gambling when I never even have the account open? And he says, I appreciate your patience. After careful consideration, it seems like our dedicated team has completed the review of your account based on the appeal that you previously submitted. It has come into our attention that they have moved forward in upholding your account closure due to the violation of terms of service. They've concluded that this account cannot continue working and should hereby be restricted in making any more payments and transactions. I never made any. I never could make any. Like, and then after telling him, specifically telling him and him realizing that I did not use this account, I never even verified my identity. He says, should there be any remaining balance, I can help you process the withdrawal. Like, are you, what? Are you fucking serious? Stupid, dumbass people. Tell me that isn't like the shadiest shit. Now, I told him literally my last comment in that chat with him is like, don't worry, I don't ever want an account with you guys. I will never use you, and I will tell everyone I know to never use you. And that was the last thing I left it at. And ironically enough, in opening this to take these screenshots, they apparently left a response after my comment that I said that, and I didn't even read it. It's like 3 paragraphs too. It's like 3 different responses, and I don't really care what it says. It's so stupid. Like, tell me this is not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard of. And this is, again, goes back to my brain. I try to understand why. How the hell can you ban an account for gambling and violating terms of service regarding gambling, someone who has never even had the chance to verify your identity and never used the damn account? But yet, somehow I violated gambling terms of service. Okay. Oh my God. I'm talking to a computer. Wow. Well, the computer's name was, I know it says advocate, but his name, he gave me his name. If that's the computer, what was his name? Hold on. Kaifer is his name. Kaifer. This is Kaifer, and I truly understand how important this is for you. Please bear with me as I review your account details so I can promptly assist you. That was the very first text he sent me after the AI responses. Because you get AI responses, and then it says, would you like to speak to an agent? And I put yes. It says, I will get you a live agent to help you. And then I get that response from Kaifer. So, yeah. I don't blame you, Jeannie. I'm done with it. I have my Chime and my PayPal. I figured out a way for people with Venmo to send me PayPal, so I'm good. And as soon as I get up to my 500 subscribers, which is what I'll ask you guys to share to anybody that you think might enjoy my channel, I need 500 subscribers. And by the time I get 500 subscribers, I should be monetized because I'm getting my hours in. We're getting there. So by the time I get 500 subscribers, I would assume I would have the hours I need, view hours. So let's cross our fingers. Yeah, me too, Jeannie. My PayPal I've had I used to sell things on eBay years and years and years ago. So my PayPal is like, 20 years old? Like old. Like when PayPal first came out old. And that's why I trust my PayPal. And I've had Chime now for 5-6 years almost, since 2020, and I love it. I never have any issues with it. There's no stupid fees or overdraft fees or anything like that. I love it. That's funny, Maylin. If Maylin and Cheryl, if even that Kaifer was AI, then that's fucking bullshit. I need to figure out find their phone number and talk to a live person because it's insane. Whatever. It's insane. But I really don't care. To be honest with you, I don't want them having my information anymore. Anyway, I'm cool with it. The shady shit for them to admit. His response that said we use what did it say exactly? We use shoot, I gotta read it again. Says, I want to be transparent with you. Our system uses automated algorithms that monitor certain patterns during the account creation process. What the hell does that mean? Certain patterns during the account creation. All I did is put my name and address and phone number and all that shit in there. Unfortunately, even at the earliest stages, the system can sometimes flag an account based on these patterns. And in some cases, a decision is made before full identity verification can even take place. So that's my point, though. If an app is going to use these algorithms without even verifying who the person is, like, it's shady as F. Like, I don't want to use it. Don't. Thanks, Cheryl. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. Yeah, I agree, Jeannie. I'm going to be honest. Before using ChatGPT and Canva AI in starting my channel, I never used AI before. Never. Now I'm kind of addicted to it for the funny part of it. I don't want anything to do with like feeding it all my information and yeah. It's always scared me, and not like it's going to take over the world scare me, but like it's scary because of how much it can do and how wrong it can be too. Oh, you managed a call center before? Okay, gotcha. They're not human responses. Okay, well, thank you for letting me know. I kind of figured they weren't like written responses, like they were pre-written. Like I had a job years and years ago. I didn't stay in it long for an insurance company. I hated it. And because it was by phone, it was a second job. I was trying to make extra money. And you could like pre-type out responses and just copy and paste because people had the same, answers to the same kind of questions. So I figured it was just that kind of stuff. Thank you, Jeannie. Yep, hit the like button. So I don't know. I just don't. I don't even care enough to worry about it at this point. But I was just shocked as hell when I saw that response. Like, we canceled your account, banned you because of gambling. Like, what the? No, it doesn't stick in my brain. Like, how does this make any sense? All right. We're definitely not making it as far into testimony today as I thought we were going to, but that's okay. I'm having lots of fun with you guys. So thank you all for being here. If you guys still want to hang out, I'm more than willing to continue going through Julie. Chomper Julie, Chomper Julie. Oh. All right. So because Julie has about an hour left of testimony, set at 1.5 speed, it'll be about 35 minutes or so. Not including, any time we stop and chat. So let's see how far we get.
Immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son Colin, you've been in communication
Yes.
with him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Is that sort of common practice?
Yes. I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin
Hey, Mary B.
Yep, he came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room
Thanks
and
for
came upstairs,
stopping
did you have
by.
occasion to observe him as far as talk to him? Obviously?
Yes, we talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better.
Mary B, we got sidetracked several times. I just gave my spiel about why I don't have a Cash App and will never have one. It's funny if you want to listen to it. My glare bear is here. My purple glare bear. But I think we'll be coming up to her cross shortly. I can find it. Let's see. Like I said, we're about 25 minutes in. Let me see if we go, how far it is till we get to what's his face. I don't know who crosses her. So yeah, we got about less than 20 minutes of direct, and then it's cross.
better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin,
You're here
similar to
for
what I asked you with regards to
Bukkake.
Mr. O'Keefe, what if any injuries or anything did you observe on your phone call?
None.
Well,
And
there's
Thursday, the
nothing
next
but
day,
women in the
you
chat,
talked to
Mary
him,
B.
interacted with him.
Sorry.
Yes.
What if any injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you
Yes,
eventually
how
went to
is
bed,
your foot doing, by the way? I hope you're doing good and taking it easy off that foot. You don't want to. Your surgery is Wednesday, right, Mary B? Good. I'm glad to hear it's good. Keep icing it.
is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, the Saturday morning, the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to him, his birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts.
Very
and
good.
I bring them to
Yeah,
the house and I leave them there
definitely
with a card
wanna keep it
before he gets
elevated.
up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
Lots of ice.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Keep it
Yes.
from swelling too much.
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call
Gotcha.
from my friend Jen McCabe.
Well, good luck.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to missed calls as to what time that missed call had come in?
Let us know how it goes.
It was 5:55 maybe.
So sometime earlier in the morning.
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McKay, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McKay?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
Oh, you
I did
have
not.
ice machines?
And
Those
so
are
after you wake up,
fabulous,
sometimes
aren't
you
they,
go
Mary
to
B?
Dunkin' Donuts and
Oh my
get,
God.
6 donuts?
The ones that flow the water, and yeah, we use those on our I had it after one of my knee surgeries. It's amazing. And then we use it on our patients, especially the ones that have knee replacement surgery. And it's an amazing invention, I will tell you. Yeah, I think you're getting pins and screws, right? And are you getting a plate or just screws? Screws and a plate. Oh, the plate can come out. Okay, good. Glad to hear that. I'll be praying for you, Mary B.
Yes.
And where did you go with those?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park in relation to the house?
I pulled into the driveway.
And when you came up to the house and you were driving to the house at this point, what was the weather like?
It was coming down. The snow was coming down pretty good.
And with reference to the house, what, if anything, did you notice out of the ordinary with regard to the house or the street or anything else?
Jennifer McCabe's car was in the driveway.
And as far as any other vehicles on the street or anything like that, what was going on at that time?
I don't recall.
Nothing you can recall?
No.
About what time was this that you got there?
8:30, 9 o'clock, 8:30. Around that.
And when you get there, you pull in the driveway. What did you do?
I opened my car door. I got out to walk to the car in front of me to leave the donuts and card inside my nephew Brian's car. And Brian Albert came to the door. Brian Albert Sr. came to the door and he told me to asked me to come in for a second. And I said that I didn't need to. And he said, I'm just leaving this gift for Brian Jr. And he said, no, just come in for a second. So I went into the house.
And when you walk into 34 Fairview Road on that morning, who, if anyone else was there?
Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe.
And where were they in relation to the house?
In the kitchen.
And what, if anything, did they tell you at that time?
When I first walked in, nothing. Everyone was just sitting there, and I was looking around, and everyone was visibly upset. And I asked, what's going on? And another maybe 30 seconds went by, and Jen said, something's happened to John. And I said, John, she said, John O'Keefe. And I said, is he okay?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
I said, is he okay? And she said, we don't know. And that was that.
And after hearing that information,
Mhm.
how long were you at your brother and sister-in-law's house?
Probably about half hour, 45 minutes, maybe.
And where did you go from there?
I went home to wake my husband up to let him know what had happened.
And at some point after you go home and wake up your husband, where did you and your husband go?
We went back to third. I woke up my husband, told him what had happened, and we went back to Fairview.
And so the second time that you had gone back to Fairview,
Mhm.
how long period of time were you there then?
I would say probably half hour, not long.
And then after that half hour or so, where'd you go after that?
Back home to my house.
Now, during either of those occasions when you were at 34 Fairview Road on the morning of the 29th, you had occasion to talk and observe Brian Albert Sr., correct?
Yes.
And similar to questions I asked with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his son Colin, what, if any, injuries or anything out of place did you note with respect to Brian Albert Sr.?
Nothing that I saw.
Same question with respect to Mr. Higgins, as far as you made observations and spoke at least in the same room as him on that morning?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries or anything else on Mr. Higgins?
Nothing.
When you woke up your husband that next morning, your other two sons, being Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
Do you recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did either of your sons come back with you to Fairview Road
Mhm.
that day?
No, they did not.
And do you recall whether or not either Colin or Dylan was awake when you left the second time to go to Fairview?
I don't.
At some point, a few days after this, did you have occasion to meet with a couple troopers from the state police?
Yes, I did. They came to my home.
When you say they, how many of them?
There were two.
And you spoke to them that day in reference to what you had observed at the waterfall, everything you just said?
Yes, I did.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one last question. When you, Mrs. Albert, when you came over to Fairview Road that first time with the donuts, as far as the inside of the house, what, if anything, did you observe?
Whole
as far as
donut
the
thing
condition of the
doesn't
home or
make
anything about
sense.
the home that seems abnormal or out of place or off, from the evening before we were there?
Nothing.
I have nothing further to this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Tinetti?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to pick up on a question that, and an answer that Mr. Lally asked you and that you responded to. He had just asked you whether or not a few days later you spoke with a couple of state troopers. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And your answer was yes?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it was more than just a few days later, correct?
I
It was
don't.
February 10th of 2022 that two state troopers came to speak with you and your husband, Chris, correct?
Correct.
And so we're talking about 13 days later, almost 2 weeks later, correct?
If that was the date, yes, correct.
Prior to February 10th, no investigator from this case bothered to talk to you or your husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of the two investigators who did come, you knew one of them quite well, did you not?
I knew them. I wouldn't say quite well, but I knew them.
Okay, when you say you knew them,
Him. I'm sorry, him.
okay. And who was it that you knew?
Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor was the brother of one of your close friends, correct?
Correct.
You're close friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Oh,
I am.
Jeannie, oh
And,
my
by
God.
the
Didn't
way,
you hear
you're-
me earlier yesterday say I regretted looking up what bukkake meant? Oh no, you looked it up today? Yeah. No. Oh, you didn't see it yesterday. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I say it in Will's chat all the time too. I'm like, I wish I never would have looked it up ever. But I see my brain. I'm always too curious to know what things meant, and I kick myself for always wanting to know. Yeah, gross. Ugh.
Maiden name is Daniels, correct?
Yes, it is.
And you have a sister, Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you would agree that Jill Daniels is also lifelong best friends with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Yes, she is.
And in terms of your relationship with Courtney Proctor, you socialize with her, do you not?
Objection.
Do you?
Occasionally, yes.
Go out for drinks with her, correct?
Yes.
You've attended parties with her, correct?
Yes.
You've also provided childcare for her children, correct?
Yes.
Objection. We'll strike.
All right, I'll see you on sidebar on this, Mr. Day. Tell everybody.
So, Ms. Albert, you provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
We need a time frame, Ms. Tinetti.
Have you ever provided childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Objection.
So you need a time frame.
Why does he need a time
Before
frame?
January
He said,
of
have you
2022,
ever?
Did you provide childcare for Courtney Proctor's children?
Yes.
When?
2019. 2019.
Just that 1 year?
Yeah, it was pre-COVID. And then when COVID happened and everything shut down, I wasn't helping her any longer. And then occasionally after, I would help just on an as needed basis after COVID.
And during that year of 2019, how often did you watch her children?
2 days a week.
And she had a boy and a girl?
Correct.
What were their names?
Jack and Caroline.
Oh,
And
yay,
Jack and
Annie.
Caroline were Trooper Proctor's niece
So
and nephew,
glad
correct?
you're off work.
Yes.
Hopefully
The
you get to go
Proctor
home and
family
relax now.
entrusted you with the care of their children, correct?
Objection.
Poor sweet
sustained his
innocent Jean.
You know that Michael Proctor is a state trooper, correct?
Yes.
You knew
Yay.
that he also was from Canton.
Annie,
Yes.
I'm so glad to have
You
you
knew
back.
his wife, Elizabeth Proctor?
Yes.
And you were also aware that Courtney Proctor had recommended you to also watch Michael Proctor and Elizabeth Proctor's children, correct?
Objection. Move to strike.
That objection sustained.
But you go back a long way with Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you were certainly at her wedding, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
What the
Your son was a
hell?
bearer at that wedding.
Objection.
All right, so we'll sustain that through this witness.
You've spent time at Michael Proctor's childhood home, have you not?
Yes.
You've been to the pool at the Proctor's house, correct?
Yes.
How many times have you been to the Proctor's pool?
Say maybe a dozen.
And you've certainly taken your children there as well?
Yes.
Colin has been to the Proctor's pool?
Yes.
And you've seen Michael Proctor's mother and father at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You've seen Courtney Proctor and her husband at that pool, correct?
Yes.
You are very close with Courtney Proctor, correct?
How would you define very?
Well, I guess I'd ask you to define very close. Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Next question. You got your answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
Go ahead. Repeat that.
Do you deny that you were very close with Courtney Proctor?
No.
Okay. You talk regularly, correct?
Yes.
Text each other, correct?
Yes.
You
I
also
sure
talk by
didn't
phone?
really want to answer that question.
Very rarely.
Is it fair to? Did you say very rarely you talk to
Phone.
Courtney Proctor by phone?
Usually it's text.
But do you stand by that testimony that you talk to Courtney Proctor very rarely by phone?
Do we have a time frame? Do you mean now or do you mean then?
Let me ask you this. Between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, did you only speak rarely with Courtney Proctor?
I don't recall.
Oh, you don't recall now.
Were you
Bullshit.
using Courtney Proctor as an intermediary to communicate with Michael Proctor
Oh,
about
gee.
this case?
Objection.
I'm sorry. You just got that, Jeannie. But yeah, she said she came here for a bukkake, and I said there's no men here. Now that you looked up bukkake, now you know what I meant by that. Oh, I'm glad for you, Annie. Your weekend is coming up. Woohoo! It always sucks, I used to work weekends all the time. And when your weekend isn't the same as everyone else's weekend, yeah, men needed, kind of needed for that. Yep. I can imagine Jeannie getting it and going, oh my God, now I know what she meant.
No, I was not.
Are you aware that between February 1st of 2022 and September 6th of 2022, you and Courtney Proctor spoke by phone 67 times?
Objection.
Were you aware of that?
No, I don't know the exact count.
Do you deny that you spoke 67 times?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall the exact amount of times.
Okay, so you don't deny that you spoke 67 times. You still want to maintain your testimony that you only talked very rarely with Courtney Proctor during that time period.
Oh, Julie.
I just don't remember the exact amount of times.
Well, you know that my client, Karen Reed, was arrested in connection with this case on February 1st of 2022. Do you not?
I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor that date for 12 minutes by phone, correct?
I don't recall exactly. I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
Sure.
Before I approach, your memory is exhausted as to whether you spoke to Courtney Proctor that day, and if so, how long the two of you spoke?
Yes.
May may. I'm showing you a document with a number of.
Just show it to us.
Right. No, I just want to point out which one that I'm pointing out. So the third, I was going to say a number of lines. The third line down, if you would take a look at that specific date and time and see if that refreshes your memory about whether and how long you spoke to Courtney Proctor on February 1st, 2022.
Can you see that, or do you need glasses?
No, I can see it.
I do have a pair of readers that I need as well if you need to borrow them.
Yes, if I could.
Of course.
Thank you. I
And,
left mine downstairs.
I just got these and it's like.
Misty and Eddie, just bring them up, please.
It took me a while to figure them out. But anyway.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Crap. Yannetti was just actually being nice to her, and she's like, Yannetti, stop being nice. Just give them to her. What a bitch.
It's the third line.
Third line down. Yes, I see it. I don't recall this.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. Thank you.
And you say that having seen this record, it does not refresh your memory that you spoke to Courtney Proctor for.
Don't. It does not refresh your memory. That's what you have to do.
Did Courtney Proctor tell you the day of my client's arrest on February 1st that she had been discussing the case with her brother that day?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you speak to Courtney Proctor that day in any fashion?
What day exactly?
The day of my client's arrest on February 1st of 2022.
That was on the sheet you just gave me?
It was.
Well, I did, obviously, if it was on that sheet.
Okay. And when you talked to her, did she tell you that she had discussed the case with her brother?
Objection.
Smart ass
Were you
answer.
notified that Karen was going to be arrested?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you discuss?
Yep. No being nice in
I don't
best
recall.
courtroom. That's right.
The next
That's
day,
the rule.
February 2nd of 2022, was the day that my client was arraigned back in Stoughton District Court. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day before my client's publicly televised arraignment at 9 a.m. Did you not?
Again, I don't remember.
After the arraignment, you spoke to her
Oh,
again
you
for
remember.
27 minutes, beginning at 10:58 a.m. Did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So your testimony is, well, strike that. My client's arrest was pretty big news in Massachusetts, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were aware that my client had been arrested, correct?
Yes, I had seen it on the news.
You were aware that she was being arraigned the very next
Oh,
day. were you not?
bullshit. You
Yes.
didn't see it on the
This
news.
case
They called and
involved
told
your
you.
family,
Oh,
did it not?
bullshit. I don't believe that for a second.
How do you mean it?
Well, you knew that John O'Keefe was found dead on your brother-in-law, Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
So necessarily, your family was involved in this case, correct?
Somewhat, yes.
And you knew that ultimately you'd probably be talked to by investigators from this case, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Right. Didn't happen for 13 days, but ultimately they did come, correct?
Yes.
So this case had to have been pretty big news within the Albert family, was it not?
Yes. Yes.
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your other relatives, correct?
Yes.
You were discussing it with your friends, correct?
I don't know about my friends, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it your testimony that with all of this going on, you confined your discussions about this case just to your specific family members?
not necessarily.
No, I mean, clearly, you would have talked.
I
to Courtney
hate
Proctor
doing
about it,
dishes,
correct?
Cheryl.
Sustained.
Good
I
morning, Ms. Albert.
finally have a
morning.
dishwasher, so I love it.
Ma'am, you will recall yesterday, I broached the topic with you of how often you and Courtney Proctor speak to each other over the phone. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And when I asked you to describe the frequency of those phone calls, I didn't put any words in your mouth, did I? I didn't suggest how frequently they were. You came up with the word.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely.
Rarely.
That's your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't really recall. I don't recall.
You don't recall telling this jury yesterday that when I asked you about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your
Well,
definition?
see, did you guys see that? She's shaking her head yes, but then says, I don't remember. Look at this.
I didn't put any words in
She's
your mouth,
answering
did
the
I?
question
I
with her
didn't
body,
suggest
but
how
then
frequently they
said,
were. You came
don't
up with the word.
remember.
I don't really.
Well, let me put it this way. When I asked you how often you talked to Courtney Proctor, you could have chosen any word in the English language to answer that question, correct?
Correct.
What was the word that you chose?
Not often. I don't remember,
How about
honestly.
rarely?
Rarely. Yes.
That is your word, correct?
It could have been. I don't
Just
really
said yes,
recall.
and then
I don't
she's
recall.
shaking her head
You don't
yes and
recall
says,
telling
oh,
this
it
jury
could have
yesterday
been.
that
I don't really
when I asked you
remember.
about how often you spoke to Courtney Proctor by phone, you said, well, rarely.
I don't remember.
What is your definition of rarely?
Make sure you get all the bukkake out.
Not daily. Not daily. Not. Yes.
Once in a blue moon?
No.
Rarely doesn't mean to you 67 phone conversations within a 7-month period, does it?
A 67 time period in how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
It's not a lot. I wouldn't think it's a lot in 7 months.
3 times in one day? Is that rarely?
No, but that wasn't every day.
It's
Okay, well,
okay.
when
Wow.
you left the stand yesterday, did you log into your account or check any gold bills to confirm those 67 calls?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to Mr. Lally about those 67 calls after we broke yesterday and before you took the stand today?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you call Courtney
You don't
Proctor on one of those
believe
rare
so?
occasions?
Do you have
Yes,
memory
No, I did not.
problems?
This morning?
Should
I
we
did not.
do it? What should we do? What Brennan did was La Posada, right? Do you have memory problems that you can't remember yesterday?
As to whether or not you had actually called her those 67 times.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. In any case, regarding all of those
she's lying
67
for
phone
sure,
calls from
Jeannie.
February 1st until September 6th, do you maintain that during none of those calls or any portion of those calls,
Yeah,
did
I'll
you and
allow
Courtney
it.
Proctor,
Oh, I went off earlier,
just-
Mary B, on her. I'll let him have that one. I'll allow that question. I'll allow it. She can't ever just use overruled. Like, how dare I can't give him the satisfaction of overruling Lally's objection. She's gonna say, I will allow that one. Like, or she doesn't even give a ruling. She just asks the witness the question over again. Like, don't answer that question from Yannetti or Alan Jackson, but you can answer the same exact question when I ask it. She drives me insane. That was Dr. Russell. Sorry. I always get those two confused. Their name. I know what they look like, but their name I always get backwards. Thank you, Mary B. With the audible gasp, queen. Yeah. She's awesome. For sure she's on a power trip, man. She's like, this is my fucking courtroom. You're all going to do what I say, and that's that. And nobody be nice. Nobody be nice in my damn courtroom, or I'll hold you in contempt. Damn it.
discuss the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
I do not remember.
Do you deny discussing that investigation?
I don't deny, but I do not remember.
All right. Well, you admitted yesterday, after having seen the records, that you spoke with Michael Proctor's sister for 12 minutes on February 1st of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay. But my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12
Oh, you
minutes,
got to
correct?
meet her? Oh, how cool.
And you also remember that
She is awesome, man. I would have loved to meet her. Do you have a video of her too, Cheryl? Like you did of Karina Kolakithis? I'll play it if you do. That would be awesome. Cheryl was never starstruck besides with Dr. Russell. Yeah, I don't think I would have. Yeah, I probably would have been the same way. I don't think I would have cared meeting anybody except for her. She was amazing. She gave Brennan everything he deserved. Everything he tried to get her, she got him right back. I mean, she was a spitfire, man. Ah, I gotcha. No, that's cool. I understand that, Cheryl. It was pouring and Dr. Russell was trying to get out of there. Yeah, I don't blame her. I never even asked Karen. Yeah, I'd see, to me, big deal. I wouldn't want to pick. To me, it's just not a big deal. Like Karen, I mean, I take that back. Alan Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, I would have asked for their picture. I probably would have been starstruck with all three of them. So I have to retract my statement. But as far as witnesses go, she probably would have been the only one that I would have been like, oh yeah, I gotta say hi to her. She's so cool. I would have just went up to her and been like, you were awesome. Like, just to give her, let her know that she was amazing.
That was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
You had seen that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with court.
Mary B, you say, yes, I was all about the lawyers. Alessi was super accessible, but I was always taking pictures, not in them. Yeah. See, I think I would have had to force myself to be in a picture with them if I was able to. But I probably would have been like you, taking the video, taking the pictures. But with them, if I was able to get a picture with them, I would have shoved my camera in someone's hand, been like, come on, take a picture of me real quick with them. Yeah. I'm the same way, Cheryl. I'm not that big on pictures. Ever since I had my surgeries and I gained weight and then lost weight, and now I'm older, I just don't care. I used to model when I was younger. I love doing modeling and stuff, but like regular pictures, and especially the older I get, the less I care. And the last, especially the last several years, without my mom being here, I don't know. My son is the only one I'd want pictures with or really care to get pictures with. That's it. And he doesn't ever want to take pictures either. So it is what it is. Yeah, Leslie seems so sweet. They all do. Alan Jackson seems even though he seems tough and on the exterior and stuff, he seems like he would be another one in person. That would be just totally cool. And I saw the video of Alessi that day. I can't remember whose video it was. I just saw it the other day too. Where did I see it? Where he was walking to the car and he ended up putting down his briefcase or something in the car. And then he came over to the crowd and took pictures. It was so cool. That he did that. Yeah, he seemed really, really sweet. I mean, for him to just take time out of his day and walk over to the crowd like that, I mean, I wish I could remember where that video was I saw, but it was just so cool. Oh, probably was Mary B. When I was watching your musical videos, it's probably where I saw it. If you have one where he's walking to the car and it's I think he puts down his briefcase or something, and then he just walks over to the corner where whoever's recording, and a bunch of people are standing, and he just starts taking pictures and talking to everybody. It was just cool to watch. That's so cool. I'm so jealous you guys got to meet him and everything. I really, I've been talking with a couple people for Turtle Boys. Wilbur, his next show, depending on how far out he does it. People here in the Midwest near me, we're trying to see if we can get people together to drive to Massachusetts for it, because that would be so much fun. And Hippie Chick offered to host a party for us Midwesterners. So a bunch of us were talking about that too. So I'm so excited to actually get to meet people, and so it sounds like so much fun. Yeah, I think it probably was your video, Mary B, now that I think about it. Very cool. I'll have to look. I'm going to look it up. If it is, I'm going to play it. Do you mind if I play it? Of course not. Thanks, Mary B. I gotta look it up on my phone so I know exactly where to go to. Otherwise, when I try to find things on my stupid slow laptop, it takes forever. If I know exactly where I'm going, then we're good. Let's see. Oh, I see the raining one. That isn't the one I was thinking of, but this, I think I found it. Oh, no, that's not it. Dang it, but this one's good. It's basically the same thing. Hold on, I'm going to pull your page up, Mary B. Both of these. Let's see. You know, I can play whatever I want from your channel. Thank you. Yeah, I'll play that one. I see. I got your comment here. I'll look at them. This one's from June 10th, it says. You got two of them from June 10th.
Molly. There he is. Hi, Alan.
Alan Jackson.
Good job today.
Bye.
I mean, they're always so happy to see you guys. Like, this is no problem. So cool.
I got him. Tina, he wants a picture of her. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Jackson.
Oh, Welcher did. The guy.
I want to see how they react.
Yes, everybody go talk to Mary B. She's got some awesome music videos. I'll play a couple too because they're so good. Oops, hold on. Let me go to the next one. This isn't the one I was talking about, Mary B, that I saw the other day, but this is basically it. He does the same thing here. He's like, it looks like he texts you guys. Because the one I watched, it was sunny out. It wasn't raining.
I know. Yeah. Oh, there he is. Oh, Molly.
Good job, Jackson. Good night.
Bye.
So this is the one. I'm sorry. So there's Lassie. He's taking pictures. It's raining and everything. He don't care.
All right, St. Louis, go Cardinals.
So awesome.
Thanks for coming out. Tina, he wants a picture of her. Yeah. Yeah, Uncle Jackson.
Yeah. Oh, I'm Alan Jackson. See, I didn't see that. I never saw one with Alan Jackson. He was taking pictures too in the back. That's really cool. And like a little.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Gotta go, and Brandon's gotta go. Yeah. Yeah, next couple days for
All right, hold on. Let's see what else I can find. Dina. Okay, what did you say it was called? Oh, here. I got it. This one. That's Mary Beatty's set.
Bobby. Hey, Bobby. Hey. Oh my God.
Oh, that sucks. Maybe he didn't get
I
it.
gotta meet him. You have to take a picture. I'm recording.
This is the one Mary B that I was talking about.
I'll go over here.
So cool.
I'll sit there and I'll see my teammates, right? There we go. Yeah. Down at the buffer zone today.
Pardon me?
That was beautiful.
I'm sorry?
That was beautiful today. We were down there just yelling.
Oh, yeah? All right. That's good.
Well, especially when Barrow's
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
wonderful.
Oh, I could always use. Oh, absolutely. You want to put an armor on each other? All right.
I need your phone though, because I'm recording.
You're welcome.
All right. Mr. Rusty, can I take a picture with you as well?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you so much. You're my favorite. I love all of
Got
you,
it.
but God bless you,
We got
sir.
a great team.
God bless you.
Yay, David Gidetti.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. I think it's okay with me. Oh, what a fantastic.
Absolutely. I got to go pretty soon. So leave without me.
Don't leave. Thank you. Thank you,
It's
Mr.
great
Alessi.
spending time with you.
Great to spend time with
Thank
you.
you so
God
much.
bless you. Thank you.
Yeah, they'd regret leaving without Alessi there. Yeah, it looked like that was Dina, right? Yeah, thought so. She had a black tank top on or something, right? I saw her in the beginning. And then Mary B informed me that she is working on a Karen Reed musical, which is so cool. And she's got these songs going on. They're so cool. I love them. Here.
They call me Spanky, sharp as a tack, with a suitcase of bias and a courtroom act. I don't need proof or a witness who's sane, just a sprinkle of drama and a whispered campaign. The facts are confusing, the science is weak, then I'll crank up the volume and clench my teeth. Ignore that it's sketchy, dismiss what they say. I've got feelings, Your Honor, so lock her away. Convict her anyway. Let the truth decay. Who needs logic when you've got a good old-fashioned cliche? I've got taillights and tension, a narrative to play. So bring on the jury and convict her anyway. Ignore the cameras, ignore the crowd. I'll just shout a bit louder and seem more proud. Forget the misconduct, forget the lies. Justice is mine when the system complies. I'll twist every voicemail and act like I care, while the Fairview boys vanish into thin air. It's smoke and it's mirrors and courtroom delay, but the goal never changes, make Karen pay. Convict her anyway. Make the facts obey. If I shout and scowl enough, the truth might go away. With a fistful of fragments and vibes in full display, I'll dazzle the jury and convict her anyway. Oh, make the facts obey. If I shout and scowl enough, the truth might go away. With a fistful of fragments and vibes in full display, I'll dazzle the jury and convict her anyway.
That laugh at the end is so funny. I love it. maybe Teebs can do this musical at the Wilbur. What a cool, amazing thing that would be. Oh my God, that would be so funny. Oh my God. All right, let's see if we can make it through Chomper Julie's, and then we'll call it a day. We'll play some more Mary B tomorrow when we need a break from Lally.
And with regard to the clothing that you observed him wearing, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of that clothing? And that, I mean, was it torn? Was it disheveled? Anything like that?
No, nothing that I remember.
And with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his appearance, what, if anything, did you observe about him as far as injuries or anything?
Nothing.
Now, with reference to your group as far as at the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the overall demeanor or tone of the group and what was going on?
Just normal. I thought it was just normal. Sitting listening to a band.
So at least during the time that you were there were no sort of arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
Nope, nothing.
And specifically to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, while you were there, during the short time that you were there, when they were there, did you observe anything as far as any arguments or disagreements or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Now, at the time, so during that time between when they arrived, you mentioned that John went up to the bar, correct?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go?
She talked to me at the top of the table for a few minutes, and then I believe she made her way down the table to either Jennifer McCabe or the couple that was at the end of the table to speak with.
Oh, that's funny.
And was it during that period of time that you had enough with the migraine and went home?
Yes, I left very, very shortly after that.
During the time that you were there and you were speaking with the defendant down sort of your end of the table.
Oh,
what if any?
Mary B, you want a good laugh? Okay. I make pictures. I've been making pictures every day of the witnesses just with ChatGPT just to bring some levity in this and to take a break, have some laughs. And I kept calling Julie Chomper Julie because the way she chomps that gum drives me nuts. So I made this because per Sarah's request. I take requests on images, but just wait till you see this. It's not even like, it didn't come out what I thought it would be, but for some reason it still cracked me up because someone called her a goat. And Sarah, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to do too many things at once. Sarah was like, show her eating grass. It's like, all right, I take requests because I've been doing these every day. This is the one that came up today of Chomper Julie. I don't know why it makes me laugh. Oh my God. And then last week we did what's his face? Hold on. Trying to pull this up without opening too many tabs because my computer was freaking freeze. It sucks. We had Gallagher on the stand, and this is the one. Oops, hold on. Come on, computer, be nice. Oh, this isn't Gallagher. This is one of the firefighters. Someone asked to give him googly eyes. So I did. Hold on. There's googly eyes. And someone said that he looked like Angry Bird, the red bird from Angry Bird. So then I made this. And then, hold on, I got more. Someone said to make Gallagher a turtle head. So I got this. And then said, nope, he looks like a beaver because of his teeth. So then we had this. And then they said, give him a turtle neck with a beaver head. So he came up with this. And then, of course, today we got Chomper Julie. Back to that one. I'm sorry, that one just cracks me up. I don't know why either. It's not even that funny, but it just makes me laugh. Yeah, it got a little out of hand. You can say that. We're having fun. Yeah, it definitely can happen. It happens. Nothing wrong with having a few laughs. Chomper, no chomping. That's right, Jeannie. All right.
Anything was discussed
Let's
as
see if
far
we
as
can get to
sort of
Bukkake.
where to go, what to do after the walk.
I do know that, I do remember, I'm sorry, that Karen had asked if we could go back to D&E, my husband's store, and make pizza, because that's something we frequently do if we're out at the end of the night, if we're hungry.
And was that something that you had discussed with Ms. Reed either on that date or on prior day?
I believe we discussed just that we went there once, and we said next time she'll have to come with us.
And was that something that was discussed as a possibility or something that was going to happen that night?
I think right away, I just wasn't going to do that because I wasn't feeling well. And I think I might have said talk to Chris because I wasn't going to do it.
And is that something that she mentioned over the course of that evening once, more than once or something?
Just once to me.
So when you get home, at some point, the rest of your family came home at some point in the evening, correct?
Yes,
And who came home first, your husband, Christopher, or your son, Colin?
my husband.
You know about what time that was?
I want to say about after 12, maybe 12:10, around there.
So sometime around 12:10?
Sometime around 12:10, yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall specifically about when your husband, Christopher, came?
He came upstairs to my room. He was shivering.
Hey,
It was cold out. And he immediately went to the bathroom, got undressed, and got into bed.
And your son, Colin, you've been in communication
Yes.
with him over the evening?
Yes.
And about how long was it after your husband came home that your son called?
10 to 15 minutes.
And were you essentially waiting up for him?
Oh, yes. Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier and how much of a poop she has at the top of her head there. Like she's got a ponytail under that wig stuck up there instead of having, yeah. It definitely looks like a wig. Okay, so we aren't the only ones. Everybody thinks that she's got a wig on.
Yes, I do not go to bed until my kids are home.
And is there another common practice as far as when your kids come home, where do they go when they first come in?
They immediately will always come in the door, maybe grab a water out of the fridge and come upstairs and give me a kiss goodnight and tell me that they're home.
Now, did that happen on this occasion?
Yes.
And so Colin came into your room and something?
Yep, he came right upstairs. Yes.
And when Colin came into your room and came upstairs, did you have occasion to observe him as far as talk to him? Obviously?
Yes, we talked for a minute. He asked me if I was feeling better. And yeah, we talked for a moment.
And during that conversation that you had with Colin, similar to what I'd asked you with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, injuries or anything did you observe on your son, Colin?
None.
And fair to say, the next day, at some point, you talked to and had interaction with your son?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries or anything did you observe?
None. None.
So I know this is sort of hard, so wait till Mr. Lally finishes his question before answering, okay? Thank you.
Now, after your son Colin came home, and you eventually went to bed, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to the next morning, Saturday morning on the 29th, about what time was it that you woke up?
I woke up about 8-ish.
And with regard to your nephew, Brian Jr., whose birthday it was now on the 29th, what, if any, sort of tradition do you have with respect to his birthday?
Every year on his birthday, I go to Dunkin' Donuts. I get him 6 donuts, and I bring them to the house, and I leave them there with a card before he gets up. So when he wakes up, they're there. I've been doing it for years.
And is that what your intention was on this morning as well?
Yes.
Is that what you did on that?
Yes.
Now, when you woke up, probably like most people, at some point did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And when you looked at the screen to your phone, what, if anything, did you see?
I had a missed call from my friend Jen McCabe.
And was there any sort of notation in regard to the missed call as to what time that missed call had come in?
It was 5:55, maybe.
Or sometime earlier in the morning?
Early morning, yes.
And beyond the missed call, was there any other sort of stamp or notification on the phone as far as a voicemail, text message?
Nope. I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And not from Ms. McKay, correct?
Correct.
And not from anybody else?
Correct.
And at any point in time on that morning over the phone, did you speak with Ms. McKay?
No, I did not.
And did you call her? So you didn't call her back or anything like that?
I did not.
And so after you wake up, at some point you go to Dunkin' Donuts and get the 6 donuts?
Yes.
And where did you go with it?
I drove to 34 Fairview.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you?
I don't think so, Cheryl. Did I rewind it for some reason? I wasn't paying attention.
Colin and Dylan, they were at home still?
Yes, they were at home still asleep.
And with regard to when you went to Fairview, came back with your husband, went back to Fairview, and then came back again, were they still asleep?
I don't remember.
You recall, well, let me put it this way. As far as your sons, did they?
Yes, we did. Sorry, we were at a cross exam. That's right. Sorry, I got so distracted. I didn't even realize this. Thank you, Cheryl.
In how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67 times.
Hold on. Because we were already at a cross examination when I was playing around. I must have clicked it and not realized.
Yes, I do.
You spoke to Courtney Proctor 3 times that day.
Yeah, we were this is where we left
They
off.
did come, correct?
Yes.
So this case had to have been.
Oh, you guys are good. Please let me know. I have clicked it several times, not realizing it went behind, and I had to go get some. I went and grabbed a Coke, so I wasn't even paying attention to what was playing. So
yes,
I
You were discussing it with your husband, correct?
Yeah.
We were already where she was in the black shirt.
Was
So
it?
let's see.
A 67 time period in how many, 8 months?
In about 7 months, 67.
Yes, this is where we were, somewhere around here. Let's see.
Called out?
I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. It was a long time ago.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Finish your
I'm sorry. It was a long time ago. I just don't remember.
Okay, but my question is, after seeing the records, you saw the phone call for over 12 minutes, correct?
Correct.
And you also remember that that was the very day that the police arrested Karen Reed for this case, correct?
Correct.
The arrest of Karen Reed on February 1st was pretty big news in Massachusetts, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had seen.
Hey, Sarah, of course I'm going to be nosy. I'm glad everything's okay, but what happened with your sis-in-law? You got family drama? Sorry. But I'm glad you said everyone's okay, so I'm really glad to hear that.
Seeing that arrest all over the news, correct?
Correct.
So you certainly, given the day and the fact that it was February 1st and my client was arrested that day and you're talking to the lead investigator's sister, the subject of Karen Reed's arrest had to have come up, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You certainly mentioned my client's arrest with Courtney Proctor on the very day that she was arrested and you were talking to Courtney, correct?
Correct.
Now, when we broke for the day yesterday, I had also asked you about the 3 phone calls that you had with Michael Proctor's sister on the morning of February 2nd when my client was arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And you recall that her arraignment was televised publicly, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
You saw her on the news being arraigned, correct?
Correct.
And one of those phone calls after, well, strike that. With regard to the 3 phone calls before the arraignment, You knew at that time that my client had been arrested the day before, correct?
Correct.
And you knew she would be arraigned in court that morning, correct?
Correct.
Certainly, when you were talking to Michael Proctor's sister on February 2nd, before her 9 o'clock arraignment, you were discussing the 9 o'clock arraignment, correct?
Can you repeat the end of that, please?
On February 2nd, the day that my client was scheduled to be arraigned in Stoughton District Court, we're talking about the 3 phone calls that you made to Michael Proctor's sister before that arraignment that very day. And my question is, certainly you were discussing the fact that she was about to be arraigned, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Oh God,
Did the subject
I
of
got you, Sarah. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm so glad everybody is okay. Oh, they're in my prayers.
Arraignment come up in any of those 3 calls on February 2nd, the day she was going to be arraigned, before her arraignment?
I don't remember exactly.
What about the 27-minute phone call that you had with Courtney Proctor at 10:58 a.m. that same day after my client was arraigned in court? Did you discuss the arraignment that had just happened?
I do not remember.
You had already testified that by 2022, you were no longer babysitting for Courtney Proctor's kids, correct?
I wasn't babysitting regularly like I was before.
So is it your testimony that you happened to be talking about babysitting on February 2nd for 27 minutes, the same day that my client was arraigned in Stoughton District Court?
I don't remember what I was talking about. It could have been about the kids. It could have been about anything. I don't remember.
Sure. And certainly it could have been about the publicly televised arraignment that had just occurred, correct?
Objection.
So I'll allow this and then let's move away from this, okay? Can you answer that?
Yes, it could have been. Yes.
Did you tell Courtney Proctor during any of these 67 phone calls that you were a witness in her brother's case?
I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th, correct?
Yes.
You must have a memory
And you also
problem.
went to 34
I mean,
Fairview
come
on the
on.
morning
I don't
of
remember.
January
I don't
29th.
remember. I don't
Yes.
remember. Oh shit.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls that we've discussed so far, the February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone
I don't believe a word that comes
Um,
out of her mouth.
Trooper Proctor still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
Oh, yeah,
But you were
Sarah.
nervous to speak to him,
rough.
correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened?
Yeah, too much time with the in-laws can be very stressful. So I get it. But now they can't go back. I get that too. Yeah, exactly. It's funny, but not. I totally get it. It's rough.
It happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
I wasn't expecting it right
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe the two of you should be separately interviewed?
I'm
I
sorry.
don't recall.
Now here's again.
But
She
they would ask
doesn't
my
even
son?
realize what
Were you
she
nervous that one
did.
of the investigators in this case might
Oh my God.
approach your son to ask him about his whereabouts?
No.
She didn't even know what
In
she
any case,
did.
You were interviewed at
Which makes it
5:30 p.m. on
funnier.
February 10th, correct?
Correct.
Where did that interview take place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together,
I can
correct?
only imagine Yanetti's face right now. Oh my God. Does anybody know if Turtle Boy was in court that day? Yeah. That's what makes it funnier, Mary B. She says it twice and doesn't even realize that what she said and that she got it totally wrong. And what she said was what Turtle Boy's nickname for him is. Not to mention what it means, I'm assuming. Turtle Boy lost his mind laughing when she said it. God, she must have been listening to his show. Yeah, well, she had to have been. Where else would she have gotten that word from? Yeah, the long pause. That's why it's like all I can imagine is Yanetti's face, like trying so hard not to laugh out loud. Oh my God. I'm surprised we didn't hear Turtle Boy just bust out laughing if he was in the courtroom. Yes, they did. Love the lead. They sure did. Oh my God. I can't. It's too funny. It's too funny. I'm sorry.
Objection.
Hold on. I can't like
About this case. Do you remember that?
I've seen the clips of this, but I've never seen it in the trial context. So just watching her behavior before and after, she's totally clueless.
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't remember.
Okay. Ms. Albert, you were at the waterfall on the night of January 28th,
You said he was
correct?
mortified?
Yes.
Oh.
And you also went to 34 Fairview on the morning of January 29th.
Yes.
Yet, as of the date of these phone calls
Yeah,
that we've discussed
exactly,
so far,
Mary
on
B.
February 1st and the February 2nd, multiple phone calls.
She doesn't even realize what
Trooper
she's
Proctor
saying.
still had not interviewed you, correct?
Correct.
You were finally interviewed by Trooper Proctor on February 10th, about 13 days after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's house, correct?
Correct.
And you told Courtney Proctor that you were nervous to speak to her brother, Trooper Proctor, about this case. Do you remember that?
I do not remember those exact words, no.
All right. But you were nervous to speak to him, correct?
Of course, I was nervous in general for a police interview. I mean, I don't know someone who wouldn't be.
Were you worried that one of Trooper Proctor's colleagues might ask to speak to your son, Colin, about what had happened on the 28th and the 29th?
Objection.
Was I nervous they would ask my son?
Yeah, were you nervous that one of the investigators in this case might approach your son to ask him about his
Angel!
whereabouts?
No.
Thanks for coming.
All right. In any case, you were interviewed at 5:30 p.m. on February 10th, correct?
You came for
When
the
did that
best
interview take
part.
place?
At my home in Canton.
Who was present for that interview?
Me, my husband, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper Bukaki.
Oh my God, it gets funny.
Michael Proctor agreed to interview you and your husband together, correct?
Objection.
You and your husband were interviewed together, correct?
Correct.
Did either of these troopers, including Michael Proctor, suggest that maybe
Oh
the
my
two of you
God,
should be
I'm
separate
sorry.
interviews?
It's so
I don't recall.
funny.
I don't remember.
Take place within your home.
In my family room?
Were you sitting on couches?
Yes.
You're comfortable?
Yes.
You were not in a police interrogation room, correct?
No, I was not.
And it wasn't particularly lengthy, correct?
What do you define lengthily? I don't recall. I don't remember how long it was exactly.
It didn't go into the evening, correct? And then Michael Proctor and
Yeah,
the
no.
other trooper left, correct?
Correct.
Oh my God.
Then at 6:17 p.m. that same night, shortly after you had been interviewed, you called Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number, correct?
I don't remember.
I can literally picture her going home and getting on the computer and like, what's Bukaki? And looking it up and seeing what it is. And oh my God, I could only see her face. She probably started crying. Oh, considering how calm she was and said it twice. That's what I'm sorry. It makes it that much funnier that she says it twice. She's so calm. She doesn't realize what she said. If she had said it and then been like, oh my God, I don't know. I don't know if that would have been as funny.
You didn't bring your cheaters today. Oh, you did? Good. Okay. May I approach you on?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you one document. There's an orange sticky on it that you can ignore.
Okay.
But right above the orange sticky, there's a date of February 10th. That's what I'm directing your attention. You could look at those two phone calls.
Emily
ma'am, and look
Baker
up to me
lost
when you're
it
done.
live. Oh, I'll have to go watch her
Wonderful.
reaction. I think part of it is in
Did that refresh your memory about those two phone
Next
calls on February 10th?
Witnesses videos, right?
I mean,
think
I just
saw
read them,
part
but
of
I
it.
don't
I'll have to go
remember.
watch the entire thing.
You called Trooper Proctor at 6:17 p.m. and it appears to be a 5-second phone call. Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you recall that Trooper Proctor called you back that same day at 6:21 p.m. and that you spoke for about 4 minutes?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you deny speaking to Trooper Proctor for 4 minutes when he called you from his personal cell phone on February 10th of 2022 after you had been interviewed that day?
No, I don't deny it, but I don't remember it.
When did you get his personal cell phone number?
Don't remember.
Years ago?
I'm sure, yes.
Because you've known that family for a long time.
Yes, I have.
And as you testify here today, you can't remember what that phone call would have been about, correct?
No, I do not remember.
Okay, I'd like to contrast your relationship with Karen Reed versus your relationships with Jennifer McCabe and Courtney Proctor. You would agree with me, and I think you testified yesterday that Jennifer McCabe is one of your best friends.
That would be
Correct.
hilarious.
You call her
to
Jen,
me.
correct?
Yes.
And Courtney Proctor is also one of your best friends, correct?
She's not one of my best friends. No, she's a good friend. She's not one of my best friends. No, she's my sister's best friend.
Gotcha. Okay. Your sister
My sister Jillian. Yes.
Jillian is best friends with Courtney Proctor, and you're close friends with
Oh
her.
yeah, because they
Correct.
don't watch Turtle Boy.
But you really only knew Karen Reed as John O'Keefe's
Angel
daughter,
baby,
correct?
I'm gonna fix
She was
that.
just an
Hold on.
acquaintance of yours.
Yes.
There are no photos of you in a hot tub together, right? You and Karen Reed?
No.
There are no photos of you with your arms around each other at the beach, correct?
No.
You've never been to a
How
baby
about
shower
now,
with Karen
Angel?
Reed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You didn't have any contact with Karen Reed while you were growing up, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was definitely not from Kent, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow this and then you can move on.
No, she was not.
One more question. She was an outsider, correct, to Karen?
She didn't live in Canton.
But after she started
Oh,
dating
yeah.
John, you would.
Angel, you got to hear this because Jeannie never looked up Bukkake until today. And unfortunately, she looked it up. And so now, yeah, I know I just made her one, Mary B. And I appreciate you all for being my mods. Love you all. And because I've talked to you all in voice chat and Danny's Discord, I trust you all. Oh, Jeannie, it's funny. Not a bad thing. It's funny. Okay. And because I still regret to this day looking up what Bukkake meant. Okay. But I'm a curious mind and I always have to know what something means. So Jeannie went and looked up Bukkake, but I had already made a comment because Mary B made a comment in the chat before Jeannie looked it up that said, I came here for Bukkake. And my response to Mary B was, sorry, there's no men here. And Jeannie, like 10 minutes later, after looking it up, goes, oh, now I get your comment about no Ben being here. She didn't get it until she looked it up. Yeah, I was the same. I didn't know what it meant for a while either, Jeannie. And one day I finally couldn't take it anymore. I got to look it up because someone told me not to look it up. So I didn't until I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know. And then I regretted it. I get made fun of daily for saying who's making biscuits. Jeannie, it's endearing. Aw. Yeah. We all love you. It's funny. Aw, don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. I didn't know what it was either. Like I said, I looked it up. I probably didn't look it up until I've been watching Turtle Boy for just about a year now, too. And I just looked it up like 2 months ago. So don't feel so bad. Annie, why do you feel weird? Don't feel weird. I would make you a mod, but I feel bad. Like I don't want you to take any offense to it at all. It's just these girls all come from Danny's, and I've talked to them on the phone and like on voice chat, so I know them and we talk. So that's the only reason. It's nothing personal. Please do. I'm sorry. EDB kept saying, "Don't Google." Glad I amused you. Sorry, Jeannie. I don't mean to embarrass you. I'm so sorry. I feel bad now. I embarrassed Jeannie. I'm making Annie feel left out. I'm so sorry. Now I feel horrible. I hope you'll both forgive me. Mary B, I'm kind of a big deal. I know, Jeannie, you're cool. And Annie, I really am. I feel bad. I'm sorry. Like Danny was even like, be careful, you make a mod, be careful. I mean, he just had to purchase mods, and I don't want to go through all that. And since I talked to you all guys, at least I know you guys, and Annie, I love you being here. Please don't take offense. It's okay. Okay, good. I love you. I love you all. All right, let's go make some more fun.
See her driving in and out of the street, correct?
Yes.
You'd see her taking groceries
Thank
in, correct?
you, guys.
Yes.
Because you were neighbors with John.
Yes.
And it was the fact that you'd see her around, taking groceries in and out of the house and being outside with the kids that led you to believe that she was not only connected to John, but also to his house on Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes.
And you would see her interacting with the kids outside, correct?
Yes.
She would be participating in family-type activities with the kids outside?
Yes.
And you'd
You
see her
are
enough
a
that you
big
assumed
deal,
that she was
Mary
living there,
B.
correct?
Come on now.
Yes.
And I believe you stated that you
You're YouTube
had known
famous,
her or
man.
seen her for maybe about a year and a half or so. Is that a good estimate?
Yes.
And in all the time that you saw her in the neighborhood or had any contact with her and John, you never saw the two of them fight or argue, correct?
No.
You never heard them fight or argue, correct?
No.
And you had been out with them in a group setting a handful of times, correct?
Just a couple of times.
And during those times, they always appeared to get along, correct?
Yes.
And you knew of no problems in their relationship, correct?
No.
And you were particularly impressed with the time Karen spent with John's adopted children.
Objection.
Were you?
Can you repeat that once more, please?
You were impressed with the amount of time that Karen spent with John's children.
I didn't know the exact really amount of time. She was there a lot. Yes, she was. So yes, I would assume that she spent a lot of time with them. Yes.
Now, on Friday, January 28th, you had plans with your sister-in-law, Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You are close with Nicole.
Yes, I am.
You picked her up at her home in your car.
Yes.
You drove her to the waterfall, correct?
Correct.
And the two of you went for dinner there.
Yes.
Your husband, Chris, came later.
Yes.
Brian Higgins came later.
Yes.
And you knew Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, Ron. I believe you testified you knew Brian Higgins at that time, correct?
Yes.
And how did you know him?
He is a friend of my brother-in-law.
And your brother-in-law would be Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, when I just asked you that question about how you knew Brian Higgins and what his relationship was to Brian Albert, you didn't hesitate to say that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
It was very clear that they were friends, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the two of them arrived at the bar together, correct?
Yes.
And it didn't surprise you to see the two of them together, correct?
No.
Karen and John came sometime after that,
I believe shortly after that. Yes.
and they walked over to your table.
Yes.
And then John kind of came up from behind you and sort of in a joking way, dug his finger into your shoulder
Correct. Yes.
and essentially said, what's up? And that was about it. And he went on. Correct?
He said, "What's up?" and made a joke. And
And the joke was, given the fact that you and your husband moved from the neighborhood, they decided to hold a block party.
yes.
And John was the same jokester he always was, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had some contact with Karen while you were at the bar before you had to leave because of the migraine, correct?
Correct.
And she was just very bubbly that night, correct?
Correct.
That's just her personality as far as you could see, correct?
As far as I knew, yes.
You didn't know her that well, but that's how she always was, correct?
Correct.
And you left the waterfall at around 11 o'clock, your best memory?
A little after 11.
And it was a particularly bad migraine that night?
Yes.
And the loud music didn't help you out?
Not at all.
And you drove home?
Yes.
Now, when you got home, your son Colin was not there, correct?
Correct.
I
He
do
was not out
feel
with you at
bad
the
for her
waterfall.
if she
Correct.
really
He was out
did
that
have
night,
a
correct?
migraine, although I wonder if that's even true, but I get migraines really bad and they are not fun. Let's put it that way. They are awful, excruciating, especially like if you're like me and can't find a medicine that helps it. Awful.
Correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he stops by your sister-in-law Nicole's house quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
He's very close to Nicole and Brian's kids, correct?
Correct.
He's also very close to his aunt and uncle, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Correct.
So you would have gotten home maybe shortly after 11:10 p.m. approximately?
Around 11. Yep. Around that.
And that was when you entered an empty house, correct?
My son Dylan was home.
Oh, Dylan was home.
Yes.
But Colin was not.
He was not.
And Colin did not come home at 11:30, correct?
Correct.
He did not come home at 11:45, correct?
Correct.
And when the clock
Yeah,
hit
they
midnight, he
do,
still wasn't
Angel.
home, correct?
Correct.
Oh yeah,
Now,
Mary B.
At some point,
I'm sure
your husband Chris came home. correct?
Yes.
He's
You
probably the
testified on
cause of
direct
most of
examination
them.
that Chris came home at 12:10 a.m. on January 29th.
That's what time I believe he did. Yes.
That 12:10 a.m. time, did you discuss that precise time with anybody prior to taking the stand yesterday?
No.
Was that coordinated with anybody such that your husband and you gave the same time, 12:10 a.m.?
No.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play the waterfall bully video. I think it's exhibit 53, just that portion. I'm going to allow my colleagues some time to find this, and I'll move on with my questioning in the meantime. We can have the lights on again. Now, I believe you testified that the waterfall is very close to D&E Pizza, correct?
Correct.
But your house on Maple Street is about a half mile away from the waterfall. Would you agree with that?
About that, yes. Maybe a little less, but about that.
All right. Would you agree it's a 7 or 8 minute walk home from the waterfall if you're walking? I realize you were driving, but if somebody were walking, it would be about 7 or 8 minutes?
Maybe a minute or two less.
Okay. So you would say 6 or 7 minutes would be a better estimate to cover that half mile?
Depends on how fast you walk, yes.
And it was snowing that night, correct?
Correct.
The ground was a little bit slippery?
Yes.
If I could have the lights dimmed again. This is the exhibit I'd like to show you, ma'am. And if you pause for 1 second. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video? Does that appear to be the waterfall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the time, 12:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay, you can run that, Mr. Bates.
Yeah, those sirens are obnoxious. How loud they are in the courtroom.
Can you pause it there? I am going to direct you. Do you see where it says CH3?
Yes.
And you see the timestamp up the top, correct?
Yes.
Between those two markers on the video, you're going to see somebody walking by. I'd ask you to pay attention for the next 6 seconds or so. Come on. So, do you recognize that person?
Yes, I believe it's my husband.
Okay. If you can run that. Stop. Okay. Would you agree with me that your husband left the waterfall at about 12:13 and 46 seconds?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what it says on the screen.
Okay. So it was closer to 2:14 than to 2:10.
What
Would you
is
agree with that?
Narky answer
12:14?
there,
Two.
Julie?
Right. 12:14 then 12:10.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So if he's leaving at around 12:14, and by your testimony, it would have taken him he was walking home. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
He didn't have a car that night.
He did not.
And if it took him 6 or 7 minutes to get home, and by the way, let me strike that question. You had said it takes 6 or 7 minutes. Did you factor in the fact that of the weather that night for your estimate about a 6 or 7 minute walk?
Objection.
Can you answer that question? Is that what you said?
Yes, I didn't factor in the. I don't know.
All right. So your testimony would be you don't know if it
Carol's
would take a
back.
little bit longer or anybody.
Everyone
Back
walks
again.
at a different pace.
Right. But whatever pace they walk at, given what you saw of the weather that night, is it your testimony that maybe it would have taken a little bit longer than the estimate? Because
It could have.
Okay. But in any case, let's leave it at 6 or 7 minutes. That puts your husband coming home at around 12:20 or 12:21, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that 12:10 estimate that you had, you made that estimate before having the benefit of the video, correct?
Correct.
Now, where were you within the house when your husband came home?
In my room.
Bedroom?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
All right. And you share a bedroom with your husband?
Yes.
And when was the first time that you saw him within the house?
He came up to the bedroom.
Okay, so you were in the bedroom and you see him appear in the bedroom.
Correct.
Did you hear the door open way down on the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it would have taken him maybe about a minute to get upstairs. It wasn't very long.
It wouldn't be very long, no.
Okay. And when he got upstairs, you noticed that he was in wet clothing, correct?
Yes.
He appeared to be cold.
Yes.
And he got undressed, correct?
Yes.
Did he brush his teeth before bed?
I think he got right into bed.
Okay, so you didn't see him
Oh,
brush his
that's
teeth
right.
or
You were
wash
doing
up.
dishes. I
No.
forgot.
And were you in the bed when he came into the bed to go to sleep?
I know
I was
you
sitting up in
worked
bed,
out
yes.
earlier too.
Eating
You
or watching
said-
TV?
I was just sitting up in bed
Hey.
praying for my headache to go away.
Oh, okay. So the migraine
You're
was still
making
Yes.
me feel lazy, Cheryl, because all I did was sit on the computer today and chat with all my friends.
bothering you. And you were suffering at that point.
Suffering? I had a headache.
Well, yeah, but a migraine headache, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
it was a headache, but I took medicine and I was waiting for it to get
Waiting
better.
to kick in?
Yes.
Okay. And that's sort of what you were concentrating on.
Well,
It's kind of hard to read or watch TV or concentrate on anything when you have a migraine, right?
Okay. Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that,
Yeah, I
that your
hate
husband Chris
doing
was
dishes.
asleep when Colin came home, correct?
Correct.
And as a mother, you couldn't have gone to sleep until you knew your kids were home, correct?
Correct.
And Colin was the remaining child who was out there.
Aw.
which-
Well, I appreciate you being here, in and out. Angel, moody 9-year-olds can be fun. Luckily, my son is a grown adult now. I don't have to deal with moody children. That's right. I forgot. I keep forgetting you just watched Game of Thrones. Yeah. I still gotta, when I start making a little money on my thing, I'm gonna get HBO so I can watch the new show. Like I said, I talked to Mary B about this the other day as I watched the first season of House of Dragons, and I wasn't that thrilled with it. but the new one she said is better, and I'm excited to see it. You're dealing with a 14-year-old that's failing 9th grade. Oh, I'm sorry, Cheryl. Eesh. They just not like school? Spend too much time on the internet? The interwebs? Playing games? My son, when he was 14, he just was addicted to his Xbox. Jeannie, she's got a migraine because she practiced saying Buchanan all day, but could only muster up Bukkake twice. If you do the math, I'm plenty lazy. Hate school, yeah. That's the age, they just. My son didn't like school. I was a nerd, dude. I loved school. I loved learning. I would have been a professional student if someone paid me. Seriously. But my son was the complete opposite. Yeah, when I watched Game of Thrones, it was the guy I was dating was watching it, and it was already the beginning of season 7. So I did 6 seasons in like 2 weeks. So yeah. So I could watch the beginning of season 7 with him. And then it was such a letdown. I think that's why season 8 I hated it even more than he did, because he had watched the show from the beginning. I wasted all that time binge watching 6 seasons, watched the 7th season, and then the 8th season came, end of the show, and it sucked. Such a letdown.
When he came home, that would give you license to go to sleep.
Yes.
Now, at the time that Colin came home with Chris sleeping, it's fair to say this was just an ordinary weekend night, correct?
How do you?
Well, in other words, you didn't know that anything tragic had occurred or was alleged to have occurred, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like you were paying attention to the clock at that point and recording your memories as best you could because you knew you'd be testifying later, correct?
Correct.
Which also explains the 12-10 estimate, right? I mean, you're being asked about, times that things occurred, and it was just sort of an ordinary day, right? So it's difficult to pinpoint times, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, directing your attention to the next morning, you missed a phone call from your best friend, Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And you believe that phone call, I think according to your memory, yesterday came in at 5:55 p.m., correct? I'm sorry, 5:55 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was the time that you gave Mr. Lally when he asked you a question on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to recall that time nearly 2 years later, correct?
Yes.
But regarding the 67 phone calls between you and Courtney Proctor that happened after that, you're not able to recall any of those, correct?
I just don't remember them.
All right. In any case, January 29th was your nephew, Brian Albert Jr.'s birthday, correct?
Yes.
That's why you went to 34 Fairview at 8:30 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you pulled into the driveway, there was nothing unusual to you, correct?
Correct.
This was just your brother-in-law, Brian, and your sister-in-law, Nicole's house with snow around, correct?
Yes.
There were no police on scene?
No.
There was no tent protecting the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
No crime scene stapled anywhere or taped anywhere, correct?
Correct.
Nobody appeared to be standing guard over the front yard, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any shard of glass, right?
No, I did not.
You didn't see 45 pieces of taillight strewn about the lawn, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't see any pieces of taillight, correct?
I don't recall seeing anything.
And you didn't suspect that 34 Fairview was a crime scene, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
There was nothing that prevented you from walking all over that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
It was still snowing out?
Yes.
Brian Albert, when you approached the house, he opened the door, correct?
I approached the car, not the house.
Okay. You approached whose car
I
was it?
agree, Jeannie.
My nephew Brian's in the driveway. Yes.
All right. And then Brian Albert opened the door of the house.
The side door of the home. Yes.
All right. So can I have Exhibit 8, please?
I think all of their actions that morning are fucked
that that I'm highlighting now
Even if you
is the
ignore all
front
the
door to the house,
freaking
correct?
butt
Yes.
dials,
And
all of
if we
them.
move along Exhibit 8 to the right, is that the side door?
Yes.
And that's the door that Brian Albert appeared from?
Yes.
That's a weird behavior.
You were able to see him from the outside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you were over to this area?
Yes.
Do you recall, is it one of those two cars that's in Exhibit 8 that you approached with the Dunkin' Donuts?
I can't make out what the cars are.
Okay. But it was either one of those two cars or a car that was parked in one of those two places.
Yes.
All right. And then did you go in that side door to go into the house?
Yes.
Fair to say that family has lived there for quite a while, correct?
Yes.
You knew that prior to Brian Albert and Nicole, I'm sorry. That's really bad form to block the jury. I'm so sorry. It's good I didn't trip. The door that is the front door, having been familiar with that house for a long time, you've gone in that front door before, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when you go in the front door of that house, you come into a little foyer area, correct?
Correct.
And then almost within arm's distance to the left is the door to the basement, correct?
Walking in the front door, arm's distance to the left.
Yes. In other words, you walk into the house.
Yep.
And then the door to the basement, going down to the basement, is right there on the left, correct?
That's incorrect. To the left is the library.
All right. Where is the door to the basement?
You walk in the front door, you step to the right, walk a few steps towards the kitchen, and the basement door is on the left before you enter the kitchen.
All right. But the kitchen's off to the left, correct?
No, when you walk in the front door, the library is on the left. There's another room on the left.
Okay.
So you walk in, you immediately see a staircase in front of you.
Yeah.
And to the left is the library.
Right.
If you go to the right,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you go to the right, you can go into the part of the kitchen where the kitchen table is, or you can not go to the right. You can walk straight. And as you're walking, there's a door on the left, and that's where the basement door is.
Okay, so I think we're getting to what I was getting at. If you walk straight ahead, there's a door to the left that goes
straight
down to the
ahead
basement,
to the
correct?
left.
Yes.
Wow.
We have the left. And when you were walking toward that side door, you didn't see any emergency or police vehicles outside, correct?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see any first responders other than Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
There were no lights flashing outside the house, correct?
Correct.
And inside, you saw Nicole Albert,
Yes.
Brian Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
Matt McCabe,
Yes.
and Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
How long did you spend at the house that morning?
I don't remember exactly. Maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. I don't remember exactly.
And the 7 of you were discussing what had happened, correct?
Yes.
At some point, it was decided that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police, correct?
Objection.
I'll let, if this witness knows independently.
Can you repeat that once more, please?
At some point, it was decided among the 7 of you that Jennifer McCabe should contact Michael Lank of the Canton Police Department.
I don't remember who exactly Jennifer decided. Yeah, I don't remember exactly the discussion.
You knew Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
And at 8:53 a.m., you sent to Jennifer McCabe Michael Lank's personal cell phone number, correct?
Correct.
And did you then see Jennifer McCabe delete that text message from you?
Objection.
I'll sustain.
You were contacted by the Massachusetts State Police this year about your phone, correct?
Correct.
They left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024?
The state police?
Yes.
About my telephone?
Well, they left you a voicemail on March 21st of 2024. You had contact with the state police this year.
Yes.
And they left you a second voicemail on March 25 and then called you again on March 28.
Yes.
You told them that you were sick and you would speak to them on April 1st, correct?
Correct.
And then the state police called you on April 1st, but you did not pick up. Do you recall that?
I do not.
They called you again that same day and you didn't respond, correct?
I don't recall.
But you did learn that they had called your husband on April 1st looking for you, correct?
I don't recall.
All right. After speaking with your husband, you texted the Massachusetts State Police on April 1st, correct?
I think around that. I don't know the exact date.
All right. And you finally met with the Massachusetts State Police on April 3rd of 2024, correct?
I would assume. I don't know the exact date, but yes.
And during that meeting, the state police looked through your phone for a contact that you would have had with Mike Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Did they seize your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they tell you that they had a search warrant for your phone?
No, they did not.
Did they take it back saying that they had to give it to some experts to do an extraction?
Objection.
Sustain.
They just looked through it after you handed it to them, correct?
Correct.
Then they gave it back.
Yes.
Now, with regard to your contact
That's
with
fucked
Karen
up.
on January 28th,
I think
it
all of
was-
them should have had their phones extracted, especially with all those freaking butt dials. Which you know you can't butt dial on a freaking smartphone.
clear to you that Karen did not appear to be under the influence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her stumbling, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see her swaying.
Correct.
She was not unbalanced.
No.
She was not slurring her words.
No.
She was not talking gibberish.
No.
She was engaging in normal conversation.
Yes.
And she held the conversation perfectly fine.
Yes.
She appeared to be under control, correct?
Yes.
She was affectionate with John that night.
Objection.
I didn't come in contact with them like that.
Well, the two of them certainly were not arguing.
No, not that I saw.
You didn't see any tension between them, correct?
No.
And I mean, given your family's connection to law enforcement, you would not knowingly let someone drive a car if they were under the influence, correct?
Objection.
What's wrong with
Everyone
that?
appeared to be having a good time that night. correct?
Yes.
And that included John and Karen, from what you could see, correct?
For the 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was it?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Fred.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
I want to
Correct.
For the 15 minutes I was there, yes.
Now, after you left the waterfall, it's fair to say that you didn't know precisely where your son Colin was that night, correct?
I knew where he was.
Where was it?
He was at his friend Michael Leonetti's. He left Michael Leonetti's to stop to say happy birthday to my nephew Brian at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. And you learned that from him, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned that Colin was at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
January 28th. The Fred.
So is it your testimony that you know that Colin left on Friday night as opposed to after midnight on January 29th?
I don't understand what you're asking.
What just occurred is I asked you whether you knew that your son Colin was at your sister-in-law Nicole's and your brother-in-law Brian Albert's house on January 29th, and you just corrected.
I'm sorry, it was after midnight.
Okay.
So I got confused. I apologize.
Not a problem. So the answer to my question is you learned that he was there on January 29th, correct?
Yes, after midnight.
And you now know that that is the same house outside which John O'Keefe was found dead that morning, correct?
Yes, I do.
And one last question. You were interviewed by Trooper Proctor, and it's fair to say you never told him that Colin was there that time, correct?
I don't recall my interview.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Just briefly on.
Morning, Ms. Allen.
Good morning.
Now, with reference to, you were asking questions about 67 calls over a period from February to September, correct?
Correct.
That's about 7 months, is that right?
Yes.
And roughly about 210 days or so?
Yes.
Do you have other friends besides Ms. Proctor?
Yes.
And versus some of your other friends, as far as those phone calls, 67 times over 210 days, is that more so, less so, or on average with?
Less so.
And at no point in time did you speak to Ms. Proctor that you recall about this case or talk to Mr. Proctor outside of that interview?
Correct.
In the interview that you had with Mr. Proctor, there was another trooper present, correct?
Yes.
And you would just ask some questions about meeting with some other troopers this year in 2024, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say none of those troopers was Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And also wasn't the trooper that was with Trooper Proctor when you spoke to him.
Correct.
And they asked you questions. You had at least 2 interviews with them, is that correct?
Correct.
And you voluntarily went to those interviews?
Yes.
You answered their questions?
Yes.
They asked for your phone?
Yes. When I was sitting there, they looked at my phone. Yes.
So they asked for your phone, you provided your phone?
Yes.
Voluntarily, nobody threatened you with a search warrant or anything like that?
No.
You were asked some questions about timing, and I promise there's no math that I'm asking in this, but you've had to walk outside when it's cold outside, correct?
Yes.
You tend to walk faster or slower when it's cold outside?
Faster. Me personally.
When you went over to your in-law's house on the morning of January 29th to drop off donuts for your nephew, you weren't expecting to go inside, correct?
Correct.
You weren't expecting to be standing around talking to people about a friend of yours potentially having died at that point?
No.
Nothing further.
What was the point of that question? Do you walk faster or slower when it's cold? What? Did I miss the purpose of that question? Like, what? Ironically enough, that goes to a point. I was talking with somebody about that. Yes, people walk really fast when it's cold and snowing. So think about this. When John O'Keefe gets out of the car Do you think he's hanging around without a coat on, without winter gear on, outside by the car to get hit? Or do you think he's getting out of that car and running up to that door? Jeannie, yeah, at least he beat Hank. Yes, he did. But that's only because they didn't have the knowledge they have now, or they had for the second trial, you know? It's insane. Oh, good question. See, okay, I'm not crazy. When I hear things like that, I'm just like, what? Like, I don't understand why he asked her that question to begin with. What purpose did it serve? And then if you add it to the fact that you just had your witness testify that when people are out in the cold and snow, people run. They walk fast. They get out of the cold and snow as fast as they possibly can. And yet they want you to believe that John O'Keefe got out of that SUV and just stood around outside while, you know, Karen pulled up and then decided to reverse, and he still stood there. Didn't move, right? Sure. Such bullshit. All right, guys, so let's see where we're going to start off tomorrow. We are done with Chomper Julie. We have Nicole Albert. Let's see, wait, where's my list? Hold on one second. I know we got a lot of interesting ones coming up, so I know Brian Albert is coming up. I was hoping to get to him today to break his testimony up between the direct and the cross, but we didn't make it, so that's okay. I'm cool with that. I'm glad we're having fun. You guys are making this fun for me, and I really appreciate it. I love it. I love it that you guys come here and hang out with me. It's so fun. Thank you.
Good morning.
Okay, shut up, Lally. Yeah, Chomper Julie. That's her nickname now for me. I can't help it because that's all I saw. Right when she got on the stand, she's just chomping away at that gum. Oh, Jeannie, thank you. Thank you, Raylan. Thank you guys all for being here. You guys are amazing. So tomorrow we're gonna start off with where were we? Julie Albert, or no, we're gonna do, oh my god, Chomper Julie today. So tomorrow we'll start off with Nicole Albert and then Brian Albert's testimony. And those two alone are total, let's see, 3, 4. We got about 5 hours of testimony between Nicole Albert and Brian Albert. So tomorrow, I think we'll just get through those two. And then on Wednesday, we'll do Brian Albert Jr. And I just want to see, we got Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris. Yeah, I can't wait till that. I want to see his testimony in its entirety. Oh my God. But I don't know to every question. He wouldn't commit to anything. Oh, I've seen bits and pieces of it. So let's see. Tomorrow we got Brian Albert and Nicole Albert. And Wednesday we got Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris, and probably Sarah Levinson, depending on how it goes. And a lot of these people after that, I have no idea who they are. So, but those are the next 2 days, guys. So again, thank you for being here. I will see you guys tomorrow. I will probably do the same time as today, as waiting till 5 o'clock is just a little late for me. I had started doing it at 5 again because of the Corey Richards case, but a lot of people aren't watching it anyway. So tomorrow I'll probably start between 1 and 1:30. I will post it in my Discord and in the other lives and Danny's. And Sunday night should be about 10 o'clock. As soon as I have that one scheduled, I will post it as well. I'm not sure the topic yet this week, but if anyone's not in my Discord and wants to join, please email me. My email is in the description too, I believe. And because I want to start discussions too off of YouTube in there regarding some psychological phenomena. So I've listed topics in there. There's nothing in the actual sections yet, but I've listed about, I don't know, 8 or so titled sections. That way we can start some fun discussions, and I can post some articles and people can post some stuff they come across, whatever you guys want. So anyways, again, thank you. I will see you in chats. I don't know who's live tonight, but I'm sure somebody will be live. I'll see you all then, and then I'll see you guys in the chat here tomorrow at about 1 o'clock. Have a good night, everyone.